Brawlhalla. Welcome everybody to Bearded Brawls at United States West. So we're running a West bracket, but we have a lot of great players from all over America. My name is PJ the Pup. I'm joined by my good friend Dad Sitter as we get into a very exciting top 8 bracket. We are in the midst of a Brawlhalla weekend. Not only is there Twitch drops for category-wide streamers, but also a lot of great events going on. But you're here, and we wouldn't want you to be anywhere else. We're here with Bearded Brawls United States West. Dad Sitter, how are you feeling today?
Dude, you look great.
Thanks, man. You look great too.
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling good. This is a nice, mild time for commentary. I feel like this is a beautiful time of day. Beautiful weather outside. Everything's lining up well. And right into this, we have a huge upset before the top 8. So that's crazy. I think that it deserves to be talked about. Weechabu, top seed of the tournament, lost to Oblivion, who we will be seeing playing next in our winter semifinal. So that's crazy. What do you think about that?
Yeah, not only is Oblivion beating Guichibu quite an upset, but Oblivion did it in the Lin Fei mirror. So Oblivion kind of taking the energy from Guichibu, taking their seed as well, and now in the first seed position, you're one set away from guaranteeing a top 3. So, you know, versus Truck Stop Burrito, who's Guichibu's twos partner for a lot of twos events, it's actually pretty interesting that, you know, Truck Stop has a lot of Lin Fei practice, has a lot of Guichibu practice, and funny enough, the person that beats Guichibu is on Guichibu's Legend. So it's going to be a very exciting match between the two. Truck Stop Burrito, if my Setsu was right, was seed 5 of the tournament. Oblivion, seed number 9. So Oblivion already has outplaced their seed, and they beat Guichibu with an upset factor of like 4 or 3. So it's a pretty big win for Oblivion, who has been seen on the Asuri in the past. I see some Kaya, I see some Mirage, but right now on the Lin Fei, high Dex Legend. Of course, we found the success. Guichibu has won a major before versus Truck Stop Burrito, who on the level 100 Ulgrim is somebody that is very proficient in the axe. And as we were talking about last night, hey, there's a lot of the meta kind of revolving around the chaos and the disorder. And I think this is a classic matchup between the two. We have an Ulgrim and we have a Lin Fei. Yeah,
some would say the student has surpassed the masher.
That's true. That's real.
No disrespect. I don't think Canon is actually mashing, but a lot of people say that. Yeah, this is gonna be a good one. I think that, I mean, Axe is very, consistent. Your 1-2s, but with a lot of, weak moments, a lot of space to get in, and Cannon and mostly the guitars, I believe, is what we're going to be looking at here on the Lin Fei. I could be wrong, but either way, both of these weapons love to get in. I think that giving it space and giving time of day to a cannon is always very risky, and Axe, sometimes you just can't get them away from you. So we're going to see how it plays out.
Yeah, it should be an exciting match between the two. Lin Fei, of course, you're talking about the cannon. The cannon, a very strong weapon, but we also see a lot of guitars coming out from Lin Fei. Specifically, even in the strength stance, having 8 decks, you have a lot and the ability to continuously throw out the moves and make it happen. And already we see the cannon immediately thrown away for the Asgardian light guitar, so we'll see what happens here.
Bad pull on the Ulgrim with the lance. Not looking for that.
Put your helmet on. We got a half bite. It's a rough start for sure. I mean, we saw, we talked a lot about the cannon, but immediately throwing the cannon away, picking up the guitars, looking to play this rush down style versus the Ulgrim Lance, which is already struggling. Lance struggles probably the most with stacking, besides a weapon like Bow, for example. And guitars is very good at stacking, so Truck Stop needs to play kind of a dash distance away to constantly avoid getting hit by it. Switching over to the axe, I like this pickup from Truck Stop. We'll see if it works out.
Yeah, and I'm noticing, I think the Lin Fei got hit maybe 3 times before the damage looked like there was a disparity. So you're really going to find a lot of that, like, it's not about, it's playing to the odds here as Ulgrim and just trying to find 1 or 2 or 3 more than you have been, and you can very easily be finding stocks. It's not about being oppressive or being in control, it's just about finding yours. Really like they just did.
Yeah, you got the downlight into the side sig, a classic Ulgrim mix up. Of course, downlight into end light is true on Lance, so a lot of people will just opt to not burn a dodge there in an attempt to, just, take the damage that's given. But sometimes Truckstop will catch you metaphorically sleeping at the wheel. Right now, Truckstop with a very dominant position on the Lance. Goes for a jump away or a dodge away read. Didn't find it in Oblivion. Gets a nice shark, as you were saying, down light. Looking for that other one. You'll get, end light into recovery, which will KO. But Truckstop with a big reversal.
Surviving.
2 ground pounds, and that's it.
Ooh. Maybe they didn't know that they had the recovery and still used it a little too late. I didn't see sweat beads. That's the funny thing.
Yeah, I think Oblivion potentially might have had a dodge online there, but I mean, nonetheless, Truckstop was able to find that very low unarmed recovery, and unfortunately, Linfei unable to make it back there. Okay, here's the cannon online. We'll see the edge guard attempt. Goes for the ground pound, then find it. Truckstop with the reversal on the down air, gets the side light into down air. Oblivion in a bad spot, and the ground pound comes in. Truckstop takes the game away with 2 Lance edge guards, 2 ground pounds, takes 2 stocks, and that's all it takes for Truckstop, who seasons the game from a very, very bad spot. Good stuff from Truckstop.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of what we were talking about, and it just iterates itself. Like, you don't have to be completely in control. I think that neutral interactions 1 probably easily goes to Linfei there, but it's just about hitting so much harder and taking stock so much earlier. And really, I mean, Lance ground pound is a brutal move to be getting hit by more than once in a game.
For sure. I mean, you're seeing this here, a very large majority of the damage. I mean, all of the damage basically being on the Lance is going to prove me wrong, at least in my analysis, because I honestly thought that, we're used to seeing Truckstop being very, very strong on the axe, but instead it was the Lance, which, had 380 damage dealt and just a majority, 74% of the time equipped on Truckstop. So already, the Lance paying dividends in a big way. Unless we're going back.
Getting the cannon and having to throw it away again, kind of unfortunate. Hitting the bad of the 50-50 twice in a row.
Truckstop is somebody that plays Guichibu quite a lot, so this style of Linfei, and particularly the Sakura as well, even copying maybe a little bit of Guichibu's drift, this is something Truckstop's going to be very familiar with. A Linfei that wants to do a lot of the damage building and even the stock taking on the guitars, really playing into that 8 dex is going to be very important. And I think what you're seeing is Truckstop navigating it a lot better on the Lance compared to other people, because it's a very tough matchup if you're not familiar, and I think Truckstop very much showing like, okay, this is not something that I'm foreign to. I can definitely contend with the guitars.
Yeah, I think that Olgrim playing really well in the stack position, which is exactly what the Linfei's looking for.
Just call out.
It just takes 2 callouts, and then it's a Sakura skin gone, or stock gone.
Yeah. Nice snare there, and we get a little pop-up into the recovery, chasing, on the low. This is very, very important for Oblivion here, who's looking to just continuously try to find these stocks. That side sig is so strong. One of those moves that, Linfei in general will condition you into landing farther away, a couple jumps away from your opponent, but that side sig will be active. It covers behind you. It's just a great way to cover those landings, and a very necessary start. And man, I talk about half pipes and helmets, but man, I don't even know what protection you would need to get out of that one. That just looks vicious, especially when Truckstop gets like 3 or 4. The damage is just so much.
Okay. This could lead into a lot more. Not over yet. Okay, it's over. The pressure is gone. Back to neutral. The unarmed recovery taking the weapon away. That's kind of unfortunate. Right at that damage threshold. What are we gonna do here? Are we gonna get hit by another Olgrim down sig? No.
Okay, nice coverage there with the recovery, scouting it out. There's the down air into the side air, and that's gonna take the stock. Oh my goodness, this is looking harder and harder.
Yeah, it's very straightforward Brawlhalla, and I just think that Olgrim is finding a lot more than you would hope if you are a Linfei fan here.
Okay, Oblivion gets Oblivion is getting caught in these. I keep mixing the names up, but nonetheless, Truckstop in a very dominant position on the Lance. Once again, the side air comes in. That's the sweat beads, and that's the ground pound follow-up. Truckstop taking another game in a dominant fashion. The Lance really paying off in a big way. I'm so used to seeing Truckstop being dominant on the axe, but they're 82% of the time equipped on the Lance. 446 damage dealt, 275 taken. Just a dominant showing on Truckstop's Lance right now.
What do you think about the idea that you said Truck Stop and Glitchaboo are tight? They're doubles partners. They're probably friends, right?
Yeah, for sure.
You think this is a little personal, a little revenge?
I think a lot of times people that doesn't really matter.
Nah, competitors don't think like that. I mean, it's just a game.
It is a cool thing to think about, though. Like, you know,
for the storyline,
avenging Glitchaboo, who unfortunately was unable to win the mirror, now sending potentially Oblivion into the elimination side. But we got to switch over to the Ahsoka Tano, the Asuri crossover. I mean, talking about the meta, this is it right here. You got the Olgrim, high defense, high damage, high speed, low dex versus Asuri, a nice all-around legend that, both of these players in the good graces of the meta currently, and we're seeing this again on Small World's End, and we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, I would like to say that this is one of the most winning characters. So
and Brawlhalla, very historically winning, as you would say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we got
I think the Asuri pick might be a good pick here. I think you definitely noticed that Oblivion was working really hard to get damage and to take stocks.
Oh, bye-bye.
Wow, beautifully executed Axe ground pound. You don't really see Axe going for such oppressive offstage combos frequently. You find Axe losing in a lot of offstage situations, but that timing on that ground pound really denied every recovery option. Already up a stock on the Olgrim, looking hard to win this. It could be a trio.
I mean, fortunately, you have the sword, which is, the consistency weapon of Brawlhalla. That downlight will lead you to the promised lands if you allow it to, but I mean, when you're down this much damage, it becomes very difficult. You're down a stock, and I mean, Truck Stop definitely has been showing the ability to get that extra credit. Going for the immediate ground pound forces the high recovery, and it takes so long to recover high there that Truck Stop pretty comfortably making it back. Oblivion kind of back against the wall situation, gets the down sig there, and that is able to find a KO, but you have quite a bit of a mountain to climb. I mean, even if you win this game, you got to win 2 more, but of course Oblivion is not thinking about that right now. You just have to focus on this one game, the next 2 stocks at hand.
I really like the Olgrim using the recovery at the top of the stage, saying, you can't KO me if I do this. And the only really way that you're going to get a stock here is if that you manage to find a hit when I'm at the very edge of the blast zone. And so just waiting out the Ahsoka's jumps and then at risk of getting sharked harder, but I'll take the damage if it's to save my stock every day. I think most players would.
Yeah. Damage only means so much. Stocks mean everything in this game, and right now, Truck Stop in a great spot, goes for the gravity cancel. Sig didn't find it, downlight into down air, and Oblivion kind of squanders that positioning with a side light, but gets back onto stage with a downlight side air, and all of a sudden,
there you go.
Truck Stop kind of struggling to get things going right now on the Axe.
Good dodge through.
Very important.
Not gonna find the... Oh man, we are gonna find the returning KO from the extension with the ground pound there.
Optimal weapon start from Truck Stop as well to give some time potentially to punish the unarmed. We pick up some Katars here, which, as we saw in the last couple games, haven't been as successful for Oblivion as you'd hope to see. And on the unarmed, the sweat beads come in, and Truck Stop catches a landing. The downlight into recovery comes in, the side sig, gravity cancel to get back to center stage faster, and maybe a weapon starve angle is in order for Oblivion, who, hasn't found the crazy KOing extension. We've just seen damage extension, so hopefully going to be able to kick it into the next tier as Truck Stop picks up the Axe once again and looks to be a problem.
Oh, good read. Any more damage? No. Yeah, I mean, you're really just looking to win neutral about 9 more times on the Ahsoka, and it's going to be hard, but it's totally doable. I think that this could be a game 4. It just really depends on how these players play it out. I would say that this is anybody's game.
Nice recovery, but you get traded with the side air, and somehow the Olgrim continues to be in the
Nice
advantage. But the down sig is big there.
The dash away.
What a great little drift to avoid that. Goes for the down air, but didn't find it, and all of a sudden we're back. But Ahsoka, unarmed, had to throw the weapon to give some time back to the stage. Picks up the lance in hand. Downlight doesn't connect. We're going to an unarmed battle here.
Well, that's not quite it. Need probably one more of those.
And light into recovery does KO. We're throwing it away on Ahsoka, who's looking for the weapon star, but it actually ends up being Truck Stop who's weapon starving. Oblivion throws the Axe away in an attempt to get a hitbox out the sword. Online, the End Light and the D Light both don't connect. Truck Stop in a terrible spot right now, just kind of dribbling the lance around, looking for that side air. You just need one. The Nair comes in, doesn't KO though.
On.
Oh, there's the side air.
It.
It's not enough.
Ooh.
Oh, and that's the GC side light. That should be it. Do we tap this one in? We get the weapon toss. It doesn't KO.
Another
the recovery.
chance of survival.
The side air
turnaround.
No, it all slips away. Truck stop.
Wow. Game 4, here we come.
Oh,
who would
my
have thought?
goodness.
That game looked very in Olgrim's control at the beginning. I would say that being up a full stock should be it when you're playing such a low consistency, high peaks character like Olgrim. I mean, you just need to find a couple more, and Oblivion just playing out of their mind, really just dodging everything, coming all the way down to the wire, dodging the ground pound, and finding the KO. That was beautiful.
I feel like that immediate weapon toss from Truck Stop, after getting the Lance side air, was just not, enough of the option coverage. You saw Oblivion immediately dip low, didn't burn any resources to do that. And now you're unarmed. You have to pick up the axe there. And unfortunately, as much as you were talking about the ground pound game 2 being really strong on the axe, in that situation versus the sword's going to be able to reversal you so well in that spot, whether hitting you with a recovery or, in that case, a side air. Oblivion somehow snatches a win and forces a game 4. Already a very exciting match between the two. The switch to Ahsoka works out in a big way. We'll see if you can continue this momentum, keep the ball rolling.
And just getting caught by a few of those as the set goes on, I think that it might have a lot of impact. I think that Olgrim was getting a lot of cheeky dodge reads early. I think that maybe the Ahsoka's defense is a little bit more locked in. I saw it the last game, especially through the last stock.
Nice side air to punish the down light or the down sig, and a terrible spot right now. That's
Speaking of
a nice
cheeky dodge reads, yeah, that's just going to be the stock. That's not an insurmountable lead. I'd say that definitely we can be finding that KO in about 3 neutral interactions with guitars. It's tough. I hate seeing a player just have to do so much. It can become really difficult to take some of these stocks from the Olgrim. We're seeing the Ahsoka really struggle to find the KO options.
Oh, the downlight whiffs because the axe downlight actually jumps over the hitbox, and oh my goodness, gets the
smart edge guard.
The weapon toss immediately away. You'd hope you have the force there to pull it back to you, but you still, get back to stage and have a weapon. So it kind of works out, and you're happy to take a stock over Olgrim when you have the chance to. Downlight into ground pound unarmed does quite a bit of damage, and it's not undoable yet. We'll see the dodge read attempt. Tries to dodge or cover the dodge away. Didn't find it that time. The dodge 2 actually works out, and Truck Stop immediately back on the offensive as soon as Ahsoka stops. It's my turn. I can start throwing out those Lance moves, and you see a lot of those end lights and side lights and down airs that cover so much space. What a tricky setup.
Clipped.
Weapon toss up, dash turnaround down sit to get the back hitbox of it. I'm not sure if that was necessary, but it just adds to the swagger that Truck Stop brings. And once again, Oblivion on a last stock situation here. They have to force this game 5, making this comeback happen. I don't know if this is possible, though. Truck Stop's playing very well right now.
We saw a lead like this last game, I will say.
Slight movement,
just finding so much damage already.
Kind of encroaching into the space, wanting to tempt the Ahsoka. Finally, a down stick comes in on the guitars and gets punished. Truck Stop in such a strong spot right now. Go to the GC something. Didn't find the hitbox
I think
out
it
there.
probably was a neutral.
Mm-hmm.
It could have been a down.
Okay. Nice dodge on the side air. The side light into the side sig. Attempt to read a dodge in. Didn't find the connection. The dodges aren't really
Just one more,
finding anything right now. And Truck Stop takes it 3-1 over Oblivion, the person who sent Guichibu into the elimination side of the bracket. Truck Stop avenging their twos partner, maybe. But nonetheless, a great showing from Truck Stop, who locks in their ticket into winners finals. That was an interesting set. We got a lot of Qatar action, but definitely the Ahsoka was a good pick. Just unfortunately there wasn't enough. It was a little too late.
Yeah, I really think that it's just such an uphill battle, and you have to be playing so well. I think the potential is there of those characters, those fast, Sword and Guitars, and even to some extent Orb and Scythe even. These characters that have really high potential and dodge reads and a lot of zoning tools, Spear another one. But you just run into this situation where if you're not playing well enough to always be boxing out the axe, you're going to get hit, and it only takes a couple of those to take a stock.
Yeah, well said, as Truck Stop rides that 3-1 into winners finals. We got to see who Truck Stop will be playing in that top 3 match. But nonetheless, we got our next match: Anime versus Jeff. Anime on the Onyx and Jeff on the Undertaker or the Thor. So it's actually both of our mains. One of your mains, one of my mains. A very exciting matchup, at least for us as casters. But Jeff on quite a dream run, I'd like to say. Let me pull up the seeds here. Jeff is the... Okay, no, never mind. Jeff is the 3rd seed of the tournament. Who is Jeff? I don't know.
Jeff?
Yeah, looking at their placements, not the craziest placements I've ever seen, but C3 and 2. So both of these players projected to make it this far. Anime, 59 sets played on Onyx, at least just in our stat tool. A lot of top 8 placements in NA brackets. And Jeff, somebody who hasn't made it into a lot of top 8s. Last time they did it was the Trolley Brawlhalla Bash in 2023. So an exciting matchup between the two. We'll see the Thor versus the Onyx as we get right into the game. Let's get it.
Yeah, I mean, I like watching Anime play a lot. This is a very, a thrilling matchup, I'd say. We've got the Orb. Orb can often be really slow. I think a lot of people's opinions of Orb is slow and sort of slowing down the matches. I mean, we see it a lot in the Fate and the
Dusk and
the Dusk, a notorious sort of slowing down a match character. But I don't think that's what we're gonna see, and I don't think that's what we're seeing so far. I mean, I really think that I'm loving the way that Anime is controlling the match right now. I mean, the pacing is great, a lot of movement. That's what I love, players that move like this.
The true confirm there, the Nair into the Gravity Council and Light to get some extra damage on Anime side. And right now, Jeff playing that very neutral, you have the full jumps and then you have the dashes to try to mix in either down airs or side lights. It's a very common strategy to play proactively versus weapons that get in on you, like cannon and gauntlets and a nice side light cider on arms. And you're not going to see a lot of SIGs from the Undertaker. You're going to see a lot more of just constant orb hitboxes. Going for the downlight there, didn't find it. Anime gets a downlight of their own though, gets a little ground pound for it, and the cannon comes online. Both of these legends having great KO confirms, and that one is going to come in for Jeff, who takes the first stock of this match on the Undertaker.
It's so funny, I just thought of? This is us. This is like us, but just so much better.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, these are our legends.
We play this matchup
quite a bit. Yeah. And also something to note, 2 legends that are very, very strong in 2s, but you don't see as much representation in 1s. This is like a perfect 2s team. You got Thor, which was one of the best support 2s partners, and then Onyx, who has the great SIGs. In 1s, you don't really see the SIGs come online for either of these legends as much, so it's kind of interesting, the kind of dynamic of this match between the 2 legends. But nonetheless, it's a very even game between these players. Number 2 and 3 seed for a reason. Very, very solid players. Or sorry, 3 and 4 seed, I should say. Okay, nice little drift read there. Gets the Nair reversal and gets a little bit more damage. And overall, I mean, something to be said about Jeff, who's keeping up the pace with Anime right now. A player that's very high octane. Nice down sig.
No recovery, sweat beads. Okay, we're fine.
Boom. Oh, we miss it. Nice jump away from Anime. A little scoop with the down air.
Just fast enough.
Ooh, that's the cider. Can't drift near me.
Wow.
That's going to be Jeff taking others. Man, this guy is very, very stable. I feel like we're seeing a very controlled player. Not going for anything too crazy, but not missing their opportunities to find KOs and that extra damage.
It's really interesting, actually, because a lot of the hammer players that I've been seeing lately, especially in tournament, are very grounded and very, dash heavy, and I think that Jeff is kind of just slowing it down, and maybe, shout outs to 2016 Brawlhalla, just using the big hitboxes where they work, and just having a good placement and a good timing.
Nice side air there to get through the end light from the cannon. Anime really struggling. This is not a great map to take an Orb player, I will say. I think Orb finds a lot of success because you can still down air even under the soft platform, and it won't interrupt, unlike other stages with re-platforms. It's a great stage for you to just kind of play under that platform and play very preemptive, play very proactive, and keep your opponent away. And that's right now what Jeff is doing. And Anime is really struggling. I mean, this match is dragging out for a long time, and I feel like the longer it goes on, the better Jeff has a opportunity to take the game.
Yeah, I feel like finding that KO there with the gauntlets can be really hard sometimes, and we ended up seeing it with the unarmed after all. So, case in point, I think the gauntlets can sometimes struggle against very high % opponents. But now we're back on the cannon. I don't believe that is Anime's preferred character state. I think that Anime probably favors the gauntlets, just from what I've seen.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're going to see an end save from Jeff there to try to call out a jump. We didn't find the connection, and Anime gets a big reversal for it. Another end sig on a jump read, and now all of a sudden, Anime's in the driver's seat. The damage is even. I mean, Thor 6 suck. Like, we just can't be using those like that. You get punished so heavily for it, and all of a sudden, your lead goes away. It's over.
No, ground pound on the wall. No dodge.
You're picking up a hammer. Downlight into side air is all it takes for Jeff here. You need one thing. You just need to hit it. Going for that downlight there. Not a lot of decks on Thor, so you have to be careful about whiffing like that. There it is. Ooh. It's not enough! Okay.
Living. Absolutely living here.
Another one? Oh. Nice.
Just good. Go high. Get away.
The weapon toss. It's cannon. That's what Thor does. Oh, that's the recovery, though, on the gauntlets. That's a big swing of spacing, but Anime swings a little too high on the recovery and gets caught out with the downlight into the side air. That was a 5-minute game and a very long one for Jeff, but Jeff was able to come out on top, doing less damage than Anime. That's just the state of Thor sometimes, having that consistency. We see 52% of the time played on the orb, 327 damage dealt, 397 taken. So Jeff, while on the orb, was doing a majority of the work, but also taking a lot of the damage, whereas Anime on the cannon, very, very little activation. We see a lot more on the gauntlets.
Yeah, I would say that was a really exciting match, if that's not obvious. I think that really could have been anybody's game. I'm not sure about throwing away the cannon at the end for gauntlets. I mean, hindsight's 2020, but the gauntlets didn't have the KO with their most reliable KO option. Whereas Cannon, downlight Nair absolutely would have taken the stock. So I'm just curious if you're nervous as Anime to play the downlight game against the hammer, knowing that you're one hit away from having your stock taken.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, as much as we talk about Cannon being a weapon that's very able to get a lot of reads and get some big strings, it's also very consistent. Downlight Nair is a great consistent KO confirm. And on the gauntlets, do you really have that same consistency? I feel like not. And maybe, as you were saying, Anime is somebody that's very strong movement wise, and maybe on the gauntlets they were more confident in their ability to use the movement to take the game. But hindsight is 2020. It just didn't work out.
Yeah.
Ooh, downlight end sig. You love to see that. Not the most damaging downlight into Sig combo in the game that would go to Cassidy, but it's still a nice little read. I'm not sure if it's true. I think it might be a one or two frame dodge window, but nonetheless, some extra damage is always nice on Thor.
This is crazy right now. What's happening?
Yeah,
the players are just inside each other and swinging, and neither of them sitting anything. Seems like we're returning to normal Brawlhalla now that we're in the orb.
A lot of nairs to try to call out jumps or landings towards Jeff, and
that's going to take the stock.
Yeah, the side sig is not. I feel like the side sig is kind of deceptively small hitbox, and it's quite laggy. So Anime's able to pick up pretty quickly on that one.
Surprising that Jeff didn't dodge. I mean, that's probably what we're thinking, though. It came out pretty fast. I'd say that if you're not expecting to get sidelighted, sometimes it can be hard to react to sidelight recovery with the gauntlets. It's that old situation of like up throw rest from Puff in Melee, if you know about that.
Yep.
If you know it's coming, it's very easy to DI, but it's just so fast if you're not expecting to get grabbed. And while I was talking about a different game, Jeff took the stock, tied up the game. Small damage lead for Anime.
That really is the up throw rest. Sidelight side air on the Undertaker on the orb. The most consistent combo in Brawlhalla. Just a great way to close out those stocks.
Ooh, barely missed the weapon toss.
Okay, the side air comes in. We see just jumping back to the stage, and we're just holding on now.
I'm not liking the antsiness. With this damage lead, I feel like just looking for something super consistent.
Oh, that Nair catches Anime, and it actually unarms Anime, essentially, because they were unable to land back onto their weapon toss. Picking up the cannon, which we've kind of seen is not the position that Anime wants to be. I feel like Anime really heavily relying on the gauntlets in this matchup.
I would like to see a down sig, but I know it's not going to happen.
On the Onyx?
Yeah.
Side air. you're running out of resources quite quickly. The ground pound attempt comes in from Jeff, but didn't find a connection. The Ed Light on the gauntlet sends away, and now you're in a good spot. Ooh,
yes.
Nice recovery.
A little slow on the ball there for the avoiding the recovery there. Going to find that stock pretty quickly. Rather slowly. I mean, we saw almost a full stock lead, and then Jeff just clawed it back and managed to get the damage that Anime is currently at. I feel like that takes away a lot of the extra credit that we were looking at, the opportunity for extra credit here.
Nice downlight side air. You know, on a Lions, it's a lot harder to find those KOs off the side,
wow.
but nice scoop catch there, catching a dash jump with the down air and an optimal weapon toss. We'll give some time for Jeff to potentially play this unarmed versus orb. I feel like unarmed and cannon and gauntlets are kind of the same like motive versus orb, so for Jeff it doesn't really change the game plan all too much to weapon starve, but you know, obviously if you can keep your opponent unarmed, it's not a bad solution.
Yeah, I think what we're really looking at is just the level of punish that Anime is able to inflict with the cannon versus the gauntlets. I mean, you really want to keep this guy off of gauntlets as much as you can. We're seeing so many long extension strings off of pretty simple neutral interactions and dodge coverages. I mean, Anime is doing a fantastic job of picking up a lot of these quick damage strings.
No crazy sig there from Jeff. You'd love to see the discipline, who is now just playing into that orb strength. Now a downlight or a side air is all that is needed for the Undertaker to take this game. Cannon online though. You have a couple more hits or an end sig.
Wow.
Good call out. Very clean stuff.
At the perfect spacing for the fall, like dash forward, fall off the platform aerial. I don't know if that was that must have been the intention of standing right particularly there. Just if you approach me off the platform, it's so reactable to just neutral sig that. I feel like that neutral sig isn't too long on the recovery. Sometimes people throw that one out and get away with it. What do you think as a Thor player?
It's specifically difficult to punish it on gauntlets, I think, because a lot of the time, the only times the Thor players will use it is when you're above them, and you don't have a way to attack diagonally down and in front. If you're fighting against guitars or cannon, they just dare you for it, or Lance will dare you for it. You know what I mean? Like, if you can attack it diagonally, it's pretty easy to punish, but when you're landing versus it, it becomes very, very difficult to punish. And I think specifically on gauntlets, it's not a good time to have to deal with that sig.
Yeah, I see what you're saying about that. I would think with gauntlets, I would just want a side light or something. But if you're above, you don't really have the time. That's what I was saying with it has low recovery. I feel like you can definitely absolutely see your opponent land and then go dodge away.
Yeah, you can.
What we saw earlier
in
the match.
So that's one of the sigs that's one of the actual good sigs on Thor. Both of the end sigs actually. On Orb and Hammer, both have either good utility or have low recovery. Of course, Orb is a recovery move, and then Hammer has low recovery. So it's a pretty interesting that the N6s are both good on that. But nonetheless, Jeff playing very, very well on the Orb. 380 dealt on the Orb, 55% of the time equipped. Only 263 taken. So finally, you start seeing the damage numbers skewing in favor of the Orb, which is what we expect to see. A lot of players that are playing Orb are taking a lot less damage on Orb and dishing a lot more damage. And when you get into that rhythm where you can rely on your Orb to constantly either out-poke your opponent or out-win neutral, it becomes very difficult to beat Orb at that game. We saw the attempt on the gauntlets, which had 59% equipped, 389 damage, 317 taken, but it just wasn't enough, because then you have Jeff, who also had the hammer, which found so much more success compared to Anime's cannon.
Yeah, I think it's really the thing that I would like to look at the most here as Anime is how am I going to be taking stocks? I think that's probably the spot. I would imagine, though I'm not looking at the numbers at the moment, that Anime took a lot more might have dealt a similar, if not higher, amount of damage, just because finding the stocks seemed to be so hard. For the game to go how it did, I think that Jeff had a pretty healthy final stock, and the damage numbers were pretty even, and that just goes to show that Anime was just, having to do 40 to 50 more damage per stock than Jeff to take them, and I think that maybe locking in and trying to find a rhythm where you can hit the downlight nair as cannon, or just playing even slower and dealing even more damage and looking for a consistent option with gauntlets in end light or in a side air above the side of the stage. I don't really think that fishing for these recoveries seems to be having diminishing returns for Anime in this matchup.
Mm-hmm. I think I'd like to see more cannon usage to find KOs. Like downlight nair is a great way to find those. And I feel like Jeff is taking to the skies quite a bit. So if you can, catch a landing, punish after they throw out the down air, and then you kind of like dash into their space where you're right below them, and then cover a landing with downlight into nair might be a good option on cannon. But as you're saying, the gauntlet recovery is just not really hitting its mark as consistently as you'd like to see on the Onyx.
Yeah, I would like to observe that anime, a very, maybe not unique, but specific style of cannon, relying a lot more on dare. I think a lot of cannon players, like Urahara, for example, we all know I'm a big fan of Urahara from SEA. Big fan of that cannon, and it's a lot more Sair heavy in a lot of these situations where you're doing, the drag off sort of combos, and I think that anime is finding themselves in positions where they have the dodge reads, they could be doing that and opt for a dare and to keep it grounded and keep it close to the stage and keep it on stage. And I don't know, I absolutely don't think it's worse, but it seems like Sair recovery are two moves that are being left out of anime's cannon repertoire, and I think that those are two moves that would really help in finding some of these KOs a little earlier.
Mm-hmm. We saw there it took anime hitting a pretty interesting unarmed D-light into the weapon pickup gauntlet recovery to find a KO there, and a nice dash jump turnaround down there to cover the that angle on the wall, and that's going to be a great way to take the stock, immediately evening it up for Jeff, who, I feel like sometimes you can see the antsiness and the anxiety of a player in the way they're playing. I feel like Jeff has had the same kind of calm, cool, collected game plan the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely locked in with the org.
Just really, really methodical. Like, even after getting hit, never panicking. You never see Jeff doing anything like, oh, I got to get out of here. It's just like, okay, I lost the interaction. I'm going to take damage. It's okay. I'll take the damage that's confirmed. I won't give anything too crazy. And, I feel like the largest extent of risk we see is when Jeff goes for SIGs. But even now, after game 1 and game 2's showing anime can punish them, we haven't seen as many SIGs. And now it just comes down to classic 2024 Brawlhalla, piloted a lot by the North NA region, is very, very slow, methodical orb game plan.
I think what is pretty interesting here is Jeff is finding themselves getting caught in a lot of these early and often getting hit by the gauntlet strings and getting taken to about 100, 120 damage, but then just never getting hit again. And if you do, just taking the knockback, not allowing it to be followed up upon, and floating back to the stage safely with really good recovery and really good landing. And I think that no one would say that they're taking damage on purpose, but I think being more willing to be comfortable at these high percent situations is absolutely playing to Jeff's strengths right now.
Get a little dancing.
Wow, the brain destroyer.
Dude, don't play that dance.
Do nothing.
Downlight. yeah, that's the classic.
Do nothing. Bait the downlight.
Nice coverage. You don't want to play the AD game versus Hammer, which has a great way to just burst in with a downlight to cover you trying to dance around on the ground. Not a great start, or not a great way to take a stock first versus Hammer. But nonetheless, anime in a great spot. Nice chase out down into the down air, gets a side air into the down air, and now you're in a pretty great spot. But a nice downlight into recover, or Sig is gonna kind of keep the damage relatively even here so far. Ooh, nice haymaker. Boom, more damage. This is big unarmed damage for Jeff, who's getting weapon starved right now, but looking pretty confident. Not playing too heavily into like I need to go pick up a weapon right now and getting punished for it. Just playing very, very patiently, especially when you know you have an orb on the way. You can just play that slow game, don't give away anything big, and all of a sudden Jeff seems to be in the driver's seat again.
Exactly like I was talking about. Taking all of that damage and just sort of trading a little bit of it off, but now Jeff finding themselves in a percentage where they're just happy to play this far game and really fearless. I mean, nothing is going to take your stock immediately unless you make a massive defensive error, and I just haven't seen Jeff making any of these defensive errors.
Yeah, you see a lot of Jeff never even really dodging on the first opportunity. You know, like a lot of people will out of stun immediately dodge. You don't see that from Jeff. Jeff waits and is willing to take the dodge reads because they usually don't lead into KOs unless you burn your dodge. Little moments like that is why Jeff is just in this game and looking to take this game right now. Nice weapon toss down from Anime, gets hit with a side air. Jeff in another edge guard situation, the down air hits the wall but doesn't find a connection. Anime tries to turn the situation with a side air of his own, but another side air from Jeff and another rinse and repeat off the stage. Anime back against the wall, potentially looking down the face of a 3-0 or an 0-3. Can you find a side air? No, you cannot. And Jeff will find his win condition as the announcer.
End light.
Wow. Yeah.
This is the end light. Tries to punish with a side light. It goes right through the Thor and then getting punished with a side light side air. That is going to be the game. And that's going to be the set. Talk about antiness, by the way. This stock take where they're ADing in the corner. I think it's... No, it's not this one. It already played. But the stock where they were ADing in the corner and then Jeff did jump forward, dodge back down to the ground, and it baited the anime to use the cannon down light, right? Mm-hmm. You were talking about how Jeff is just so locked in and isn't feeling that antsy sort of competitor feeling at all. And we see pretty immediately that anime is just ready to bite on any of these little interactions. And I think that might be some of the antsiness you were talking about. Just a little too itchy on the trigger finger there.
Yeah, and with that being said, we have our winners finals locked in between Truck Stop and Jeff. Jeff on the Thor, Truck Stop on the Ulgrim. There's a lot of, like we were talking about, Guichibu is already in the elimination side, so Anime will actually have to play the winner of Guichibu Infin in order to fight to not get fifth. So that's a pretty insane match happening between the two. But Jeff, I'm going to be honest, I think I've commented to Jeff once or twice before, but somebody that is now, I'm a really big fan of course, being a Thor main myself. Well, one of my mains is Thor. So shout outs to Jeff making the winners finals run a thing. We're going to be jumping over to the elimination side, but before we do, we're going to go to a short break, and then we'll be right back with Guichibu Infin and Silly Billy versus Interstella. So stay tuned for that. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Bearded Brawls US West. We're here. PJ the Puff, Dad Sitter. We're back with some more top 8 action. We are in the elimination side of the bracket with a very interesting match. Guichibu, the number 1 seed of the tournament, versus Infin. Guichibu actually getting sent to the elimination side by Oblivion in the Lin Fei Mirror, now playing against Infin. So 2 players that have never played before in the past. Infin not PR'd. Last time they played was in a tournament. It was in 2020. So somebody that hasn't played in tournaments a while, but has come back and all of a sudden has gotten a guaranteed 7th place, and they might just do it versus Guichibu. We'll see what happens. Guichibu, of course, PR number 3 in NA, 5th at Spring Royale, 2nd at the Trial of Scotty, 1st at Boulder, 3rd at Frigg, 5th at Ymir. A player that is at the top of North America talent right now is going to be in the elimination side, who has to make a deep run. Dad Sitter, how are you feeling right now?
I feel like I absolutely remember Infin from the previous West Coast Breed Brawl that we did. I could be totally making that up in my head.
I don't know.
Who knows? If the stat tool is wrong, well, I mean, it's not, it's not a big deal. Shout out to Infin.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a good player. Definitely a great player because they're in his top 8. About to play against one of the best players in the region, one of the best players in NA.
Oh yeah, no, I'm completely wrong. I see
Infin definitely
here.
A player.
Yeah, Infin is seed 5 of the tournament. I'm confused.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, well, even regardless, the stat tool. I don't know. But regardless, nonetheless, we're here. Infin seed 5 of the tournament. Somebody that's not PR though, so still is going to be quite an upset if Infin can make this one happen.
Yeah, and right into it. I mean, these are 2 fast characters. I think that there's going to be a lot of slapping. This is going to be a bit of a slap box.
Mm-hmm. Spear having a great get off me button with the Nair versus Guichibu, who is on the Katars, a character that wants to do anything but get off their opponent, continuously stacking. Guichibu really pushing, I think, the meta of Katars, one of, if not the best Katar player in the world, especially on the hijacks. Lin Fei is going to look to try to smother the Kaya, but right now Infin actually with quite a bit of a damage lead, so hopefully they can snowball this one.
Wow, gets the touch. That looked really hairy for a second there.
Mm-hmm. Ground pound attempt from Guichibu, didn't find it. Goes for the downlight. It actually connects. I think we could have saw a ground pound there, but instead going for the safer recovery for some nice damage. A Cider comes in for Infin, who then gets a weapon toss on the spear. That's canon to humans. And right now you're looking pretty solid, but oof, going for that down sig slide off is going to give Guichibu a perfect opportunity to tap in that stock with the gravity cancel downlight into the ground pound. Guichibu with the lead.
Yeah, perhaps a bit aggressive, but definitely.
Ooh,
wow!
Bye-bye!
Wow!
A clean conversion.
Stock trade.
That was crazy. Side air, down air, side air, down air, side air, down air from Guichibu. And now on the cannon doing the same thing. Guichibu is on a mission right now. They are not happy. They are on elimination side, and I cannot blame them. The side sig, the Guichibu classic coming in on the Lin Fei to cover a landing once again. And I mean, Guichibu, fully in the driver's seat now. The momentum fully shifted to Guichibu's side.
Yeah, I mean, that's the top player diff. It's really, you don't have to win every neutral, but if you just... Do you remember the Twitter thing that was going around with the which pill would you take? And it was all the different, fighting game.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
One of them was once a tournament, or maybe once a game, or whatever it was, you can just activate your power and take the opponent's stock, no matter what. And it's a Twitter clip every single time.
Mm-hmm.
We just saw Guichibu do that. Maybe that was the pill that Guichibu took.
Yeah, it really plays into Guichibu's strength of having the best Katar punish in the game. I feel like a lot of Katar players will opt to keep it on stage and make jump callouts, but instead we see edge guards that just lead into KOs. And right now Guichibu taking that game in a big way with that 2 stock.
Yeah, I really was loving how close it was in the first 35 seconds, and then it just got so bad so fast. And I think that getting hit by the combo, the drag off into the bottom corner, trading the stocks, eliminating your whole lead, or at any chance of coming back, taking 2 stocks like that so fast back to back, that can be a really big mental destroyer. I'd say that we didn't see the same Infin after that. I'm hoping that they can collect and come back for game 2.
Yeah, that's what all you can ask for, is to keep yourself in the game mentally. But we'll see if that's going to be a possibility. As we get into this next game, it's going to be a tough one for sure.
It appears that they're not really super worried about any character change or any stage change. I mean, it's just a matchup of 2 good players and 2 playstyles that really aren't so different, I'd say. There is something to be said about how Lin Fei probably wants to be a little closer to stacked to the opponent generally, but it's 2 of these weapons that are death by 1,000 cuts and just really trying to tear apart their opponent's movement and then find their one big hit later in the stocks. So, I mean, if all of a sudden Infin locks in and starts hitting some of these SIGs, I mean, it could be really bad for Guichibu. So it's just about, getting the reads and be confident in your movement. And just like that, the side air picks it up.
Another Infin lead here. We'll see if we can actually turn this one into a win, or if we're going to see Guichibu kind of, equalize the stocks and then make a big read to bring this one to a nice advantageous position. That's what happened in the last game. We'll see if Guichibu can do it here.
If you had the orange pill, would you just activate it at the beginning of every game?
No.
Crush your opponent's mental?
It doesn't crush your... I feel like a very known thing that a lot of people say is when you get restocked in your first game, it's not that bad because you know that everything you did was wrong. And you know that everything you did was... So it's easy to mentally reset because you're like, okay, I could just wait. That was just a wasted game. Oh, well, everyone gets their one and just move on to the next one. I think taking the first stock is kind of bad. I really like just taking it, you're super dark red last stock and your opponent's at 0 damage taken and you just take their stock. I mean, that's a real mental destroyer for sure.
I really hope that since that meme was going around that a Twitter community isn't calling themselves the Orange Pillars and they believe some insane thing. If there's some orange pill people out there, I don't agree with them. I'm talking about the Melee Twitter meme.
Yeah, for sure.
I just thought about the potential implication of some
I think you're
radical group of orange pilled people.
Yeah.
Wow, just doing it.
Hey, that's what I talk about a lot. Once the spear players realize that they can just double jump ground pound at any moment and find a stock for free, that's maybe the spear orange pill. You know what I mean? Just let it rip. One time for the one time. And it works out in a big way. Infin now with the stock lead over Guichibu. We'll see if the bow can contend with the space. Whoa, that looked crazy. A diagonal dodge down, trying to make a big approaching read there. We didn't see it work out. Another N-sig comes out from Guichibu. The classic cannon N-sig and then a side sig to try to catch a landing. Good punish on that.
Always time to dance.
Always time to dance when you're trying to take a stock here. Taking a game over PR number 3 in North America. The side light into the Nair sends up, but not enough to KO. Another end light, though, is going to send away on the side air. Taps that one in for Infin, who takes a game over Guichibu in a very dominant fashion. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this is sort of what you'd love to see. I mean, it looked really close game 1, and this matchup and this player matchup especially just comes down to who is really just finding their big hits and who is really just able to be one step ahead. And in that game it was Infin, and it looked really good. I'm excited to see if this set can maybe go to game 5 because both of these players I think are playing pretty well.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting to see, honestly, because I feel like Infin, seed number 5 of the tournament, is still someone that's kind of the underdog here in a big way. We'll see if he can kind of ride that momentum into this next game as we get I think we're going to see Demon Island. I would only imagine that's what we're going to see, but we might see Small Terminus.
Yeah, Miami Dome.
Oh, Miami Dome. I didn't even see that.
So the third option.
Yeah, the third option that I definitely didn't see coming. So 2 high soft platforms to assist Guichibu at positioning so that you can cover landings better. But at the same time, on Spear, you have a lot of strength having high soft platforms that you can kind of dash jump on and off of. So we'll see kind of who comes out on top on this stage.
Probably the least wide platform of any of the 3 stages left in the ban. I wonder if Guichibu is thinking, don't let the spear and the bow have so much distance to play with. Really stay close to me so that you can't be finding these very long range spear downlights, which is what we were seeing a lot of last game. Excellent offstage defensive play, and this is probably going to be a stock. Just need one more.
Nice ground pound.
Oh, it's definitely livable.
Ooh,
Okay,
like
but we
too.
will take all that damage. I mean, that is a great lead to be finding as a Kaya here. You only need to find one sort of stray big hit.
A sig, if you will. I mean, that's what Kaya is going to be known for. Goes for the down sig there. Didn't find the connection. That's an end light to send off stage. Infin, both Guichibu and Infin dodging, and that's a big cannon downer. That's enough. Guichibu steals the stock there.
Well, that's tough after having the lead, but I'd say that this is definitely either player's game. I think that the stage pick is working out a little bit. It's hard for the Kaya to find her footing with the bow.
Okay, nice little pogo there. The weapon toss comes in, going for that side air lineup, and a double recovery on the Katars. Another recovery from Guichibu, and really making the most of this stock. Put your helmet on. We got a half pipe. Infin able to find their way out of that one, though. That could have been the end of the stock very quickly. That would have been so bad.
Nice half pipe.
I will never skateboard in my life.
You're never gonna drop in.
Not a single time. No.
Anyway, picking up the stock.
That, you know what I'm saying?
I definitely think this is looking a little hairy, but should be livable. Maybe not until that weapon toss hit. That was a really good pickup. Excellent conversion with the weapon toss off of the wall.
And Guichibu, shades of the game number 1, able to steal a stock away and then really snowball it into a 2-stock-to-1 lead. We'll see if he's able to make the comeback here. Infin, sorry, I'm like reading too many names right now. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Guichibu winning the first game, ahead in this one.
Very similar kind of motif of the two games as well. Nice dodge there. Gets the sider, goes for the side sig, an attempt to call Guichibu jumping immediately from the wall. Little ping pong action. The weapon toss into the sider back, and a big down sig comes in. Guichibu tries to reversals of the situation.
Ooh,
gets unarmed.
That's definitely the stock.
What a throw to reversal that. I feel like if Guichibu just went back on stage and played a controlled, kind of situation. But you live and die by the sword. I think that's what Guichibu wants most of the time, is to just play in that very aggressive line where you're always in an opportunity to reversal your opponent and take the game away quicker. It might end up costing as Infin brings us back to a last stock situation.
And we're seeing so many of these very, very close offstage exchanges with the Kaya. I mean, they're all just one or two differently. Well, this is a little tough. Okay.
Wow.
Never mind. Both players live. Everything's fine.
The dance of the unarmed. Ooh, nice chase dodge in, but Guichibu
too greedy.
Dodges it. Yeah, you can't go for the dodge read there or the do nothing read. Guichibu definitely going to find that reversal. Gets the end light into the, the down light into the Nair. And now Guichibu with a 2-1 lead. This could be bad news for Infin here. We'll see if he can make this happen.
I think finding yourself on a wider stage and being able to use the range of the bow a little bit more efficiently could definitely help Infin. Unfortunately, that won't be possible as we go into the last game and we're back on the, presuming that this next game is an Infin win and we go to game 5, it would be Guichibu's counter pick. But I think I'm just observing so many of these offstage situations are so close to going the Kaya's way, and it's really just like by hairs of distance or by pixels of distance or by frames of time, that these things are just barely not lining up. I'd say, just the smallest little bit of difference can make the world of a difference here. And I'm not even a little bit counting Infin out. I think that that last game looked really close, even if it didn't by the numbers.
3, 2, 1.
Going back to Miami Dome here, which is an interesting pick for both of these players. I feel like the strategy, as you were outlining, where Guichibu was like, keep the stage small so that Infin can't create space between, was definitely what was called for. Okay, Guichibu going for the big extension. If that side light connects, that could have been the end of the stock there for Infin. Infin getting the better of it, though, with a ground pound and a down sig. Just a nice little damage straight there as we get back to basically even here on game number 4 on Miami Dome.
The dance. Okay, there's some neutral winning. Wow, and it's going.
The down sig there, didn't find the connection. A big N-sig call out. Okay, you can't punish that move. It's so hard to punish. You have to be ready with the jump recovery. It's just too little N lag.
Wow, I think that might have comboed.
Not sure, but those Qatar Sigs. Linfei, a legend with low damage but high dex. But Sigs that have quite a bit of force is going to be a great way for Guichibu to kind of stifle an attempt to make this comeback happen. Because right now, Guichibu is not stopping. Gets the recovery into Nair to recovery into Nair. That's so much damage on Qatars. And now you're one big edgeguard read. You're one big Sig away from losing your stock or a down air into the Qatar weapon toss. And okay, Guichibu gets reversal.
Big reversal.
Nope. It's so bad all of a sudden again. Oh, it's over. Tap it in. Gravity cancel downlight into the recovery. Oh, sorry, the ground pound. It didn't find a KO though. I thought that was enough. But still, so much damage for Guichibu.
Amazing that neither player lost stock there. That was so hairy for both players a couple different times.
Okay.
Recovery.
Boom, boom, boom. Too high damage there. I think Guichibu is aerial, so didn't confirm into the downlight. Guichibu really wants this edgeguard with the unarmed and will find it. And now a 3-stock to 1 situation for Guichibu in Guichibu's favor. And this might be the end of Infin's run here at 7th.
Yeah, this might not be looking like a game 5. Anything can happen in Brawlhalla. Like that.
Yeah, side air, One of the less surprising things to be happening in Brawlhalla to find a stock, but nonetheless, we'll see if Infin can make this one happen. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. The classic.
Sidelight, dodge, gravity cancel, sidelight, and then calling out your opponent's dodge, and it's over in a moment's notice. Guichibu on the cannon. He's able to find just the level 1 read. I feel like every cannon player learns that one pretty early on, and unfortunately, sometimes that dodge in place will cost you the entire set.
I sure do like cannon.
The classic,
Damage disparity is just amazing that game. I mean completely in Guichibu's control.
Altogether, I feel like it was pretty close until it definitely just wasn't. Like, that one game that Infin was able to take, I feel like there was a lot of good things showing, but Guichibu just kind of came out of the gates and just got like a big damage lead, snowballed it into a win, and it became kind of unsurmountable for Infin to make the comeback. But nonetheless, a great run for Infin, falling at 7th place to the number 1 seed of the tournament. That's just what happens sometimes when upsets happen here at West Coast Bearded Brawls. But nonetheless, we're going to be getting into our next match between Silly Billy 69 and Interstella, a matchup between what looks like an Ulgrim and the Master Chief. So a very exciting one, the Isaiah and the Ulgrim. We'll see what happens here.
Now, I have never seen either of these players play.
Me neither.
Okay, so, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I've never seen this Ulgrim skin either. I don't know if it's showing on the screen right now. It's not. But there's an interesting Ulgrim skin. I don't know if this is a reference to something. Kind of looking like Gimli.
Yeah, it looks like it. And then even having like the dragon axe, that's good drip right there. That's some good drip. That's PJ approved drip for sure.
Yeah.
A little stat for you. Silly Billy 69, seed 8 of the tournament. Interstella, seed 6 of the tournament. So, looks like Interstella is going to take some time to find their way back to the lobby. They've never played each other before. Good stuff like that. So it's a match that we've never seen before, but we'll see what happens between the two. Silly Billy 69, PR number 804. Interstella, PR number 127. At the events that they both go to, Interstella tends to do better on average, almost making it into top 64 of Summer Championship 2023. So last year was the last time they seriously played in, or when they both played in the same tournament. But nonetheless, they both went to BCX, it looks like. No, just Silly Billy, who got 257. So Silly Billy is somebody who continuously grinds, and honestly, this might be the first time they're making a top 8. So shout out to them for making a top 8. A lot of 97s, a lot of 129s. It takes a while, it's a journey. It's a marathon, not a race. And hey, this is a great run for Silly Billy right now.
Who do you think takes who, Master Chief or Gimli?
The Master Chief or Gimli?
In like boxing or something. We're not saying no space guns.
Well, the Master Chief is like messed up. Like he's the only person that can use that armor and you have to be like a superhuman athlete and like freak of nature to be able to have like the will and the physical strength to do it. Like when people try to put on that suit, it like snap their spine in half. So I got the Master Chief for sure.
Much like the FNAF suits.
Or a power armor in Fallout. A lot of like, I feel like that's a common motif, isn't it? Like armor that's overpowered, but only like the Iron Will can use it because it's like this weird thing, you know?
Like Robert Downey Jr.
Anyone could use his suits. That's a little different.
No, he's got the thing in his chest.
No,
He's
but
got
that's
his chest hole.
dude. You didn't watch the Marvel movies, dude.
He built it in a desert, dude.
Yeah, but that gets phased out later on. But anyway, he gets power crap, is what I'm trying to say. Nonetheless, we got Interstellar, we got Silly
Getting
Billy.
into it.
Yeah, the Master Chief versus Ulgrim. How do you feel about Isaiah? I mean, do you like blasters? Do you like this canon legend?
I think, yeah, I do. I have some time on Isaiah. I mean, blaster is not my favorite weapon, so less than all of the other canon legends.
3, 2,
Maybe not all, but most. My favorite thing about Isaiah is there's a lot of links, like soft links on a no-dodge opponent from neutral moves or like light moves into cannon down sig off stage. And I think that can be like, yeah, looking for it already. We see it. The cannon down is excellent. I mean, it's very, it's projectile. It's very disjointed. It is. The longer you charge it, the later it comes out. So it's one of those. It's not like or the longer you charge it, the more you move. So it's one of those where you kind of have to be on the ball defensively. You can't just stay away from a zone and always avoid it. But yeah, I think that is probably one of Isaiah's most redeeming factors, especially if blasters aren't in a good spot or your blasters aren't good. In my case.
I like this this Ulgrim, by the way, with the double dragon tools. I don't know weapons. I don't know if that's like what comes pre-built into this one, but it's still pretty cool. Nonetheless,
yeah, two good-looking players for sure.
Yeah, they both come in with a lot of drip. Nice downlight. Attempt to go for the ground pound on the follow-up. Unarmed didn't find it, and like you said, that down sig and oof. That end sig, man. That's such a vicious move. I forget how much force it has, and in a moment's notice, in a blink of an eye, it's over. That's your stock gone. Man, imagine if Axe Nair KO'd. That'd be bad, man. That'd be real
I don't
bad.
know. I mean, I think that a lot of your juggling early damage with Axe is Nair. I feel like you'd lose a little bit of that tool to build up damage. It'd be
That's
good
true.
either way.
Yeah.
It is good as is, and it'd be good if it had scaling knockback.
A lot of dash jumping and a lot of attempts
Wow.
to make something
that's-
happen. Oh, bye-bye.
That is the same button at the same timing with the same direction 3 times in a row to find the perfect edge guard.
You know what Bruce Lee said? If you're not the
If it
man
ain't
that
broke.
knows 1,000, no. If you're not the man that knows 10,000 kicks but has practiced the same kick 10,000 times, you know what I mean? Like, it's all about mixing up the timing and not so much the option, because the option at the same time will call that every time. Or in that case, you just go for the same thing over and over again. It works out. So, what does Bruce Lee know? You know?
Yeah, and if a clock isn't broke, then it can't tell the time twice a day.
Correctly, one would say. It's actually real if you think about it. Nonetheless. Wait, that's funny. Anyway, Ulgrim taking the game there in a very dominant fashion. The Lance finding a lot of success off stage, a lot of down airs finding the game, and I feel like Silly Billy really needs to become Serious Billy here and lock it in, because it's gonna be a very difficult match if you don't change anything too quickly. Okay, you know what? That's the change you want to see. Switching over to the Amethyst.
Yeah, I'd say plasters were absolutely not working out, and all of the things that make Isaiah strong were also not working out. I mean, we look at Isaiah's kit. I think it's a little bit lower damage, a little bit lower damage than Ulgrim, a little bit higher damage than Lin Fei. So your cannon Streamlines will be slightly different at different percents. I think that there's a lot of variance when it comes to like whether or not side air recovery links and whether or not end light links into certain follow-ups, especially off stage. There's some scaling issues, so the damage does matter. But importantly, Blasters was doing nothing, and the downsig got no mileage. And so what do we do when we do that? We get on a better or more well-rounded or more universally enjoyed or better in more situations sort of Cannon Legend. Soul definitely being that. I think the Cannon was playing well. It's just when you got stuck on the Blasters, you really struggled.
Yeah. Blasters, aside from a couple legends like Cassidy and Ada, isn't really in like the most amazing of spots right now. So it
Diana.
makes sense to switch it
Ooh,
on. Oh, yeah.
accident early. Looks like we made a little bit of a mistake on the recovery with the Olgrim.
It's gonna be a long set. I can feel it. I think the Zol is gonna like the Axe Mirror tends to be pretty slow in general. I think we're gonna see a lot of Axe Mirror, and with a stock being taken this early, I feel like it's kind of hard to make this comeback happen. I think this is gonna go the distance in a quite timely manner, not in a non-timely manner. You know what I mean? Nice recovery there to get back to the stage, slipping underneath the lance, and ooh, a nice little combo there.
Decent extra credit found, but using the weapon toss to secure the recovery definitely. I think that is an innovation that I'm seeing a lot more recently. I think
Weapon
that
toss
in the
to
last
grab
like
a
6
down.
months, yeah. Weapon toss into anything
Unarmed.
or yeah, weapon toss into unarmed downlight.
Pick up the
into
weapon.
Pick up the weapon recovery. I've seen on a couple different weapons, and it really changes the way that they can approach finding KOs.
Yeah. Nice side light there. Big damage. Okay, here we go. Okay, no, never mind.
Ooh,
What a skirmish right now off stage.
yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot. You do not want to be trading blows with a Zol like this. I mean, that's just so much damage from so little. I mean, already you're maybe a third or half of your stock gone against Zol. I mean, just a little bit more damage and side sig will find KOs just like it did. Oh, and the toss went all the way down lane. Killed it. Or,
KO'd.
KO'd off the screen. I always complain so hard when that happens to me. When you get hit by a weapon toss and your character isn't showing on the screen and you don't know the precise dodge timing. Ever happened to you?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's just the product of SIGs that send you really horizontal, like basically straight to the left or the right, is that when you are finally out of hit stun, if you're not immediately jumping or dodging, you're gonna drift down naturally, and that's a perfect time for you to charge like a normal throw, and it just goes down at that down and away angle really far. So you have to like either burn a resource immediately in the anticipation of the subsequent weapon toss, or know the dodge timing, and now you're off stage without a dodge versus somebody unarmed that could have had another weapon on stage. So it's pretty difficult nonetheless. So yeah, that's
for sure. Locked in Billy 69 playing really well in the second game. We're gonna look at a game 3 even set count.
Yeah, nothing silly about this Billy right now. He's definitely looking to make this a potential 2-1, but we're getting a switch over to the Scarlet from Interstella, who wants to make this happen on a different legend. Scarlet's very strong right now. High damage, decent defense, Dex who needs it, and speed, 4 speed, so not too slow. So overall, I think Scarlet, we're going to see a lot more. Kind of reminds me a lot of Olgrim, because I feel like Axe and Hammer are kind of the same, in my mind at least. So we'll see what happens on the Scarlet pickup.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an antithesis to Olgrim, where instead of playing Axe into Cannon, where you're fighting over aerial space and you're kind of getting boxed on the ground pretty well, you're finding yourself on a Hammer, and I think Hammer can take grounded space against Cannon a lot better, and I think that might be part of the thought process behind switching, but also just changing up the pacing and changing up some of the timings of the button presses can always be good. I think a lot of people feel like in certain matchups they could play different characters almost arbitrarily better, without any serious explanation saying, oh, I like Scarlet here more.
There's a lot of purple on this map, and There's actually an Amethyst on the screen as well in front of the, on the stage and whatnot. I wonder if Amethyst gets a little buff here. That and Light, might have not KO'd if not for the stage assisting Amethyst there. But nonetheless, a pretty interesting matchup between the two. I feel like Scarlet is something we don't see quite often in North America. I feel like we see them a lot in MENA. I've seen it a couple times in Southeast Asia as well. I haven't seen a lot of people adapt Scarlet here in the States, so it's cool to see the switch up here. It's working, decently well. It's pretty even so far, so nothing crazy going on.
This is a Steven Universe inspired stage background.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just
I have never seen that anime. I don't know.
Yeah. Anime for sure.
Anyway.
Okay, nice side air there. The landing side air into the immediate weapon toss. Bye bye.
Yeah, that's just the stock. Okay. Any extra credit here is really good. I think that, we're seeing it live, but we all know in our heads, Zol or Amethyst, very, very good taker of stocks. The damage and the knockback on some of these moves is kind of absurd.
Okay, switching over to the cannon again, trying to get some extra credit. I feel like it makes sense to switch to cannon for that. Okay, that's just a side air. Yeah, so much damage on the Scarlet, and the force on that side air is definitely a way to find those stocks. Very consistent way to get them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Boom, boom. Okay, that's it. Okay, turned it around too on the ground pound, looking for that backwards hitbox as well. But yeah, so much damage. These legends both do a considerable amount of damage, I feel like.
So much damage on that.
Bye-bye.
That's it.
Oh, that side air was vicious.
Great call out on the jump.
Nothing silly about that, man. Billy is locked in. He is with a 2-1 lead right now. The Scarlet counterpick did not work out. The Amethyst paying dividends. That side air was so vicious, and all of a sudden, it's looking pretty rough for Interstellar.
Looks like we might be going back to the Ulgrim. I guess we didn't think that the Scarlet worked, though. Yeah. I thought it looked pretty good. That game was very close. It came down to only a couple hits difference.
Yeah, I know Sparky talked about doing a no axe Thursday. I feel like no axe ever. Axe is just ridiculous sometimes, especially in those situations. It just does so much. It covers so much with that ground pound, a stalling move that covers a lot of offstage situations, and it just has so much force on the Ulgrim. It's so scary. Do you take speed stances, not Ulgrim, on what am I saying? Zol. Do you take speed stance on Zol?
I have. I think I prefer defense, especially in doubles, though speed is very viable. I think it depends on how movement heavy you are or how dependent you are on the damage. I don't think anybody needs dexterity. I'm not really throwing them out, so to speak, with Zol. So me personally, I'm not a big fan of the dexterity. So
Dex is a fake stat, man.
Yeah, I don't know who.
Who needs Dex? You know what I'm saying? Like Lord Vrax, but if you're playing Lord Vrax, you need to really check yourself. You know what I mean? Nonetheless, we got Ulgrim, we got Zol, we got an axe mirror here, ladies and gentlemen. And if anything is proving true right now, Silly Billy, that axe is a serious problem. A lot of jump dashing in the center of the stage, looking for that positioning. Sidelight into the down air, and a nice down air from Zol. And that's the ground pound. There goes your stock. And okay, Interstellar, maybe needing that one game of Scarlet to kind of mix it up, change the style, back onto the Ulgrim, gets the big ground pound, and all of a sudden, Silly Billy back against the wall. This could be a Game 5 situation if Interstellar can make this, stock lead actually mean something.
Do you think that Lance is Smaug?
Nah.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't know, man. I think Smaug is crazy looking, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is like a small guy. Like a lava pup from Clash. Anyway, definitely not Smaug. Maybe I think, Scarlet, you know what I mean? With all that force. Oh my goodness, what a
amazing damage. What a pickup. We have to take this stock before we get caught in one of these. Evening the game up pretty quickly unless we find this KO.
Go for it. Boom. And light?
No, absolutely.
Oh!
Side airs into the Cider's into the weapon toss.
Victory.
Oh.
Player 2
Mental reset. GG go next. We got a Silly Billy. Just didn't feel that one and just wanted to go right into the next game. I honestly, maybe not the worst idea ever.
Could have been a disconnect. Missing. Currently, Silly Billy is missing from the lobby. We're gonna give them a minute here, I think.
Yeah, but nonetheless, as we get into this Game 5 situation,
Oh.
I'm not too sure what's going on here, but
Silly Billy. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's just talk about that. What do you think of Lord of the Rings, huh?
never heard of it. What's that about?
Me neither. Who's that guy?
Lord of the Rings, like Tom Brady?
Yeah, like who is the Lord of the Rings?
What rings are we referring to?
You know who's the Lord of the Rings is Wilt Chamberlain. If you could hang out with Wilt Chamberlain, do you think you would?
I've never heard of that person in my life.
Dude, you're so young.
Who is that?
You don't know who Wilt Chamberlain is, actually?
No clue.
It's one of the best basketball players of all time. Before I think it took until
Oh, that's why I don't know. It's not a real sport. I thought we were talking about sports.
Yeah, anyway, it took until now Jokic to beat some of Wilt Chamberlain's records. I mean, it's insane that
the Joker, dude. You know, he's a challenge. I think he's a what is right below challenger? Masters? Grandmasters. He's a Grandmaster top laner. Do you know that? He plays Urgot.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You know, Luka Doncic is top 500 Overwatch.
Yep. He plays Sova.
What is up with these European best basketball players in the world right now? And they're just really cracked at video games.
Neymar Jr. is really good at CS:GO, and there's that one guy who used to sim race, is now a professional F1 driver, and he's really cracked. So, hey, you know, gamers, you know what I mean? Gamers get the job done.
Looks like Silly Billy is back. We might be getting into the match here again, going Game 5. Had a little bit of a technical difficulty, I think.
You know, in the NFL, if your equipment fails, you get fined for like $30,000 or whatever. In Brawlhalla, you lose the game, so I think that's going to be Silly Billy. And now, Interstellar in a not last stock. I'm losing it here. 1 second. Game 5 match between the two, so it should be an exciting one. We got the Ogre and we got the Amethyst. Nothing really has changed, and you know, there's something to be said about the way the momentum, the momentum between these two, because it's like, you know, you're supposed to win that. Even if you did win that game in a good way as the Ogrim, you're kind of stifling the momentum by, you know, taking the game away from the Ogrim. You know what I mean? Because maybe you would have got a cool clip, maybe you would have got some extra, you know, confidence booster, but instead the game just ends there when you had the deficit, and now we're into Game 5. We'll see what happens as both of the players had a little second to kind of cool off and lock this one in. Silly Billy, Interstellar, last game situation. We got a Game 5, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I would be livid if I had my computer crash on me and then I came back and lost Game 5. I'd be so. I mean, I would go get a new computer. That being said,
Get a new computer. Like Ron Swanson, just throw it in the garbage and go to Best Buy.
Yeah, exactly. I do not have the mental fortitude to compete at a top level in anything ever, so there's no point in comparing myself to players of this caliber. I mean, it truly is just a different animal, but the same, same
what does
beast
that
or
mean,
whatever.
Brian? You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Side air comes in there, doesn't find the KO, the weapon toss attempt as well, and you see that stare down from Silly Billy.
Wow, what a good dodge.
I mean, he's serious right now. No funny movement, nothing silly about this. Just really calculated game plan. Build the damage on the cannon, get the KO on the axe. It's classic. Oh, dude, we gotta stop. We gotta stop getting hit by that weapon toss. Please, just go high for one moment, please. We keep getting hit by it. Just look.
You just gotta look at it.
It's coming at you. You gotta use your cooldowns, man. You know, get away from that. It's getting too many stocks, man. How many stocks do you really have in stock? You got 2 more for the whole set, so you got to make these 2 count.
It's like an egg carton of stocks.
Yep. I don't even know what that means, but
this game has been so long. Or this set, I mean, this set has gone on for so long, like you said it would.
yep.
And
Even with
I mean,
with a stock, disconnect, it's still gone for a while. You know what I mean?
I'm rooting for both these players. I mean, I think that
Oh,
they're both
outsider.
playing to win. They're both playing well. It's just gonna really come down to who finds their hits. I like these matchups, these heavy matchups, like heavy versus heavy, so to speak. These 2 hard hitter characters, because it's really just like
You went for the cheese setup.
they go a little slow.
Oh!
Wow.
Oh!
Wow.
If we sidelight
Drops
there,
it.
I think if we sidelight, it might have just KO'd because it was so close to the wall there. I don't know though. Wait. Okay, now all of a sudden, Zol back in this game. You know, it's never over. We got time to dance even as well.
I feel like we gotta keep the cannon.
Keep it serious, you know.
Maybe not. This is a good axe time. High damage. Enemy
Side
player
air,
on the
and
lance.
and light side air. Okay, goes for the side sig there. Didn't find the connection. Again, another cheese setup attempt not working. Kind of get one of those. You know what I mean? Oh, that did not look like it connected. We got a last stock moment here. Game 5, last stock between the 2. We got a weapon starve online. Gets the side light into the downlight for some nice damage. Trying to look for that side air for some more. Downlight pops up, and now the axe mirror comes online, getting bonked by the weapon toss, avoiding that
Great
open
dodge.
stick with a dodge. So crucial to keep yourself in this game. Stacking on top of your opponent. Dodges away from that side air. The side air misses again, but
Oh,
finally
that's gonna be it.
the 6-1. No one expects the 6-1.
Wow.
And Interstella is able to take game 5. What a close set. Silly Billy, congratulations for making the run happen. But unfortunately, falling at 7th place. That was quite a long set. Congratulations, honestly, to both players for making it through that one. Because that one felt long for us as casters. I can't imagine what that was like for the players who really fought for that one. I mean, we're going to see some highlights here, but it doesn't tell the whole story of the set. I mean, a game 5 fight till the end. So shout outs to both of the players. Unfortunately, that's going to be the end of the run for Silly Billy, who falls at 7th. But Interstella is going to move over into elimination side quarterfinals versus Oblivion, the person who sent Guichibu in the elimination side. So yeah, a pretty interesting matchup. You got to see some Cannon, we got to see some Olgrim and some Scarlet. So overall, a pretty diverse match for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the storyline here, aside from that match, which was a very long and intense match, we're just looking at Guichibu, seeing if Guichibu can tear through the losers bracket or the elimination bracket. I mean, I think that that's what it's all about. Keeping your eye on that, and also Oblivion, not like a relatively low seeded player for this top 8, and yeah, Oblivion, a player to watch here. Wondering if they can continue to push through their elimination bracket
as well. Yeah, of course, if both Oblivion and Guichibu win their next matches, we will see the run back happen. But before we get into the rest of elimination side quarterfinals, we are going to go to a short break. Coming up, we got Anime versus Guichibu for 5th place, so that's going to be a very exciting match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this ad break. We'll see you soon. Brawls West Coast. We got top 6 underway, but we got some a nice little graphic made by production. Shout out to Slow Motion for making this happen. We're streaming on his Switch. We got the previous sets. Jeff 3-0ing Anime on the Undertaker versus the Onyx. Guichibu with a 3-1 over Infin, who was playing Kaya. Guichibu was playing Linfei. And Silly Billy Interstella in a Game 5 nail-biter. Interstella was able to close out that set with the Ogrim. We got a couple matches coming up. We got elimination quarterfinals between Anime and Guichibu for 5th place, and then the other side of elimination side will be Oblivion versus Interstella. Oblivion, the person who sent Guichibu into the elimination side. And of course, in winners finals, we have Truck Stop Burrito on the Ogrim versus Jeff, the Thor or Undertaker. I'm PJ the Puff. I'm joined by Dad Sitter. Dad Sitter, how we feeling today, man? We got 2 more sets.
This next set is wild. I mean, this is the 1 seed and the 3 seed, or the 1 seed and the 4 seed, something like that.
For 5th place, yeah.
For 5th, that's not common. I mean, upsets always make tournaments interesting, and everybody loves them. But you gotta be upset a little bit if you were, one of the people seeded to win, and you're now fighting for your life and for 5th place.
No, for sure. I mean, it's going to be a very difficult match between the two, and that's, there's no way to understate that. Anime versus Guichibu have played 2 times in the past, both of the sets going to Guichibu, but both of them going to a Game 5. So last time they played was at Trial of Scotty, where it was a Game 5, 3-2 in Guichibu's favor, and also at Trial Boulder, which was ran by Moose Wars, which was a 3-2 as well for Guichibu. So although it's a 2-0 for Guichibu, it's been Guichibu actually, Anime has kept it very close, both times Game 5 situations. So it should be a very exciting match between the two. Excuse my hiccuping as we get into game number 1 between Anime and Guichibu.
Yeah, I would say that the game between Guichibu and Infin looked honestly really close. This doesn't seem like a dialed-in Guichibu, like a elimination bracket, all or nothing Guichibu right now, or at least it hasn't looked that way so far. I'm wondering if we're going to see a more locked-in, alert Guichibu that can really just crawl all the way back into Grands, or if this is going to be a very tight game and possibly even Anime's game. Into it immediately, we're seeing Onyx with the weapon control on the comfortable gauntlet pick there, finding a little bit of damage, but mostly just back and forth small trades from the 2 players. We see Linfei on their comfort weapon of the guitars. Nothing major has happened yet. I think there's a lot of footsies to be had in this matchup. We see sweat beads, but we're back. And here we finally get it started with a little open up from Linfei onto the Onyx.
What do you think is in that cannon?
It looks like Fanta.
Yeah, and it's weird because like the fire moves on the cannon kind of look like the same color.
It's the super squirter, so to speak.
Yeah, man, for sure. I mean, nonetheless.
Okay, the Fanta
nice
fountain.
Conversion. The Fanta fountain. Yep. Here we go. Gets the tap in there.
Yeah,
gets the gravity cancel side light.
Gonna be a KO on that one.
Guichibu's up a lot right now. This is big. R2D2 on the sidekick assist to get back to the stage for Anime. Oh man, I'm losing it here. Dad Sitter.
Yeah, I think R2D2 is like maybe a little overhyped of a character like in the Star Wars universe. What do you think? Does R2D2 carry?
R2D2 is definitely it's one of those things where it's like there's been so many iconic droids that have tried to be R2D2, so you kind of forget that he was the first. I think R2D2 is iconic.
Yeah, for sure.
I like him over C3PO.
I think knowing English is just an L if you're a droid.
Yeah. C3PO, the interpreter droid, if for those of you that are unaware. I believe they make an appearance in Brawlhalla as an emote, so some connection there. Nonetheless, D-Light into the dare to get some nice damage there for Anime, who's trying to make this comeback happen, but it's tough.
Yeah, I mean, I think just being always a little bit of a beat behind, but absolutely able to, with the gauntlets, catch up at any moment, and that's sort of the peaks that we have learned are possible with this weapon, and we've thrown it off stage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely looking like I said, this is maybe a more locked-in Guichabu than we've seen so far in this tournament. I'm seeing some really good choices being made and some really just consistency, low variance option select, and I think that is what we like to see on the fast, sort of controlled weapons.
Okay. Gets caught in that weapon toss. That's a scary spot to be in because it can lead into either a Qatar Sig or a recovery, but right now Guichabu looking pretty solid. Goes for the Gravitational Downlight to get back to the wall quicker. Anime, I feel like I'm gonna be completely honest here. I feel like Anime hasn't really been finding their groove. I'm kind of used to seeing Anime in a different kind of spot. I've known him as a very aggressive player, but you know, we haven't really seen that aggression come out in these last couple sets we were able to commentate. We'll see if maybe this controlled game plan is the next evolution for Anime as an Onyx player, but nonetheless, we'll see if they can make this comeback happen, which will be a pretty monumental one versus a player of Guichabu's caliber, number 3 PR in North America. So,
from what I've observed previously commentating, Anime is a player that likes to throw out moves sort of very far from the opponent in neutral, and then bait their whiff punish, and then turn it on them. I think it's a semi-common strategy, and it can get you pretty far. I think that when you're dealing with a player as fast as Guichabu and a character as fast and consistent as Lin Fei,
Player 2 wins.
wow, just grasp that game from the jaws of defeat. 2 different times hitting the downlight into Gauntlet recovery.
For the KOs.
We're gonna see it right here on the replay. This so slick to drift a little far forward, find the weapon after hitting the
unarmed downlight.
Yeah, the unarmed downlight, pick up the weapon and hit the recovery, which will take stocks quite a bit earlier than unarmed. That was a really fast and sort of sporadic game. I mean, I think that the lead went very clearly in Guichabu's favor, and Anime just, I mean, like I said, Gauntlet's such a good weapon at finding damage in clutch situations, and
that's what we saw. I mean, in the clutch situation, was able to find it. No, yeah, I know what you were saying, but something to note that the replays didn't show. Anime hit like 17 down airs. I don't know if you noticed that, but he had like 6 down airs as the only damage stacking move. I feel like Anime, in the attempt to make that comeback happen, just kept hitting cannon down airs, and it was enough damage that eventually on that unarmed downlight into recovery on the Gauntlet pickup weapon pickup, it ended up being enough to KO. So Anime, as you were saying, I don't know if it was today or yesterday, about a certain cannon player playing very down air heavy as opposed to side air heavy.
Yeah,
it's actually working out. Yeah, was it Anime as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Anime. It was the previous set.
Okay, cool. So yeah, Anime, as you were saying, like very down air heavy player, is also, you know, it worked out. You know what I mean, versus Guichabu. So
yeah,
you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. He hit 7 of them, and it eventually just did enough damage where the Gauntlet recovery would KO. So good stuff.
Yeah, if there ever was a character in this game, I would say that is a gamble to pick, it might be Onyx. Both of these weapons really relying on being in a groove and outplaying the opponent at every turn, and I think that, you know, they're both very low consistency weapons as far as, aside from the very infrequent, at least this tournament so far, the very infrequent downlight nair from Cannon. But aside from that, I mean, it's really just calling out movement and calling out defensive options.
Yeah.
They
did nerf.
like that nair right there. That's what, I mean, I see Anime do it a lot. Just like on the other side of the stage, completely away from the enemy in absolute neutral, just like doing a nair in place. And I think that the idea is to try to get the opponent to come in and punish, and then punish them for punishing you because it's not actually unsafe.
Yeah.
But what's happening is Guichabu is really fast with the reaction, and Lin Fei is an excellent character at running up, dashing forward, or jump dashing forward and then daring it. And we've seen that happen 2 or 3 times now.
They also just nerfed Cannon Nair, so they made it a lot laggier when you're doing it into the ground. So To add on to that strategy, it works well because when you nair on cannon that close to the floor, it makes you grounded, so you can immediately sidelight to punish their attempt to whip punish. But now it's a little bit less straightforward to do that. If you do it a little bit higher than an instant jump height, you won't find that lag penalty. But when you're doing it like directly into the ground, it becomes a lot more punishable. And I think that's part of why Guichibu has been able to punish it pretty consistently.
This is really a tight game, anybody's game.
Nice run up, downlight into the nair, just run
There
all
it
the way
is.
across the stage. Yeah, that's clean.
Downlight Nair for one of the first times in the tournament, considering there's been 2 or 3 cannon players in the bracket. I don't think I've seen that so far this top 8.
Ooh, gravity cancel downlight into the downlight into the gravity cancel and sig unarmed. The uppercut.
The classic, yeah.
Okay, here we go.
We're fishing.
Yeah.
Anime and the fish have entered an uneasy alliance against my wife.
Yeah, how so?
They... Well, see, the thing is... Don't do that to me.
What's a pretty even game? This is kind of the same situation we saw in the last game, where it's Guichibu has quite a lead, is just one hit away from ending the game, and then Anime picks up a cannon, does a lot of damage.
Wow,
but
yeah.
Guichibu's end sig
mean-
will find its mark, and that's going to make it a 1-1 set.
Just holding the movement button towards the enemy and then pressing an area. And we're gonna get punished for that.
How you feeling right now, Dad? How's the block going for you?
You know, I'm looking forward to. I mean, this is a good game. I mean, two canon legends, possibly one of the best cases for holding my attention span. I like watching anime play. I mean, I think that some of the mix-ups they're doing with the gauntlets are really entertaining. I'm loving this top 8 so far, especially this storyline of Guichibu getting upset so early. I mean, that's always something to keep the tournament interesting.
Yeah, it's cool. Like, I feel like cannon, one of those weapons that is underappreciated. I think everyone kind of has that, oh, when cannon was really broken, it was really lame, or people just didn't like it. So everyone has like that sour taste in their mouth from all the way back then. But I really enjoy watching cannon play at the top level. It's so interesting how a weapon that seems to be so all gas, no brakes, can tend to be very calculated and very controlled at this top level. It's always exciting to see. Get into this next game on Apocalypse. Is this our first Apocalypse game of our block? Apocalypse is my favorite map, so finally, very excited to finally see this one. As we got Anime and Guichibu both on their mains. I've known Anime to be, the Onyx player for a while, and it's cool to see both players that have heavily committed to their mains. To people that are known for only playing the Onyx in ones or only playing the Lin Fei. Coming here in elimination side, really showing why it's worth investing in a character. It's cool to see solo mains making it this far in the bracket. You can do it with just one in Brawlhalla. These two are definitely proof of that.
Yeah, I do think that individual character mastery is something that in this game people don't value as high as some other FGC titles. Partially because the characters all share, another character from the same weapon category will play vaguely the same, with some minor to major differences depending on your mileage. So it's very interesting to see saying like, no, Lin Fei can just do it. And I think that is probably true of all characters. And I've said this before, but I think Brawlhalla is so balanced. I really think that every single character and every single weapon combination can win majors in this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw someone like Sandstorm, who was able to make it work on Magyar, who people previously thought was the worst legend in the game, and was able to get 5th place at that one major. I think it was Trial of the Emir. So anyone can win, anything can happen here in Brawlhalla for sure, as we get to what is a very slow match, all things considered, between the two. Or a very slow game. We got a game 3. The set lead goes to this match, so it's a very important game. Of course, you want to win every game, but especially ones like this where you have that game 5 cushion, or the game 4 cushion, is so important.
Yeah, I do think 1-1 is the most interesting possible set count. Even if it's a 3-1, I think that game 4 is always, it's tense, but it's not that level of tensity where people are starting to have their hands shake. You know what I mean by that? I think that game 5 is a lot sloppier, but game 4's, like, intense game 4s often are, like, very locked in to very good players, I think that might be some of the best games, in history, might be game 4s.
No, I could definitely see that to be the case. Like you were saying, game 5 is when kind of all the spaghetti comes out, and that's when all of the nerves come into play. But here, this is where it really comes down to.
Okay, up about half a stock on Guichabu. Definitely, absolutely anybody's game. I mean, we saw Anime come back from greater than this game 1. Though it is interesting, it does seem like Guichabu has been in control of the lead for most of the set, if not all. Cannon, ditto, maybe a little funny to watch. I feel there was a lot of dare just pressed just now.
Okay. And this is feels like quite a long game. It's only been about 4 minutes, but it feels so back and forth. I mean, they're both not wanting to give away too much. It's nothing crazy really happening. And more of Anime just hitting one down air and just running, back to center, back to some controlled space. So interesting.
Yeah, both players, I think, recognize the importance of winning this game. Playing very, very slow and methodical in this end game here.
Ooh, double dare.
Good call out.
Oh!
Good slide off. Unarmed down sig slide off to take the stock, win the game. Going to game 4 with a 2-1 lead with Anime. I think, truly, Guichabu has seemed like they were in control of the game at all times. Except for when Anime hits the combo that wins the game.
Yeah, it's crazy to see how quickly things can slip away versus Anime, and good thing about taking it with the breakdance is you're kind of celebrating as you get that stock as well, because that's a big win for Anime for sure. That's you love to see that if you're Anime, because that's so much of a momentum change. You basically you're 1 game 3 stocks away from moving forward, eliminating Guichabu from the tournament, where now Guichabu has to win 2 in a row. So you kind of have that extra game to play with, or 1 less game you have to play in general. So we'll see what if Anime can lock down the set in a 3-1 fashion, or if Guichabu is going to make this comeback happen.
So Anime is playing Onyx, and Onyx is a gargoyle, right?
Okay.
So when Anime in last stock situations finds these very long combos, we could call that clutch rocks.
Is that what gargoyles are called?
What?
Oh, I thought you. Yeah, I guess that.
Like it's a rock, like it's a stone.
Yeah. No, I was real confused about that. I thought that's what gargoyles were called as well. I was like, that's insane. I didn't even know that. But
no.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the match.
Yeah, back to the match. We're on Miami Dome here, and Guichabu starting off pretty aggressively so far. A lot of forward movement, but man, a lot of damage. No, it's not a lot of damage being traded between the two for sure.
From the bottom to the top, or from the top to the bottom with the ground pound. I'd love to see that.
Get a hitbox out. Ground pound. Okay,
doing it again. Don't like to see it the second time. We're just lucky nobody got hurt.
I want Anime to win this game, by the way. I mean, I'm fully for the underdog story for the big upset factor. You know, we'll see if Anime can do it though. I've always been one of the biggest Anime supporters. I always support whatever tournament they're in. I'm always rooting for Anime, but right now Guichibu doesn't care about that because that insect comes in and that's going to be a stock taken.
Do you like Anime? Like Hunter x Hunter?
Not quite.
Yeah.
Nice end light there. Just for some nice damage, but Guichi would take it to the skies with that recovery into Nair recovery. And that's a downlight. Nair finally taking a stock for Anime. I've been talking about it a lot. I want to see more downlight Nairs from Anime, and finally it works out there. Big reversal, no dodge on Guichibu. Can Anime find the Nair? No, he doesn't. That would have been so big, and you lose your
stock. There was the
for
stock
it.
anyway.
Yeah, I think if you went for a ground pound there instead of a turnaround Nair, it could have been it. Dang, that's so unfortunate. Guichibu takes that quickly. This should be game 5 now. Oh no. Oh no.
Could be, I mean, we have been watching Anime come back from really hefty disadvantages. I mean, this is not the first time Anime has been down a stock this set.
He keeps trying to turn it with cannon down air. It's just not working.
But when it does, it causes them to win games. A little bit of a gamble, but it does seem to be playing off net.
Oh.
Close, and it gets it anyway. Wow, the jump, call out on the jump. I think Guichibu getting greedy, looking for the turnaround recovery for a little bit of bonus damage.
Here we go, last stock, game 4. Anime 1 stock away from taking this set. Guichibu has to take this stock to force a game 5. We'll see if he can do it. Nice end light from Anime. Tries to go for the dodge behind Cider to send it to the other way. Guichibu going for the dodge. Away read, didn't find it on Anime, and you know, they're both going for those big reads. They're both making their attempts, but nothing big is being given by either player, and it's very back and forth. Nice D-light into down air for some extra damage. Go back and forth so far.
Almost
reading the
gets the
dodge. Yeah.
Still gets the guitar recovery, weapon swap, or like weapon toss to pick up a new weapon into the cannon recovery. That was very fast. That would have been very hard to avoid. Game 5 it is. I mean, I think this is the storyline of this set, is that Anime loses and then miraculously wins. I'm wondering if we'll see it for a third time. The game was so very Guichibu favored, and then suddenly it looked like Anime was going to take it, and then one clutch combo found Anime losing an early stock at the very end.
All right, well, we'll see what this game 5 has in store for us here. See a lot of cannon on the side of Onyx and a lot of guitars for Guichibu. It's really both of the players playing into their strengths into this game 5 as we get still the Linfei and Onyx locked in. We'll see what stage we get. How much do you think stages matter here as a cannon player?
I don't really. I mean, I think that specifically in these matchups, you're not really too fearful of a person that's able to play underneath platforms. Like with Linfei, I don't think using platforms as cover is really effective with guitars or cannon or gauntlets. So I think that generally all stages are neutral, and they both have their strongest KOs off the top and off the bottom. And I don't think too many maps would favor one of them over the other as far as that goes. I think we've seen very relatively few KOs off the side in this matchup. Like all the way through and through, maybe only a couple from cannon side airs.
Man, I was just talking about how much the cannon has meant for Anime here, but right now the Anime gauntlets are really online. They just do so much damage. It's about 100 damage.
Yeah, Anime known for the gauntlets. Definitely a very strong gauntlet player. Wow, that was tricky. It resulted in so little, but that was so tricky.
Okay, going for the recovery there off the sideline. Didn't find the connection. For this first stock means so much. A clash comes in
They
there.
clapped.
Boom. Oh, we didn't see it. I feel like Anime kind of had that scout out, or almost in position to scout out that dodge, but didn't find the read after. And now the cannon mirror comes online. Very difficult to punish that N-Sig. Anime just takes the stage instead. Ooh, nice snare catch on the jump back.
Yes.
Okay, Anime with the lead. This is important. See, the cannon is the one to stay on.
For the first time in the set, Anime up a stock.
Yeah. No better time to do it than game 5.
Slowing it down. Great nair. Wow, so much damage.
Ooh.
That is
Ooh,
the
that's your
gauntlet
dodge.
half pipe.
Yeah, it's more of a pogo stick, you know, very up and down.
Yeah, didn't turn it around.
The trampoline.
Could have. I think probably would.
Oh, dude, that's-
Ooh, from behind. Gets scooped up.
My favorite sig in the game for sure, that side sig. You know that about me.
Yeah, I like it too.
Okay, here's the big side light. We'll see the Guichibu half pipe attempt going for that side air to send off stage. The sweat beads come out,
Wow,
and
that
Anime
was...
one
This is a
stock
full
away.
stock.
It's a one stock away from finally winning a game 5 versus Guichibu. Finally beating someone that's up 2-0 against him and making the biggest upset in Anime's career, maybe, because this is PR number 3. This is a very, very big win. If you can make this happen here at Beard to Brawl West Coast, we'll see if Anime is able to find this one last stock. The downer comes out for Guichibu to get back to the stage. The dodge gets expended, going high there, gets the cider on the ground
Big
pound.
potential.
Anime makes
Good
the
dodge
big
through.
sig call out, or the sig read, didn't find it. Oh my goodness.
Either way, we love this extra credit.
Can we lock this in as Anime? We've seen what Guichibu can do with just one big guitar opening. Gets the down air there, goes back to the stage, not wanting to get reversals.
Oh,
the sweat
barely
beats
not
come
touching
out.
the wall.
You don't have anything that KOs right now besides a sig from Anime, so I think Guichibu is not in the worst of spots. You're unarmed right now, getting hit by the guitars. This is where the nerves are coming online. This is where
I see
Guichibu
it.
eats you alive for it. The recovery comes in, gets the down air as well. The dodge up from Anime, goes for the big side sig on the cannon. Didn't find the connection. Down like into nair. It's not enough quite yet.
KO
One
yet.
more nair is all you need to take this set over Guichibu. Guichibu, guitars in hand, looking for that big side air, looking for the
Oh, that's it.
opportunity to send off stage.
Wow.
Anime takes it
Covering
finally.
the dodge up to the platform. Anime playing fantastic that set.
That was so sick.
Especially game 5. Wow. Way to lock in. It looked really hairy that last stock. I saw some unarmed ground pounds that maybe weren't the most necessary, but Anime just taking it and almost convincing. I would say I'm convinced. Are you convinced?
Yeah, I'm convinced, man. My dog is convinced too. He popped off for the Anime win as well. That was really a really good showing from Anime, who, I mean, just showed that they're able to contend with Guichibu. They're finally all 3 of their sets have gone game 5, and finally Anime coming up with the better of it. So congrats to them.
Yeah, what a set. Looking forward, this is Oblivion and Interstella in elimination quarterfinals. We saw Interstella barely squeaking out a victory against Silly Billy in the previous round, being taken to game 5, probably a little spent. I'm wondering if Interstella can really hold it together. Oblivion hasn't played in about an hour, so I mean on stream anyway. So I'm wondering if we're fully properly reset on Interstella for this next game after such a grueling game 5. It went so long. I don't know if you remember. It was just a little bit ago. Interstella versus Silly Billy, game 5, almost game 5 last stock.
Yeah.
I wonder how we're gonna be looking here.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, Oblivion is the person that was able to upset Guichibu and actually send Guichibu into elimination side, where Anime was able to finish the job. And now Interstella on the Ulgrim once again versus the Sakura on Oblivion. So should be a interesting matchup. I anticipate a very slow match again. I think whenever I see an Ulgrim, I tend to see a lot slower matches, and I think that might still hold true here. We'll see what happens.
2, 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the classic case of the heavy versus the light. This is a, one chaotic character that really strives on big mix-ups and finding only a couple important neutral interaction victories, and another character that is just completely capable of owning all of the space on the stage and never being touched, but the onus is on them to not ever make a defensive mistake. If you do make a defensive mistake as Oblivion here, you are in big trouble, and that's what you're hoping for. That's what it's all about. It's to just find that correct mix. I think playing it nice and slow in the very beginning of this set, and wow, decisive stock taken off of the bottom. We saw a couple Qatar dares in a row, and I think maybe a little too slow into the match, Interstella, so far. I think probably trying to feel out the opponent. There's definitely some downloading going on. I can see it. But if you play that slow and that sort of lethargic, you're going to end up losing a stock a little earlier than you'd like to. Dropping this edge guard, I don't think we look for any damage yet. We take center stage. Nice combo. Getting some cheeky damage. This is a lot of extra credit. Not even really at stock loss risk yet. Okay, now we are on the Lin Fei, the Sakura. Collecting another Katars. Cycling out another cannon. Excellent weapon management from the Sakura here. I mean, as soon as this stock does get taken, which you're looking for some more extra credit, there it is. And this is always scary as Ulgrim. You don't want to be below. Okay. Barely doesn't get the stock. Sakura in complete control of this game so far. You've really got to find this. I mean, you're probably looking for an end light with the axe or a side air. Doesn't quite take it yet either. Recovery, ground pound, end light, side air, pick one. Down light it is. Thank you.
Yeah.
So much damage on the Sakura. So we're looking at a handy lead, but it's going to be hard. You have to work for your KOs for sure as Sakura. I mean, there's not a lot of KO options aside from that one, but it's not going to become alive until
like right now on damage.
Probably another 30 damage, maybe now.
Yeah.
It's close. Maybe a bit of an error in the movement there from the Ulgrim. Do we have a dog ate my controller moment? I'm not sure.
It ate the whole thing, dude. It was terrible. It was gone. Really scary. I don't know what exactly happened, but I looked away and he did. That's a messed up image, man. Kirby'd it. It's tough. Okay, down there into the recovery, and the recovery, my homework
okay.
there, stock. The
one
Ulgrim
stock to one
recovery.
stock.
Yeah.
Still up by about a half of the stock on Sakura. Definitely appreciating that early lead that we had right now if we're the Lin Fei player. Oblivion having to just still work very hard to not get caught in the Ulgrim trap and to just get these small hits that are going to result in this stock finally being taken, because we're still pretty relatively far away. I'm thinking 2 or 3 more neutral interactions. All you're thinking about is how do I rack up the damage, because there really is no KO right now. And there's the damage, and now we start fishing. And this is where you like to be, I think, if you're a guitar player.
Mm-hmm. Recovery. Okay, end light recovery or side
there it is.
sig. My favorite sig. The guitar side sig on the Sakura is going to take this. Take the game as a very untimely, unfortunate self-destruct or accident from Interstella made it so that that lead just became so much bigger. Because even though Interstella was able to force a last stock situation, I feel like the momentum is something big to be talked about on the side of Oblivion, who definitely won that one.
Dog ate my controller. It's really funny.
He like jumped up. Never done that before. Yeah, that's scary.
Yoink. See, the funny thing is, my dog actually did eat my girlfriend's controller, just not like the whole thing.
Yeah,
but,
just kind of like.
It's no longer a PS4 controller. Like, you can't use it.
Oh, really? It took out the SOCD clearing.
Yeah, one of the sticks was gone, and one of the triggers was gone. I mean, we found them in little bits on the floor. No. That would be cool if it did. No, I believe that it's actually just a plug-and-play PC controller now. No. Yeah, it's really. I mean, it's just so simple when you know how. Well, that's the thing is that the Sony specific parts are the tastiest. That's why. So we're going right back into it. Ulgrim versus Sakura. Oblivion up a game that looked possibly very even, but we saw an unfortunate not self-destruction in this game. Accident. Unfortunate accident from the Ulgrim sliding off of the stage and falling. Playing a lot faster right into this game on the Ulgrim. I'm loving to see this energy. I think that the slow movement and maybe there was a little bit too much of this game one, like feeling out my opponent, slowing the game down just to observe how they like to move. I think that that's a pretty common strategy. We all saw it in Ping Pong the Animation. You download the opponent game one and then you go all in game 2 and 3. But what I do know is that this Ulgrim is now moving, and I think as soon as we get on this Lance, we're going to be seeing some serious damage.
Yeah, speaking of accidents,
There it is.
I disconnected there. But yeah, as you said, once the Lance came online, once with all that movement, it's enough.
Stock immediately taken. Big lead for the Ulgrim. You really don't like to see that if you're the Sakura player here, because it's just such a mountain to climb and to take every single one of these Ulgrim stocks.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, a lot of movement here, a lot of grounded movement from the Ulgrim, a lot of jump baiting from from Oblivion here to try to make this happen. Try to bait out a side air or side light and whiff punish it with down air. That's a classic guitar versus Lance motif. We'll see if it comes into effect here. A lot more down airs though. Okay, it's a nice open up there, catching the dodge away.
Call out.
Side stick attempt, didn't find it.
Unpunished.
Big turn.
That one does get punished. Not hugely though. I mean, I think that you're really trying to hang on to this stock, but I don't know if it's going to quite be possible. Wow, barely misses that on the dodge through.
Really
Okay,
slowing
that should
down
be
the
a
pace
stock.
of the matches
Yeah.
Interstellar. I think there's something to be said about their willingness to just jump to the wall and like slow it down and make it so that Oblivion either has to just wait or make a really risky offstage play to make any damage happen.
Yeah, so much damage on the Sakura already. I mean, probably at KO percent. Like side light, down light, side sig. Definitely a mix up that could just result in a KO. I think you're looking for Ulgrim down axe right now. There it is. Oh, barely doesn't take the stock.
Thought it
It's
would.
on the wrong side of the stage to the very corner. Excellent TI. Just kidding.
That'd be messed up if a SIG had so many hits in it that it actually activated DI in this game. You know about that, right, Shirley?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay. Nice double side light, goes for the third one on the attempt to read a dodge away. Swift beats come out from both players, but no stock is taken as a result to that, and there's decided to close out that stock. I feel like we're getting a game 5 here. What do you think?
Yeah. I'm not sure. It could be, honestly, it could be 3-1 Interstellar at this rate. I think Interstellar definitely unlocked something in between game 1 and 2. This is a much better, faster playing Ulgrim. We didn't see any of these floor shenanigans on the floor, holding space and tricking up, using tricky movement. We mostly just see, oh man, great job weapon guarding on the Sakura. Probably gonna get this one, yes. With the axe in hand, Ulgrim jumping in the corner unwaveringly, finding the neutral opening, and almost evening the damage. Quite frankly, with 2 hits.
Okay, nice recovery there, kind of winning that air joust interaction. The ground pound comes in, and the damage is so close just because of the fact that Ulgrim is able to just dish out so much damage.
Oh, big turn!
There it
Like a
is.
neutral dodge.
All right, well, Oblivion proving us wrong. We both saw this being a clear game win for Interstellar, but Oblivion was able to take that and make it a 2-0 set right now.
It played excellently in that last stock, just really not getting hit quite at all. Only, I think, losing 1 neutral interaction in the entire last stock. And then on the third neutral interaction loss, using a clever dodge in place to get the turn and take the stock. Yeah, you can see in the number differential, I mean, quite a bit more damage. More so the first game, but this game as well, a little bit more damage having to be dealt by Oblivion. I mean, and all of it on Katars. I mean, this game even more so than the last one, we didn't see any cannon. Which I think is where you're looking to be if you're Lin Fei, especially against a heavy hard-hitting character, Axe, Ulgrim. You don't really want to be on your slow, highly likely to whiff and get punished cannon. You'd much rather be on the fast, defensive Katars there.
I feel like also it's a product of Lin Fei's stat profile. I feel like, does cannon get anything from being 9 dex? I feel like not, right?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, so it's like, why would you even...
There actually was, like, week 1, cannon gets dropped, and people were finding, like,
3, 2,
from one side of the stage to the other blast zone, true combo, or, like, one-read combos with the 9 dex Lin Fei. But that is old cannon with old cannon sidelight. It's completely gone.
I see. So yeah, I feel like the Katars definitely is better on high dex, so it makes sense that Sakura, you kind of lean on to the Katars a lot more than the cannon. You're pretty low damage as well on the cannon, and well, on Sakura in general. Nice side
Taking
air
our
again,
time
Dragon.
this game.
I like it.
I think that the Ulgrim choosing to slow it down again. I mean, I'm wondering if this is a choice or just a little bit of fatigue from the previous game 5, like I had mentioned, because the fast Ulgrim I definitely think was what was causing the game to be won, but now we're just slowing it all the way down, sort of pressing a lot more buttons and looking at the opponent a little bit less, and finding ourselves getting hit quite a bit.
Nice recovery there. Ooh, the movement. Love to see it.
Yeah, this is the movement that we should be looking for from both players here. I mean, you're not going to get in against the Katars. You're not going to find enough space to approach the Katars properly unless you're really mixing up the movement. And likewise, if you're playing as tricky as you can with the Katars, I mean, you're more likely to be able to keep him from really getting in on you with the Ulgrim.
Nice avoidance there, and good punish. The attempt to go for the Lance recovery getting completely punished by the Nair. Good stuff.
Oh, just go for the weapon. That's okay.
Oh, big downer. Big double dare. Let's tap this one in. Oh, no. You end up losing your stock for it, and it does so little damage because you're playing Lin Fei. Oh, man. That's such a big...
that's tough.
That's a big turn for the Ulgrim, I feel like.
That's tough. I definitely think a weapon guard could have led to quite a bit of extra credit, but, I mean, I totally, absolutely respect just going for it. We've seen Lin Fei this set, especially this tournament, but this set... getting some pretty ridiculous offstage conversions.
All right. It's not a great spot right now for either player. I feel like you don't have a lot of confidence here as either player to like really snowball any of this lead. I feel like you have a slight lead on Sakura, but it doesn't mean much. And Interstellar really slowing the game down like a lot. And I think that's definitely playing into the strengths of Ulgrim. I feel like this is one of the legends that is designed to play slow always. And it's just kind of one of the products of the current meta. Like, why not just go on the wall all the time with Lance? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, going for the down sig, trying to call out Interstellar, maybe going back to the wall there. Instead, it didn't work out. And nice end light into the recovery. Goes for the chase in.
Almost finds it.
Neither people make a big read there, though.
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Absolutely one more neutral interaction for the Ulgrim to take it.
Drops it.
Oh, unless they drop. Yeah, that could be huge because it's looking like it might be the Ulgrim stock for it.
Okay,
Nice.
There's the N-Sig from Oblivion to call out that jump. And one stock away from playing anime in losers semi-final or elimination side semifinals. So we'll see if you can make this one happen as Oblivion. Interstellar has quite a bit of a journey to make in order to get themselves into elimination side semifinals. One does not simply walk into elimination side semifinals here at Bearded Brawl West Coast. Gotta face down this reverse 3-0. I mean, you're 2 stocks. You know, it's not over yet. Interstellar has been playing very well in this tournament, but like you said, the fatigue might be catching up to Interstellar.
Ooh,
Okay, there's a recovery. Gets the pinball.
that is one way to get a stock.
Yeah. Why not just sit on the wall? You know what I mean? And like
Yeah.
you're more willing to go off stage there as Oblivion because you're up a stock and you can potentially, you know, get a nice little edge guard gimp with the guitars, but there it doesn't work out and you get caught with it. Why not just sit on the wall? Okay,
A lot of nair.
Yeah. It's not as, you know, long range as the spear nair, but it's a lot faster, both in the startup and the end lag. The frame 7 side light on the guitar as well. Very fast legend, very fast weapon. Okay, that's the nair. Sweat beads come out, gets hit again to get a dodge back. And my head's hurting watching this. I mean, this is so difficult.
This is looking hairy for the Sakura. But surviving that interaction could be the game. I mean, you have to find another, and there it is. The exhausted recovery. The end act, like the very last active frames of the exhausted recovery, finding it pretty funny. Probably would have got hit by that. I don't think I would have expected it to be so long lasting. And it looks like we're gonna see the Ahsoka come out on the Asiri crossover skin. Looking for like probably just a little bit more damage, a little bit more consistency in ability to take stocks with a sword. Yeah, I think the Sakura looked good. I mean, it won the first 2 games.
Yeah. We're not seeing any legend swaps here. We're just gonna go right back into it.
No, yeah,
quickly.
right back into it with the Sakura. I was wrong.
Yeah.
Which is good because I like the Sakura. I feel like it was definitely playing well. Sakura specific things that were going well was, I think most of the KOs so far this set were taken with Cannon there on the Sakura side. So getting that up might be a little bit of a burden to bear.
1, brawl.
But we don't have to ponder on that because we are right back into it. Same 2 characters. Game 4. This is where it's really all or nothing. You do not want to go game 5 here if you're Sakura. That's when the nerves come out. But you do not want to get 3-1 here if you're Ulgrim. So this is a very important match for the set.
I like this play from Oblivion, and I mean, Interstellar, very clearly a friend of the wall, is continuing to play around it.
Yeah, super confident offstage, both players. I don't think we've seen too many of the offstage interactions result in KOs. I think it's just a lot of damage swing.
And a
Maybe
lot of
couple
time
from
wasted.
Ulgrim. Yeah, that's true.
Like, it really slows down the pace of the match to just, like, sit and really, like, kind of stall out the time with the wall. It really plays into Ulgrim's game plan very well.
Yeah,
time is a
like,
resource
I mean,
too, you know. Yeah.
We have been seeing, and we will continue to see, probably this Sakura going up a stock. Nothing that we're not used to. Absolutely winnable for the Ulgrim with just this much deficit. And you're really just looking to see if you can rack up some damage. Get some extra credit on this stock as a Sakura.
Good to see Interstellar on the axe playing a more aggressive plan to get back to the center stage and kind of content to knock the stock out. And an unfortunate self-destruct.
Unfortunate accident in game 4. Down 1 stock to 3. 2 games to 1. Looking a little desperate for the Ulgrim and finding a nice string in the air. Maybe Oblivion feeling themselves a little bit. You still have to tap this in. Don't forget, this isn't an Ulgrim. You can mess up in neutral at 6 times and lose the game.
Mm-hmm. Nice there into the end light to get some nice damage there. Another Nair comes out from the Ulgrim and just racks on the damage.
A little bit of a hard commitment read. I really respect it. I mean, it's so low probability to get punished. Given the any other defensive option would usually not put the Sakura in a position to punish.
Okay, there's the recoveries both coming out, going high to avoid the Ulgrim recovery. Nice snare. Oh, there's the big N-Sig. There's some nice damage for the Ulgrim who's looking to equalize here. Another N-Sig comes
says
out.
I have that too.
Yeah, mine's better. Side Sig doesn't find its mark. The unarmed Nair sends away. Sakura able to land back, dodges through that axe,
Nice.
side air, and with the end light into
is
recovery, Oblivion takes the set in a 3-1 fashion. Clean stuff. An unfortunate accident from Interstella was just too big of a burden, and Oblivion was able to knock that one through and move forward into elimination side semifinals. Congratulations to Oblivion on that one.
Yeah, GG's only.
Yeah.
I mean, it was though on the numbers say that it was not that close, it was a close set. I think that unfortunate accident in game 1, or was that game 2?
Mm-hmm.
Game 2 and game 4.
Really
huge bummer.
Yeah.
Definitely curious what a peak condition tip-top Interstella, how they would perform against Oblivion in another future match. But anyway, Oblivion continuing into the bracket. What do we have next? Our winners finals against Truck Stop versus Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about this match?
It's going to be good. Truck Stop versus Jeff is going to be, the Ulgrim, I'm assuming from Truck Stop seed number 2 of the tournament, the highest seed still in the bracket, versus Jeff, who's playing Undertaker, which is the Thor crossover. In elimination side semifinals, we're going to have Anime versus Oblivion. Anime is playing the Onyx. Oblivion is playing the Lin Fei. So Anime just beat Guichibu 3-2 in a game 5. All 3 of their sets in the past have gone game 5, and Anime for the first time beating Guichibu in a game 5 set versus Oblivion, who's coming in with the Lin Fei. So we have a lot of great matches coming up, but that's all for us, Dad Sitter. It was a great time commentating another West Coast Bearded Brawl with you. Is there anything you want to say before we head out here?
I had fun. I just want to say shout out Slow Motion for putting on a great tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Shout outs Brawlhalla. And the shout outs PJ the Puff at PJ the underscore or Puff underscore PJ on Twitter.
Yeah, thank you all so much. It's always a pleasure to be commentating Brawlhalla. Once again, this tournament is brought to you by Brawlhalla Community Events, so shout out to them for providing the money so that we can all, make this happen. And shout out to all the bracket runners, all the production staff, and of course Slow Motion for putting on a great show. It takes a lot more people than just me and Dad Sitter to make a show like this happen. And yeah, it's a great time. We got top 4 coming right after we do this caster swap. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll be right back though with the rest of top 4 here at West Coast Bearded Brawl. See you soon.
Welcome back. We are here in this Bearded Brawls West Coast number 2. I'm here, Snipe Socks myself, with Elthazar. We are here in the winners semifinals. We got Jeff versus Truckstop Burrito. I keep wanting to say Anime, but no, Jeff was the one who beat Anime in winners semifinals 3-0 to get into this spot to fight Truckstop Burrito. So, Elthazar, how's it going, man? What's the vibes right now?
Honestly, I'm pretty excited. I really don't see a lot of West tournaments all the time,
Right?
and I feel like, you know, the way you're saying everything, it makes me hyped up. I'm seeing new names. I'm seeing people beating other pros. Like, this is gonna be interesting.
No, for sure. It is really hype, and it is something that's very uncommon too. It's like West Coast, that very small majority of the Brawlhalla community that you don't really hear too much about. And I mean, $500 tournament, that's not too bad. Half a thousand, you know, half a rack, that's not too bad. So we definitely got some top West players up in here. We love to see that. Jeff being one of them, and going up against Truckstop Burrito, I believe, is from New York. So it's also really cool to see that dynamic. It's like an open tournament, right? It's public. So East players can enter, but they're on that higher input lag. They're on that higher ping. So it's kind of like, okay, we got the West players that have been grinding on these East servers to play in these majors, but now it's like roles are reversed in this community tournament. So it's kind of like interesting to see how that all plays out.
Yeah, we got Jeff PR 38 and Truckstop Burrito currently PR 12. pretty close, I'll be honest. Do you have any opinions on like how Jeff could do against this matchup? I feel like, Truckstop Burrito has always been very interesting to see, especially because he's the kind of player that likes to switch around different characters. But me personally, the only thing I know about Jeff is that level 100 Thor right there. So gotta be careful with that. Gotta watch out.
And that's not something you see very often. Like Thor players, not too often, right? Like you don't come across them. So level 100 Thor, Jeff holding it down for sure. It's a pretty big PR difference. If we were to look at it like numbers wise, you would think, okay, Truckstop might kind of run away from this. But like I said, it's that West diff, and Jeff holding it down for Cali. Truckstop on the East Coast, higher ping. So that's always going to come into play. It's going to be hard to say, man. I do believe Truckstop has been on the Ulgrim, has been kind of on that Lance Jeff, known on that level 100 Thor, so he's going to be on that Orb a lot, on that Hammer. As for matchup-wise, I could see it going either way. Tournament day really kind of depends on who's down to play the best on that day. But genuinely, if I'm going to be honest, I do think that higher ping is going to come into play, especially with that 3-0. Looking at the Star GG bracket, Jeff with a 3-0 onto Anime, who is like PR 8. Like he's top 10 PR. And Jeff didn't even drop a single game against him in that set to get here right now. So looking at that, I feel like Jeff is like looking pretty good to make grands as of right now.
Honestly, I agree. That's a really, really impressive feat, and especially considering the whole lag difference and the change of region. I feel like now that you mention it, that ping difference is definitely going to be a factor to take into consideration, especially because, Jeff got the Orb, and I feel like Orb is a weapon that has a lot of potential, especially in the air for strings and stuff like that. And not being able to like dodge in time, not being able to react the way you want is definitely going to be a setback for Truckstop if he wants to like play around, especially with the rocket lens.
That's a really good point. I didn't even think about that. Orb is super quick frame data. He's got like no delay. Jeff is like big chilling on the West servers, like, let's get this. This is my tournament. And Truck is like all the way in New York on the other side of the country on that big rocket lens.
East side versus West side,
Quite literally, yeah.
It's the rap beef battle of Brawlhalla.
Battling it out from both sides of the coast. That's the thing, though. It's like it's not really even technically because they're not playing on central servers, right? If they were like meeting in the middle, then I guess, but numbers-wise, ping-wise, it would go towards Jeff. But if we're looking at like ranking-wise, like pure, major tournaments, then it would go towards Truck. So it's hard to say.
I mean, yeah, you always gotta take into consideration those earnings, so that PR placement. But then again, I mean, just to give you an example, we had Impala being PR 10 against the PR 1 and PR 2 of two different regions, and he was able to take BCX. So I'm just saying it's not really impossible to see a different outmatch right here.
No, for sure. The underdogs coming on top. And I mean, like, Impala wiped them, too. He came out on top of that tournament going crazy, and, like, that was not expected at all. So that's a good example, for sure. No doubt.
Yeah, like, honestly, that was one way to come back to BCX after COVID.
Oh, yeah. Like,
that's
no
BCX
lands,
2022 in my heart.
PR 10. Yeah, no, that was crazy. Because they had that mid-season invitational before BCX, but it was only, like, the very tippity top of the PRs can make that. I don't even think Impala made that mid-season 2022, that first LAN back, but the open LAN, the big world championship, it just came through and like wiped everyone. So the underdog story is definitely always cool to see, kind of that underseeded person come on top, but we'll have to see, man. As of right now, I don't know what's going on here. I know Jeff has been chilling in the lobby for a minute. We got Truck maybe kind of doing something, maybe playing some ranked or something, pulling up to the scene. I'm not too sure.
Honestly, yeah, I find it kind of weird he's not in the lobby as well. I'm kind of trying to check with the technical if they have any comments about it. All right,
he's pulling up.
The voices you let me know that he's on his way. But anyhow, while Trusted make his way here, I wanted to say now that I'm seeing the level 100 Thor. Thor is a legend I'm very conflicted about because like I've never liked him, not because
damn.
No, but hear me out. I never liked him because I didn't like playing against him. Recently I've started playing him, especially because I'm trying to like pick up hammer practice and such, and honestly it's a really interesting character, especially because you can really play around with those signatures.
No, for sure. The signatures are crazy because they're like all over the place. You got some projectiles on the hammer. The orb is like sending you flying in the air with the N-Sig. definitely crazy and kind of a wild card too. So I could see why you don't really like fighting Thors. It's like you never really know what you're gonna expect when you.
It's like that kind of character, just like Queen Nai or some other like really tricky characters that you only see once in a while. So you're never like completely experienced against.
No, that's
them.
fair. That's a fair point, for real, definitely. And it's like on the other hand, we got Truckstop coming up in here, level 100 himself, but the Olgrim. It's like that's a legend we see kind of a lot, right? In 1s and 2s, Olgrim is always going to be present, but at this top level, Truckstop Burrito, he's got that down to a science. He's got that Olgrim down to a nutshell. So we're going to be seeing that level 100 Olgrim against this level 100 Thor coming up in here. Game number 1. Truckstop is here, ready to duke it out. Game number 1. Map bans are out, coming to Apocalypse. Here we go.
I'll be honest with you, those yellow titles for the names are starting to grow on me, and the game finally sets in. We got Jeff grabbing the first weapon shortly after Truckstop Burrito getting the axe. Pretty fair exchange so far.
You know, back to the yellow titles, I gotta say, definitely growing on me a bit too. Started off kind of, you know, looking a little questionable, but they definitely are looking at more nice, repping that expertise. And it is looking pretty even coming in this game 1. The dares are coming out, the axe and light is coming out, the recoveries on both sides. No connection. Got the lance into the weapon throw. Would have been nice if you got some sort of conversion off that. The D-Sig on edge. That's the Jeff classic, going for that gravity cancel side stick on the orb, but a hard punish. And Jeff is at a bit of a deficit here in this game 1.
Honestly, yeah, I feel like Jeff is going a little bit too out of his way to try and connect some attacks, and that's really putting Truckstop Burrito in a position where he can really find the punish. Although, at the beginning of the match, I wanted to mention, I'm seeing that what I mentioned is kind of happening with the Orb, that Truckstop Burrito is really finding a hard time to like get answers against those aerials, especially because of the difference on region.
And that's the thing too, is like just it's gonna come out way quicker than his axe and his lance too. I think we were both kind of mentioning that. The D-Light ground pound confirming that first stock on both sides, evening that up too. But yeah, definitely, I could see Jeff definitely using that orb into play and playing those aerials out kind of quicker. And his hammer on the other side is going to be almost just as good as his orb. He's got that D-Light NSIG classic signature. Is going to be a true combo on Thor. Not too many hammer legends are going to have that true combo with the signature on top of it. Jeff looking pretty good, but Truck coming back behind with this lance.
Honestly, another thing to take into consideration is the fact that, you know, in terms of deficit of damage, that's Sayer taking the second stack from Truckstop Burrito, putting Jeff above, by the way. I really like to see how Jeff is like trying to make sure that he has the orb whenever he pulls out either the locked rocket lance or the axe, because the main deficit that we have right now is the fact that Olgrim can really output a lot more damage than Thor, and so a few hits from him can really just balance out the game pretty easily.
Yeah, most definitely. He's hitting like these sideline nairs on true combo on lance. Same with axe as well. He's got sideline nair true, both weapons, and I mean that's like 30 damage a piece. Comes back to the stage, hits that Sayer big, you know, to the dome piece, and that's not going to be enough quite yet. Jeff's still on 2 stocks, but absolutely. The higher damage buildup is going to be there. Jeff's still winning a lot of these neutral engagements and holding this lead as well, narrowly getting around these punishes. And you can see the quick dodges, like you said, kind of the region diff. Like he's just really quick on these dodges. Drops the D-Light NSIG. I don't think I've ever seen Jeff drop that in my life. I've known him for a good 3 years. He doesn't drop those, man. Truck with the punish, the cider on lance, and now he's in the red. He's got a little bit of a mountain to climb if he wants to take this stock onto Jeff, but is definitely doable. Holding central stage on this lance. Jeff trying to make something happen on this orb.
That dodge in, getting punished right there by the rocket lance. Gotta be careful. Those D-Lights are connecting very much. That sidelight Sayer finally putting a little bit of space between both of them. But still, Jeff, just like I mentioned before, that damage buildup going up pretty fast. Getting that read on the sideline nair into the downer. I feel like the switch into the hammer is probably the smartest play that he can take, especially because that kill confirmed. D-Light Sayer taking the first game for Jeff.
Solid dub. I think Truck really started like making his way back into that. I was surprised. I'm not gonna lie. Like he started kind of igniting that lance, hitting those true combos, getting those dodge reads. Jeff held it down at the very end, said, I have this lead. I've been, you know, rocking it. And gets the confirm, takes that game 1 towards his name. 1-0 in favors of Jeff. but I feel like with the region lock with the lead, that's not, that was a close game. This could really be anyone's set. What are you thinking?
Honestly, I agree a lot with you. I like these kind of games a lot about like the semi-pros and stuff because you really can't tell who's going to be taking the win.
It's tough, yeah.
Like, did you see the off-putting matches with like somebody taking the lead and then somebody gets it back, and it's like you never truly know if we're gonna go into a game 4 or game 5, especially because it's just a game of who can adapt to who first. And especially in this scenario, we got 2 really good players with their best main at a level 100, just trying to outsmart the other, trying to show who can be on top.
Absolutely. Level 100 is a lot of time, too. I don't think some people realize, like, that's a lot of hours playing this video game on one singular character, too. So it's like they got this down to a science. They've been playing this rank. They've been playing these tourneys, and they're down duking it out right here in this Bearded Brawls. We love to see that deep in this winner's side set, too. That's the thing. It's like whoever wins this is going to make it grand finals winner's side. That is the set you want to win. You want to be in that position to only have to take one more set to win the whole tournament. So they're running it back. Game 2, Apocalypse. Jeff still hitting these downlight N6. Another
N6.
He say, don't fly above me with those Lancers because I got that covered with this N6.
Now that you mention it, honestly, I feel like Truckstop is trying to go a lot for the Reach Sair, like the jump Reach Sair, and it's not really working out, especially with those N6. I'm surprised he hasn't tried to like change his strategy.
It's kind of difficult. I feel like with Lance, like you only have so much, right? It's like Lance, you got the Sairs, of course, you got the Diz, you got the grounded kid, but I feel like for the most part, you're using those big hitboxes, and it definitely seems like Jeff definitely has that kind of countered right now. Looking for that bounce off the wall would have been nice. Truck timing that dodge, still making it back, getting that unarmed ground pound, and it's still so even. The Lance Sair is actually going to give it in his favor, and like I said, it's like relatively even. I mean, they're going right back and forth.
And right now, Truckstop Burrito finally taking the lead of the game for the first time, I believe, in this set. And now Jeff honestly doesn't have a lot of difference in damage. He can definitely find the kill confirm, and Truckstop Burrito almost falling off the stage right there. Switches back to the orb, that neutral connects. Truckstop Burrito tries to like keep up the space, build up a little bit of damage. A little bit of a turnaround situation compared to the first game, if I may say so myself.
Yeah, definitely. We saw in that first game, Jeff kind of taking that first stock. Now we're seeing Truck looking a little bit more dominant on this game too, taking that first stock. Not too much damage on the board though, still going around. Kind of mentioned earlier, Truck hitting a bit harder on this Ulgrim, so Jeff having to find more of the, attacks to take the stock, but it doesn't make sense. Comparing the weapons, got the orb. I guess Hammer still pretty heavy, but we're seeing a lot of orb play coming up from Jeff. I feel like that's really kind of the main thing coming into play here.
I'm surprised we haven't seen like a lot of like N6 or Side 6 coming out from the orb, but so far the spacing, especially with that edge guard, is really working out well against Truckstop Burrito. Although, then again, the damage deficit, it's really noticeable, especially whenever Truckstop Burrito has the ahead on the game. Switching back to that X is pretty dangerous. And now that I mentioned 6, another little comment I want to make is that I'm surprised that Truckstop Burrito is having a lot of a hard time to like actually connect those signatures with a character like Ulgrim. I feel like that speaks a lot about the spacing that Jeff has, and also just the difference on speed that the games that they're both playing.
Definitely, I do agree with that. Truck a little bit more, hesitant to throw out these signatures. I think the pressure and the positioning that Jeff is providing, just being right there, has him wanting to, rely on those light attacks, doesn't want to get punished for these SIGs. Truck still taking that last stock, Jeff on 1, but is going to be bleeding out himself, so it's definitely understandable. Still finding these axe hits, and that's gonna be a lot of damage, even if it's just like a Nair here, a D light there, an N light here, back and forth. It does manage to rack up a lot quicker than it looks to see.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like something I've realized is that Truck is really just playing it safe, He's not going for big strings, he's not going for like overextending his options. He's just like trying to keep it short, trying to stay in this stage. We haven't seen him really go off this stage either. Just get as much damage as possible and then just try and get a kill confirm real quick. And for somebody in his position, it's really working out well this second game.
It is. He's got this lead, and like we said, he's got that pretty heavy input lag too, so it might be a little bit harder to fully connect on these big strings. This advantage state not on his own servers. So holds that D-Sig, still hits Jeb, trying to land, connects that, is not going to be the knockout quite yet. And that's the thing about both of these legends, not only Thor, but kind of higher defense. It is going to take a little bit longer to knock these legends out, but Jeb's so good at finding these true combos on this orb, finding these straight hits, the downers, that sidelight Sarah, pushing Truck off stage. He was at a deficit just a little bit ago, but now it is very even.
Ooh, that N-Sig coming out finally, but that down Sig is going to be the confirming for Chuckstop Burrito taking the second game. Honestly, pretty close to be a second game in favor to Jess. He was able to put up the damage and like go back to an even square on the end of that match, but you know, Chuckstop Burrito had to set the tides and show that, you know, he's also a pro player himself.
No, absolutely. It seemed like Jeb's game. I mean, and the other way around, he brought it back. Jeb brought it back, but then Truck said no, did not. D-Sig. Stacked option, gets that knockout off the top, stopped that momentum. And that's the thing, it'd be kind of hard. Like, when you're on one stock to one stock, that's the final thing you have. Once your opponent starts getting that momentum, it's difficult. You want to get them off that. You want to take that stock first. So it's like he got that D-Sig out, he got that confirmed, and that's that. No matter how much damage you're doing, it doesn't matter if you take that final stock, because that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. So 1-1, even set, going to this game 3, and it's right on the money like we talked about. What's up?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just said we are going into Small Fortress of Lions.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we don't. It's not a lot. It's not a map we see too often. I like it a lot. You know, a little bit of bias right here. Small walls, small floors. If you get those ground pounds real early, they can die in like orange. That's all I'm saying. They can die in like orange.
I'll be honest with you. Whenever I see any map like this, it just reminds me of Brawlhalla. I miss Brawlhalla.
We miss Brawlhalla. Bring it back.
Bring back Brawlhalla.
Back, BMG.
Best map.
Bring back. No, actually, best map. I agree with that.
Like, sometimes you just need something simple. You know, Smash, they have Ultimate, we have Brawlhalla. That's it. Oh, that N-Sig connecting, by the way, from Jeff, finally showing off those signatures. But that double downer into recovery, it's going to really put out a lot of damage. N-Sig.
Not like this. Oh my goodness. What is this? Momentum, Eltazar. Truck has going the reverse GC. N-Sig covered the last option. Jeff is out of there. I feel like Jeff still has a decent amount of damage onto Truck for how much he kind of just got pummeled. He's still got some damage on the board, and that Stomp Sarah is not going to do it quite yet, but just about. One more, 100%. The Sarah back to stage is going to do it. Got a little bit rolled on the first stock, but evened it up like immediately within 15 seconds. Got to be feeling a little bit good coming into that game 3.
Honestly, something I wanted to mention that in the intermission is that last game, we actually saw Jeff playing a lot more Orb. We saw 400 damage coming out of the Orb. And I feel like that's a big difference compared to the first game. I feel like he was actually feeling more comfortable using the hammer to build up the damage. But then again, I trust Jeff's judgment. And if he wants to go with the Orb, so far it's working out really good, especially to build up that damage against that Ulgrim. Ooh, the downer coming out.
He's really comfortable on Orb too. Like if you just watch him, like he's definitely down with it. The sidelight Sarah is gonna be the confirm. He's hitting so many of those. The sidelight Sarah, he primes the Orb too. He gets rid of that hammer. Says we don't need that. We got this weapon. Does decent damage. Quick frame data. Getting the knockouts, and it's been working against Truckstop. Another sidelight Sarah is gonna take that stop. The downer. The D-Light. I really like how Jeff uses that downer kind of as like a zoning tool. If he misses it, he's chilling. If he doesn't, he's getting some free damage, and he's got that lead. Truck on one stock coming into this game 3, still eating these Jeff sidelight Sarahs on Orb, man.
My god, the mix-ups with the downer going into like D-Lights, going into sidelights, it's just really making Truckstop like have to think into his inputs a lot. And oh, that downer into the wall, to the throw is gonna be finally putting an end to the second stock for Jeff. But just look at the damage difference right now. He's had a pretty head game right now.
It's a lot too. I like you talking about the mix-ups. Like it really is a lot. It's just like constant hitboxes coming out. Truck is on the latency, just trying to make his way back to the stage on this Ulgrim, and Jeff is just throwing out these Orb inputs so well. This side air is going to connect, and that is going to be 2-1 in the set. That's just going to be one more game for Jeff to get into this grand finals position. Winner's side definitely want to be in that. We're seeing an instantaneous skin swap after that loss. How do you feel about this skin swap, Elbazar? Is that something you ever do? Like you lose and you're like, you know, same character, gotta swap the skin, you know, different drip, like power up type of deal. Like, what's going on with that?
Honestly, I really like it. I really like it. I do it myself.
Okay.
That's like the mood where you gotta lock in, you know? You gotta set yourself to the hey,
fully
like,
no, I feel it.
I'm in winners finals. If I'm gonna go down, I'm gonna go down with my favorite drip, you know, I'm going all out. Something I want to mention is that I really like the fact that Jeff is playing with the Undertaker. I feel like it really sets up the mood of how the tides are looking right now, especially between, you know, the position that Truckstop is right now. I feel like he really came confident after that second game, and that third game was just a whole turnaround. It was just Jeff telling him,
sure.
That was funny, that was nice, but let me show you why this is my region, you know?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, yeah, just hold it down. It was looking pretty dominant, I agree. The West Coast, gotta let them know, but we're still in the set. It's not over yet. If Truck brings us to a Game 5 here, still have an opportunity to make Grand Finals himself, and that would be kind of like an invasion, you know? Coming in from the East Coast, saying we're here on the West Coast tournament, still gonna be on this high ping, still gonna play well. Like I said, on the favorite skin now, potentially. Might be a different, but I don't know. Like I said, Jeff on the Undertaker looking pretty locked in, I'm not gonna lie.
In general, the whole drip contest that we usually see in tournaments is something that I really enjoy. That D-Light dancing into another D-Light dancing connecting.
Gosh.
Oh, the good old days of Cassidy coming into my head, the memories.
Oh no, scary.
Honestly, PTSD indeed. Especially with those like D-Light dancing into Nair.
Oh my gosh, he's hitting so many of these top N6. That's like 3 or 4 coming into this game, and Truck is in red off of that. Jeff alone is also in red, but you know, Truck has kind of tagged him up a bit, whereas the other side is hit like 3 neutral swigs, and that's that. Neutral is going to be it. Looking for the dodge, not quite there. Stocks on both sides are even. The Sair still not going to do it. Like I said, heavy defense on both of these sides.
Now that we see the downers coming up again, I just wanted to mention, I'm just going to reinstate my case. I am not an Orb hater, but I'm going to say it. It's basically Sword, but better. It has the best aerials in the game. Just look at this. Just look at this gameplay. Jeff is literally playing right in front of Truckstop Burrito's face. He's not afraid of those Sairs, of those downers, and he's still keeping up the damage pretty well. And then he died.
I can't deny that, you know, Orb, Sword, but better, you might be spitting. You honestly are onto something, but people are sleeping on Orb, man. People have been sleeping on Orb since 1973 in Brawlhalla. I don't know why, man. It's fun. It's a good time. It pops off. Jeff with some representation here in tournament, here deep in this tournament, trying to make this grand finals. Winner side, level 100. Thor holding it down with this Orb, hitting so many of these siders, like I said, just for free. Throwing out these aerials, saying, I've got this quick frame data. I can throw out these attacks. But
exactly.
Truck kind of holding on to it and keeping this even with his axe, even on this high ping.
Honestly, I feel like Jeff is actually having a hard time actually landing out those hits now, and it's really playing against him because every time he misses, it's just a little bit more damage that Truckstop is able to output. Switching into that hammer, pretty smart play, honestly. That D-Light Sair connecting, taking it off the stage, and now that recovery gets punished by a different Sair, putting up the stakes again on Jeff's favor.
Absolutely. He swapped over that hammer for the first time and hit 2 Sairs and just like brought the stocks in his favor just like that.
Kind of will be proud.
Yeah, like just immediately, it's like Orb got the damage buildup, got the quick hits, and then you got the alternate weapon, the hammer, heavier, slower, get to stomp Sairs, and he swaps right back on Truck's last stock for this winner side stock. You know, Jeff not quite there yet, because if Truck takes this, could bring us to a Game 5, but as of right now, it is looking pretty good for Jeff.
Honestly, Truckstop Burrito finally able to land that down stick to take up the second stock from Jeff, but looking at the damage difference, you can see who's really having the time of his life right now. Trying to catch that gravity cancel side stick right there. You told me that's his special move per se, so you know, I really want to see it landing it at least once before the game ends. But here we are.
Right, come on, bring it out, Jeff.
Truckstop in a very tough position, trying to like build up damage with Jeff with that silent Sair taking on game number 4. Jeff, remarkable gameplay, remarkable style of playing. Like honestly, for a PR35 taking down the PR10, I believe. Like just like we were talking about it's the underdog story, making his way into grand finals. I'm really excited to see what he's cooking.
No, absolutely. We called that, man. The underdog story. We talked about the region diff too, which is going to be like a massive part coming into play. This isn't any North America tournament. This is a West Coast tournament right here. So we got these top West Coast tournament, players coming out to represent. So absolutely, we didn't see that GC side sig finisher. I'm a little bit sad about that commentary bias, but it is what it is. Jeff usually throws those out. Still made his way into grand finals winner side, so played pretty well.
Hey, man.
At the other side, Truck Stop did not make it to grand finals winner side, but still took a game, and he's on the higher ping, so he's got to be feeling good in the lower side of the bracket.
Honestly, I mean, we can always see a run back. There's still chances for Truck Stop to just make the loser side and make it all the way to the top again. It's just that now this time, there's gonna be a reset. There's gonna be another wall that he's gonna have to surpass if he actually wants to get it.
And that's even if he makes grands too, because he's still gonna have to take someone down to get into that grand finals position too. So that's why I'm saying, like, being in that winners semis, you really want to win that to make it into grands winners. And Jeff did just that, holding it down for that West Coast. We'd love to see that.
And also, we got some really hard contenders coming up. We got Anime Fan against Oblivion, who's another West player against another. Well, I believe this is actually a West-West players kind of match. This is not East Coast trying to make his way into the tournament, but I really want to see Anime Fan against Truckstop Burrito and just see who's gonna get the chance to go against Jeff, because these two players have both lost against Jeff, if I'm correct.
I believe so, yeah, 100% at this point. Anime is not gonna be West. I believe he's Central though.
Oh,
so it's like you got the West players. Central too?
Texas. Okay. I'm
a
cowboy.
Texas, yeah, he's Texas too. So you guys are repping Texas. Shout out Texas, from Cali. We love to see that.
Yep.
We got our West side, we got our Central, and we got our East Coast. So it's like we got our Central players that are like, we can play West with 61 ping, and then we can play, East with like 8. They're around the same area. And it's like East, obviously Hevered on that side, West on that side. Anime is going to be sitting right in the middle. So we're going to be seeing
basically what you're saying is that Canada is the Fire Nation.
If we're bringing this into Avatar terms, I guess Canada could be the Fire Nation from the north, bringing it down.
And everything got ruined when Kosalix attacked.
When Kosalix attacked. When Kosalix and PUBG attacked. Nothing.
Also, a shout out I want to give to Anime is that he was able to take out Wichibu in the losers quarterfinals. 2-3. Honestly, I don't know how that went. I wasn't watching when that was happening, but I really want to see out like what Anime can do, because Wichibu, a champion of a tournament right there.
Mm-hmm.
That says a lot.
That's impressive. And that's like early in a community tournament too. Like, he's won a whole major. He made it to the Royale, like in-person LAN, official, invitational, and everything. So we're here in the bearded West Coast Brawls, and Anime is here knocking him out at like 5th place, which is like kind of crazy. Like, he doesn't even get that in majors. So yeah, absolutely. And now Anime is going up against the player that knocked him into the loser side on the Ditto, Elthazar. I don't know if you saw this earlier, but this guy, Oblivion, that we're watching right now, beat Guichibu in the Lin Fei Ditto Game 5, both of them on Lin Fei the entire set, and Oblivion came out on top versus Gui. So it's like West Coast represent like kind of like a more unknown, he's not even PR'd, right? This guy's not even power ranked. He's like a 2500 West Coast ranked nutter, taking Gui out on his own Legend Game 5 up against Anime. Like, that's kind of crazy, man.
I guess it really speaks of the fact that, we have our top players, we have the people that we consider are the best, but we never know who's out there just waiting to shine,
Right, exactly.
Like, right now, I feel like the match is pretty even. It's a cannon battle, and honestly, I kind of want to see Oblivion's cannon, because something that I know about Wichibu is that his gameplay is mainly based on the guitars. He doesn't really focus on what he is able to output with the cannon, and I feel it's a weapon with a lot of potential, especially with the high dex the character offers.
For sure, yeah.
Ooh, that's Sicey coming out.
I'm surprised that doesn't knock out, man. Okay, the neutral sig definitely gonna do it. The side sig not quite there. Onyx, super high defense. Lin Fei on the opposite of that spectrum, the lower strength. But that cannon cleaning up. Oblivion has a level 100 Artemis. This guy doesn't even play Lin Fei that much, and he's popping off the D6, connects the ground pound, is gonna catch the last option. Anime on one stock, basically a complete 0 to death, not getting touched the entire stock. Oblivion making this performance of his lifetime, and like this guy doesn't even show up to majors. He just pulls up to these West Coast tournaments and drops some names, drops some serious bodies, man. That's crazy.
Honestly, I feel like what we're seeing right now is just Jeff and Oblivion deciding to make this their house, you know? Anime fan trying to find an opening with those downers, not working out for himself. Ooh, Downer saving the recovery, hits but doesn't get the kill confirmed. Downer connects into the wall, which leads him to get back to the stage. But honestly, Anime doesn't really have to do a lot to get the kill confirmed right here. Oblivion kinda just keeping up the spacing.
It's like, who is this guy, man? Why are you guys not playing these majors? Oblivion holding it down, still one stock. Anime could make his way back into this, but being top 10 PR North America, and he knocked out, what is GUI, like PR3? PR4?
I think GUI is like PR4 right now.
Yeah, something like that into losers is incredible. Still, even game here. Oblivion gotta be feeling pretty good about himself on this Lin Fei pick. Got the cannon ditto, but I feel like we're not seeing too much of that. We're seeing a lot of Katars, just like GUI himself kind of gets rid of that cannon. Oblivion similarly getting onto these Katars and trying to push that advantage state and take this first off.
Oh, those gauntlets trying to come in with those strings. Let me tell you, gauntlets can be a really dangerous weapon, but I feel like right now I think Oblivion has actually like the advantage in regards to strings and also speed. The thing about this character is just that dexterity really comes into clutch, especially because of everything that you can output. I feel like it's a representation of what Katars can be at its best, and that goes with that instinct that finally connects, putting Anime Fan in a really tight spot.
I agree. I really like how you said Katars at its best. That high dex, right? Like every single combo is like one frame. You can barely dodge out of it. It's so fast. Anime trying to make his way back into this. Oblivion has a little bit of this last stock lead here. The neutral light is going to connect. Look for that landing. The weapon there, he's got nothing. Oblivion looking for the recovery, not quite there, but the neutral sig just standing there saying, you're going to approach me, hard to read. Neutral sig off the top, gets that confirmed. Oblivion taking a point onto his name.
Honestly, I am completely impressed by what we're seeing today. Like, Jeff was already an amazing player that I really enjoyed seeing, but now you're telling me there's this player who doesn't show up to tournaments, who's not PR, who's just like, hey, give me some space over here. I'm trying to make it to grand finals, you know? I'm trying to give out a show.
Absolutely. That's what I mean, man. Like you said earlier, there's some players kind of waiting in the shadows for their moment, right? Like, they're not PR, they don't play in these majors, but they're good at the game. They're talented, like, they're on fire, and they just don't have that time. So maybe this is time for Oblivion to get back in this on this Lin Fei. So
Oblivion is the Qatar player that stepped up. Also, I am hearing that apparently there's a possibility Oblivion is on console.
There's no way. No. That's cap. That's cap. I call that as cap. He's definitely on PC.
I don't. Oh no, he's definitely on PC. He's typing in chat. Never mind.
I was gonna say, yeah.
I was trying to spice it up a little bit more.
We're adding some extra spice. Not only is he not on PC, but he's on console on 60 FPS.
The ultimate flex, you know, like no luck FPS, no like.
No, you're just trying to make Anime feel bad about himself at this point.
I mean, yeah. I gotta make him pay back for, you know, that 7-0 ranked match that we got.
I respect it, honestly, but like I said, that's probably on East servers, right? It's a whole different matter. People don't know about the depths, the absolute depths of the West Coast of Brawlhalla ranked, and Oblivion is here to show them what's up, so we love to see that representation. But Anime at the other side says, yo, that first game, you know, that I got taken off of might have been towards his favorite, but I'm a top player. I'm top 10 PR. Let me lock in. Let me show him what's up, because I'm central, right? He's central. He's not even fully East Coast. He's got a solid ping to both servers. So Oblivion just playing pretty well, but as of right now, Anime fan, I keep wanting to call him Anime fan. It's so hard for me not to call him Anime fan. I'm not gonna lie.
Honestly,
it's locking
in. I understood the pain. I was gonna mention though, like as you say, yeah, he might be central, but like Oblivion was born in the Shadow Realm. You know, like when you look into the Abyss gives you the look back, and right now that's Oblivion telling anime fan, you know, you don't know the amount of pain I've been. I'm about to show you what I can do.
Oh my goodness, I love that. It's like the ultimate story, man. Like we need to make an anime out of this or something. The side signature is not gonna be quite enough to take the stock with that low strength on the guitars. But man, he is looking good. I want to bring this up one more time, that Oblivion beat Gooey. He beat Goichibu in the Ditto, like the same character the entire set. And that is such a huge fact. But anime still taking this first stock, coming into this next game, bleeding out in that knockout percent himself.
I think this is also actually gonna hurt Goichibu a little bit more, even because we are saying that this guy beat up Goichibu and sent him to losers to then lose to Anime Fan, and now Anime Fan is losing to the better guitar player. So like it's like the double insult.
It really is, and that's the thing that comes to these events. It's like it can be so back and forth. Like one person wins one tournament and then another person wins another. So it really does come down to that day. Like the nerves, everything. If you got some sleep in, if you got some good lunch in, like that stuff really does come to matter. And Oblivion coming in with that cannon stare, gonna even up the stocks, and that's gonna be that 2-2.
You could say that, you know, this is an experience. This is a show that only us in NA can experience, because, you know, we are the only ones that actually have this thing where we divided the entire place in 2 different regions.
Wait,
so like,
wait, is that true? I guess that is true, huh? The only region that does that.
I mean, we also have like South America North and South America South, but it's not as prominent as you know, the beef that West players have with East players.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I never really thought about it like that. I guess that is true.
Ooh, that crampon going out, that Titan tech pulling off.
Oblivion rocking these guitars. He's rocking like the same drip as Gooey too. It's throwing me off.
He's just like putting salt on it.
The little clone of Gooey making his way out here, beat him, and he's still in this bracket trying to make his way into anime on the wall, making his way back into D6. Not gonna connect the neutral light, not gonna find anything off that. The neutral sig, he's throwing everything out, trying to get this knockout, still 2-2, man.
Yeah, I was literally about to mention, like, stocks are even right now.
There we go. Wait, no. Shirley, right? Shirley?
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, down there. Connects and sending Oblivion. I'm finally putting Anime Fan on the top, actually.
Seeing a little bit of a lead here. Not too much. Cannon versus cannon in hand. And that is like the last thing we've seen. Usually Oblivion on the guitars. Anime on the, on the cannon quite a bit, but on the gauntlets a good amount too. I'd say it's like a solid 50-50 between anime. Usually when you watch a Brawlhalla Pro or a player, they're like a little bit more kind of leaning towards one side of a weapon, right? Like 60% playing on this weapon or 70%, but on this side it's like anime's solid both sides. Stocks are even. Oblivion on these guitars seems like the preferred choice of weapon, and the cannon is in hand now.
You're talking about 60%, so my first thought was greatsword players. Like, my man, be careful.
No. That's like 90%, 10%. Let's be real. Like, they don't. Greatsword players don't play the other weapon. Do I
gotta remind you of Brawlhalla getting only 2 damage on on this sword?
I'm saying, right? Like 98%, 2%.
Now, well, as you can see, we're having a little bit of a break time right now. Or players decided to forget this was a fighting game, but that's fine. That's just Brawlhalla thing, you know what I mean? We got Oblivion trying to find those openings into Anime Fan, who's like, you know, being a lot more respectful with Oblivion's space.
That's it.
Ooh.
Respect to the space, but you eat those ground pounds on small Fortress of Lions, and that's wraps, Elpazar. That's it, dude. He's on like 4 or 5 defense on Lin Fei, too. Not only does Lin Fei have the low strength, but the low defense, and that 1 cannon ground pound is going to be wraps.
Honestly, a little bit of an opinion right here about, you know, how this game developed. I think Anime Fan right at the end was able to finally find an answer to like all the Oblivion gameplay, and that is, you know, I'm gonna just step away. I'm gonna just make him come to me. I'm just gonna punish and play it safe.
That's fair enough.
And surprisingly, you know, that was worked on his favor. But then again, as I said while we were watching Jeff playing around, we never know. It's about adapting to your opponent. It's about being able to not lose your mental and just like making your way through the challenge. We can definitely see Oblivion just putting this back in his favor on the third game.
For sure. It's definitely possible. I mean, games have been super close. Like, it's been in both players' favor. So I could see that, absolutely. Not too much of some different maps, because as I say that, they're going to the Demon Island, which I don't think we have seen quite yet in the block that we have casted. And I feel like it's a really solid map. You got no soft platforms. The walls are pretty small, right? So you got some legends that benefit, like, you know, you got Rayman, Axe, D-Sig. You got Lin Fei in this, you know, circumstance. The Qatar, D-Sig. Some Val, Sword, Side Sig will benefit off those smaller walls. But other than that, nice solid map, just straight hands. I love that.
Honestly, this map is really dangerous for both weapons. Like the strings here, the 0 to deaths can really happen pretty easily, and also the edge guard is probably the most important thing to take into consideration, because you never know when it's gonna be the moment where a person just gets a nice clip. And there we go, Oblivion almost going for that kill confirm with the grandpa, trying to keep up his pace, get back the Qatars. He does not want to mess around with that cannon. He wants to focus on his main weapon right now.
And it's working. I don't blame him. It's like, if you're doing something in Brawl, whether it's staying on a certain weapon or playing a certain way, and it's working, keep doing it, man. These players are out here trying to get this dub. They're trying to prove themselves. They're trying to get this bread, man. So, I don't blame them. Oblivion eating that ground pound coming out from Anime, and that's going to be it. Taking the stock quite early.
Anime fan right now, changing his strategy into something that I've seen that he's done before, that dash jump nair, trying to punish with the downer afterwards. Like, that right there, it's pretty good, especially because, you know, he's trying to bait out that jump. He's trying to bait out those openings that usually Qatars go after. And I feel like Oblivion is really struggling to actually find a good answer to it.
For sure. And that's the thing, too. It's like, when you get hit by a move... Wow, that connected. That GC neutral stick offstage connecting is kind of crazy. When you get hit by an attack in Brawl, it's like you want to jump, right? It's kind of like instinct to press that jump button. So for Anime to have that down air coverage, these dash jump nairs are not going to do it quite yet. Oblivion with that side signature is going to connect. Not going to take the stock quite yet. But a lot of coverage definitely coming up for both these players. The neutral sig dash away Sair is still not going to be enough. The bait, man. The high dex, the neutral sig connects, going to take the stock. And like you mentioned earlier, there's high Qatars, a high cannon, but the signatures as well with this super high dex. It's like you can throw out these sigs and kind of use them as bait. You can just throw them out, miss them, and then just go right into another light attack.
Yep. I believe actually Witchabu has talked about how he does that a lot to like bait out his opponents and just go for the strings, where he just like does a random sig. It's kind of like the Boomy tech, you know? But I think
that's a little bit. I think it's a little different. Boomy might be kind of throwing some sets over that on some other characters.
Nah, respect the Boomy tech. You know, you never know when that's gonna get you a tournament.
I respect it. I do.
I always say, you know, my tech is just if you miss it on the ground, just do a guardi cancel. It will work. It always works.
That is fair. That is fair. Run it back real quick. The GC, no, absolutely.
Now, right now, Anime Fan taking the lead. Honestly, it's a really big change of pace considering how everything was going in the first game. Ooh, D-Led Nair taking the second stock from Oblivion and putting Anime Fan again on the top.
And it's still pretty even. It's like he's got a pretty solid lead here. He's got the high defense. So Oblivion definitely down here on the back end. I believe this is in the elimination side of the bracket too. So if he gets the stock taken, you know, he'll be out of the tourney. Oblivion try to lock in here, get this stock, even that up. The neutral light recovery is going to connect. Another end light. Anime gonna have that dodge, but doesn't matter. That wake up GC side six still not gonna be enough quite yet. Just running right on top of each other, looking for something, not able to find that. Oblivion looking for this hunt, but Anime dodging away from all these KO options.
Honestly, I feel like the biggest issue Oblivion has right now is the fact that, you know, Demon Island, good map with a really wide space area. It really plays against him not having a lot of damage and a lot of like ability to actually get the kill confirms. He has to play around to get those strings and actually find a way to take off Anime Fan. And well, I mean, sometimes you just gotta gimp them with your mind, you know?
The mind gimp, the pressure, his aura is too heavy, man.
He's an aura.
He's just there, ready to take the stock. But either way, he's got a little bit of a damage lead. Not looking too bad here, even though you know, kind of losing that stock and maybe some pressure, but Oblivion still looking good here, applying that, the Sayer into the down air. I think that's going to be his stuff, the last option, the Sayer onto Oblivion's cannon recovery is going to take the stock, and I believe he's going to be moving on, right?
I think this is actually game number 4? Yeah.
We're going to be moving on. Okay, moving on next game. Excuse me. For some reason, I was thinking it's 2-1, but no, we're still up in this set, and Oblivion is trying to get this dub in the set and say, look, I may not even be power ranked. I don't even play these majors, but I can get this dub onto top 10 PRNA. Is it possible? We will definitely have to see here.
I'll be honest, I thought Oblivion was gonna take it when I saw that string with the cannon. Like,
it's always close. No, for sure. That string with that cannon, like, it seemed like he was right there. He was pushing it, and he was putting on some damage too. But at the end of the day, it's like those final last 2 interactions when you're like 1 stock orange or 1 stock red is really what it comes down to. Like those final 2 like neutral engagements. You know?
Honestly, I have a lot of respect for Oblivion, even though I haven't seen a lot of him in tournament. This is probably the first time I see him.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has.
I have a lot of respect because, you know, even though it's not his peak, it's not his usual kind of gameplay, he's sticking with the Lin Fei right now.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
It might not be his main, but he's just playing it.
No, he's holding down the Lin Fei. I mean, like I said, like top 4 PR, he beat Gooey, winner side, to make it here on his own legend. Like when you think of Guichibu, he plays like 1 character, right? Like the Lin Fei. And so Oblivion saying, there's one other guy out here in the depths of the West Coast, in the bracket, that plays this legend as well and comes out on top over, you know, NA's best Lin Fei, top 4 PR. It's pretty insane. So I can't blame him for just taking on that.
It kind of reminds me of the Loris Impala situation, you know? The Kaya mirror from 2 different regions, but in this case, it's just 2 different sides of the country. And I kind of find it funny. I wanted to mention that little dance that we saw right there between front dash, back dash, front dash, back dash. Anyhow,
a lot of dash dancing too. No, yeah, they're dancing around, man. The spacing is there. They're trying to zone each other out. And Oblivion taking that first stock really dominantly. Look at his HP. He's like big chilling on yellow, and Anime's already on 2. So it is interesting too. You mentioned earlier, one thing I wanted to bring up, that NA is kind of the only region that's like really divided into, you know, like West and East, but it's still the same major region at the same time. Is like a very interesting aspect to think about.
Something that I like to see right now on this game number 4 is that Oblivion is actually finally catching up to the fact that Anime is dodging a lot upwards, and he's just like, okay, you know what? I gave you enough respect, I gave you enough space. I am going to start just running right next to you if I have to. I'm not gonna give you enough space for you to actually use your tricks against me. And it's working out a lot, because look at the damage right now. He's still in his 3rd stock, not yet close to losing it, you know, just like 1 sig away. And Anime Fan is actually pretty close down to red.
No, absolutely. I agree. It seems like Oblivion's kind of holding down the fortress here and got the full stock lead. The D-Lane area is going to do it, evens up those stocks, but Anime bleeding out here on the red. I think 1 good signature. I'm not sure if like a D-Lane there on Cannon would do it quite yet, especially on Demon Island with that higher ceiling. But after that side light and light true combo on the guitars, absolutely. If he gets like a recovery or basically any knockout option on his weapons, I think that'll be it and take Anime down to his last stock.
Something that I really like to see also that Oblivion is doing right now is that he does this thing where he just jumps on top of Anime and just goes for a D-Light. And then after that, he just finds the answer of how to get like the kill confirm and such. Like, I love seeing pro players adapting to each other's gameplay because it's so crazy. And that Sayer is gonna take the 2nd stock from Anime Fan, putting out Oblivion on the top again, and this time with a lot of advantage.
That's a nice lead, absolutely. And being 1 more game to have to take into the set, it's like you don't want to go that game 5, right? You want to take that game and move on to the set and not have to deal with another one that could potentially knock you out of the bracket. So some pressure is on for Anime at this point, especially being like a top NA player, running into like a West player that you've never heard of before, thinking, you know, I'm probably going to clear this, and having a lot of struggle in the set could be some kind of extra pressure put onto you, honestly.
Yeah, and right now, like, he's just playing very comfortably around Anime Fan's movement. He's like He keeps getting hit. He keeps getting a little bit of cheap damage every time he misses something, but so does Anime, and like that's really going to be the factor that determines who wins on the last stock. Right now, Anime Fan on yellow, close to orange, Oblivion on a white stock. He has everything to win and take this to a game number 5.
And he's popping off too. He's looking pretty locked in. Oblivion landing that dare, catching that dodge, getting that delay recovery off that. The last end that dare. I don't know how much damage that's doing. Like the very last 2 frames, probably not too much. Anime looked pretty good at landing these cannon sidelights. The delay dare on the cannon got a little bit of his lead. Brought this back entirely this game. The neutral light. Oblivion come right back in this. The Qatar side 6 swapping the cannon. The satellites there. Hardly any options from Anime getting over that GCD zig. The cannon is flying. The neutral sig is going to take us to a game number 5. Throwing out these hitboxes like crazy.
He just decided, you know what, I'm just gonna make a wall right here. I'm gonna play some Fortnite on you, and if you can make it through, you might win. But I don't think that's gonna be the case, because as you can see right now, Oblivion taking this into game number 5. Anime Fan, who was very close to actually taking over the set, just finds another struggle, finds another challenge to get up to. And Oblivion, who's definitely decided to make his way all the way to grand finals. And what's crazy is that, you know, if Oblivion wins right here, he still has to face Truckstop Burrito. He has to like go after PR on PR if you want to make it and play against Jeff. Like, this is actually the real underdog story. Oblivion, no PR, no knowledge. He just comes here and starts beating all the pros.
Yeah, nothing, man. Just comes up in here popping off, absolutely.
Sometimes you gotta pop off.
Sometimes, you know, when it's your moment, you gotta shine straight up. And Oblivion might be taking his moment coming into this game number 5 here. If he does take out Anime, that definitely would be a huge upset, saying 0 PR, not even a single major done within, you know, I mean, that's gotta be the past, like, year or so, if not at all. Taking out top 10 of our entire North American region would be huge. But it comes down to this game right here, game 5, because no matter how much work Oblivion put in, if Anime takes his next game, you know, he'll still made it far in this tournament and he'll still get a good placement, but he won't be making this, you know, top 3. He won't be making that podium.
Honestly, like, this is the match that sets it all. We're back on Portraits of Lions, and
yes,
I have no expectations, sincerely. Like, I don't know who can win. Anime, like, running out of those options in the air, kind of just making it back into the stage with that nair option, and Oblivion is kind of having a hard time making his way into Anime Fan's defenses. The damage buildup is really playing against him right now.
It seems like Oblivion's kind of getting a little shaky here, getting a little choky. He hasn't hit a single attack as Anime is still in the white. Catches the dodge away with the gravity cancel sidelight on Gauntlets into that recovery. Not a single attack onto Anime. I don't know if the nerves got to him or if Anime just turned on his monitor, started using both of his hands. Like, I don't know what happened, but the turnaround is absolutely insane right now.
Blood reminded here in 500 hertz. And there we go, the combo from Anime Fan. That nair downer into nair downer that I've seen him done so many times. It's coming back again, and it's working perfectly fine against Oblivion, who's right now struggling a lot to actually output some damage against him. It's crazy, like, especially with the momentum of last game and seeing how Oblivion was completely taking over the game. This is off-putting, dude.
No, this is like unreal. Like Oblivion, it seems like he got like a reality shake. Like he's like, okay, I'm game 5, I'm in bracket, I could actually win this. And then like he kind of got shooken up and Anime logged in. I'm not too sure here, but Oblivion is almost in the red, whereas Anime's on 3 in the yellow. Big Chip on a higher defense. That's the thing too. It's like, not only is Oblivion down so much right now, but he's on lower defense and lower strength, whereas Anime's on the opposite, 8-7 defense, I think 8 defense actually, and this is going to be a mountain to climb for Oblivion if he wants to win this set.
I feel like Anime not only was able to stick back to his strategy of, you know, like laid back, let's try and make a space between us so I can start using my tricks, but also to stop Oblivion to actually like closing up that distance. He's using those weapon tosses just to set him out of the way, you know? It's like, I'm gonna make myself some space where I can just land into the ground, get back my options, and just continue building up damage against you. And if you try to punish that, I'm just gonna hit you again and build up more damage even.
Ooh. Okay.
Ooh, sidelight chase Dutch recovery taking the stock for Anime Fan. What is going on, man?
Yeah, the tides are definitely being turned 100%. Anime with the hard read, that chase dodge and recovery was like, he read his soul. He said, I know you're going to dodge away before you even know you're going to dodge away. Got that recovery, even up the didn't even up the stocks. He's got a whole stock lead. What am I talking about? Oblivion trying to even up the stock, still not doing that. Even hitting that side signature, taking that stock, still going to be a whole stock behind. And man, Oblivion tournament stock at this point, game 5 on 1. He's on these Katars though. I'm not going to count Oblivion out quite yet, you know. The mental may not be quite there, but he's making his way into this. The sidelight, neutral light recovery, hits the nair. Gets the edge guard opportunity. Elthazar, is this possible? Can Oblivion win this? I don't know, man.
Yes,
So?
I completely believe it. This is it. This is him waking up and realizing, hold up a second. This is the match that decides it all. This is the match that will show if I'm able to, you know, prove myself against all these pros.
He's there, man, but he's still full stock behind. He's got a lot to prove, and I don't know, the neutral air connects. He's got to play this literally perfectly from here on out against PR10. 0 power rank. He's got to play this absolutely perfectly. Elimination side of the bracket, game 5. There's like, you have nothing to hold on to at this point. The breakdance doesn't connect. The sidelight neutral. You can tell Anime is feeling himself. He's just trying to close this out. Oblivion says, not quite yet, buddy. The neutral stick on the cannon's gonna use up the stocks, but he's in the red. He has gotta be so careful.
I trust that we are gonna see a Kaine against Stingray right here.
Oh, do you? We'll
Come
see.
on.
We'll see. The recoveries and the yellow, he's still
The
hitting
damage
these
build up.
combos. It's possible. The neutral. Oh, that's it. The ground pound on the ground. Oh, and he hits the breakdance too. He hits the breakdance. He said no Stingray moment on Takai here, BCX. But Oblivion put up a hell of a fight and took him to game 5 and still had a little bit of a chance to take that final game. Didn't take it. Anime moving on, taking that game 5 over Oblivion, but still gonna be feeling, you know, pretty good. I believe Oblivion's gonna be out at 4th place in this tournament, which is a very good placement coming in the top 4. You know, against all these top contenders, taking out PR3-4 in North America, having a very close fight against Anime as well. But Anime is going to be moving on to this bracket.
Man, that was one set, if I be honest with you. Like, man, especially that last stock, like when I started to see the damage build up, the slow reads into the dodges with the downers and the nairs, I was like, I really thought we're about to witness a second Kaine against Stingray, a second coming of an underdog. Man, I'm so sad, but at the same time, I gotta give props to Anime Fan. He demonstrated what being PR10 of the country currently is. You know, he demonstrated that although, you know, Oblivion was having the run of his life, he had to show his adaptation skills. He had to show that he had a lot of tricks up his sleeve and that he wasn't gonna go down easily. And at the end of the night, it was too much of a challenge for Oblivion to surpass. I'm definitely like excited to see more of him in the future, though.
I hope so, man. Like, we gotta start sending this, man, these major links, these Star GG links. Like, where are you at, Oblivion? Sign up. Play like, these services.
Hey, Kingdom, Kingdom, SIV, come on, somebody sign this man up.
Get this dude up here for real. No, absolutely. He did good. Top 4, made a game 5 against a top 10 PR player. Knocked out a top 4 PR player in the loser side. Absolutely. On his own character. I keep saying that. Like, nobody plays Lin Fei, right? He knocked Guichibu in the loser side on his own character the entire set, game 5. No matter the input lag, obviously it's a lot. He still did good. Top 4, Anime moving on, top 3. And,
you could say that Anime Fan just took out the 2 best Qatar players in both regions. He took out Guichibu and he took out Oblivion.
No, that's a fair point, man.
But anyhow,
Qatars do be going crazy, especially those representations.
But they're not OP. They're not OP. I don't want to see a single nerf. I don't want to see a single nerf.
No. We need some nerfs. Let's be real. You're a Qatar player, Elkazar. Let's be real. What are you playing, bro? You an op, dude? You play guitar? What's going on?
Qatar's is only broken on Lin Fei. That's all I'm gonna say.
Only on the high decks. All right, are we jumping into this next set? Okay, we're gonna be going to break here. You guys stay tuned. I apologize for that. We will be right back for losers finals. We're gonna have a truck stop versus anime fan. Stay tuned. We will be right back. Welcome back to Bearded Brawls West Coast. I'm here, Snipesocks, with Elthazar, and we are here in the losers finals. We got Truck Stop Burrito versus Anime. How you feeling about this, Elthazar?
And honestly, I'm still a little bit shocked from those last games we had.
For real?
Like, I'll be completely honest with you. Like, I've been sleeping on West players. I've been really sleeping on West players. This has been one hell of a night.
I think most people do, which is valid because it's like you don't see much of them, right? It's like you hear about it here and there, like on social media, and you hear about us crying about, us not having tournaments. And then there's like a few of us that represent it, but there's some good West players out there. Not too many, I'll be honest, not too many, but there are some for sure. And
yeah,
they go hard.
Like, last time I heard anything about West was like when Seabass was like coming out of the top and stuff. So I was kind of surprised that I didn't see him anywhere in this top 8. Instead, damn, I mean, I'm really thankful you decided to tell Jeff to play this tournament. Like, this whole tournament, this whole grand final, you set it up. You jinxed it.
No, absolutely. Real quick, I hit up Jeff. I'm gonna be honest. I said, yo, we gotta get some West representation in the bracket. That's my goal. He's popping off. I know he's good. He's super good. It's like we got these players hitting 2,700 elo on East servers. Not too many. Like I said, maybe 5, maybe 10 at most. 10 at most, I would say. But that's a good feat. It's like 2,700 on East, and they're sitting on a good 60, 70 plus ping minimum. And I mean, that's some good input delay. So we got them here on this West Coast servers, and we're right at home. So Jeff's in the grand finals winner side. We love to see that. But right now, we got Truck Stop Burrito, I believe, once again, sitting there in New York. So on the other side of that East Coast versus Anime, which is going to be Central, duking it out here to make that grand finals side to fight Jeff. And here we go, game 1 on Demon Island. We're seeing off the Ogrim over to the, what is that? The Caspian, the crossover, yeah.
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised on the switch. Like, I don't know if he has...
Yeah, that threw me off.
I don't know if it has to do with, the match that he lost against Jeff, if he's, like, trying out a different style of gameplay to try and have something prepared for Jeff, but there's a quite a margin between Ulgrim and Caspian.
Huge, yeah, very different characters.
It's basically putting up a tank next to a freaking Ferrari in terms of speed.
No, it definitely is quite the opposite. I feel like you look at you look at a weapon like Lance, right, and then you take the weapons that Caspian has, and they're very different. Anime taking that first stock, looking pretty good here, but still a bit of damage onto Anime. Not as dominant of a lead as we might have expected.
I will say Anime Fan has a little bit of an advantage right now because he just came from playing with one of the most impressive guitars players we've seen throughout the night. So he is definitely like already kind of used to all the tricks that can come out of the weapon.
That's fair. For sure. He's been finding it quite a bit. Guys, that GC D-Light Nair on the wall. Definitely some cannon tech there. Catching the dodge. Side light into down air.
Dodge into
Anime
the side
pretty good. Yeah, catches the recovery. The dodge into side stick. Definitely peeped that. Evening up the stocks there. A little bit of damage onto Truck in the orange. Not too bad of a deficit for Truck. But as of right now, not looking really much in his favor.
Yeah, especially because of those cannoneers are really burning down his stock right now. He is really gonna have to lock in. Now that we're talking about damage and stuff, have we seen him play gauntlets at all? Because
wow, that was actually crazy. So Anime would have been completely knocked out there if he didn't hit that nair. If he didn't get that chase dodge off that cannoneer, he would have been gone. And he was in like orange too. So Truck almost brought that back. That was crazy. Okay, there we
nice
go.
NSYNC. I actually killed. I'm surprised because it's Onyx and such.
Me too.
I mean, I guess that bump really hits like a real bomb. But something I wanted to mention about that little string that we saw earlier, if it wasn't because of that down sig, it would have probably been the clip of the night right there.
I like that.
We got a pretty fair and square last one stock on the first. Ooh, that side sig didn't connect by the might of God, I guess.
Anime is kind of vicious with those ground pounds. Like right before he threw out that swing, he's like dash jump, like reversing those ground pounds instantaneously. Truck Stop still looking pretty good with these guitars. Anime very slightly, not anymore after that true combo with the side light, D light on guitars. The neutral light is going to connect. Neutral stick probably would have knocked out, not quite there. Both players looking for the knockout in this game 1.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Truckstop is finally learning from his mistakes. He's decided to keep the game a little bit more grounded so he can avoid that nair.
Okay.
And Anime Fan is really just struggling to find the kill confirm, especially in a character that kills so early. Oh, that nair. Never mind, I didn't say anything. Goodbye.
Anime is really good at throwing out those cannon nairs. It's like they're really fit, they're really fast. They've got a decent amount of coverage, and Anime abuses that every single time they get into red. So Truck just a little bit hovering above, getting caught by that neutral area. Is going to take the stock game 1 going towards Anime. Immediately swapping off that Caspian back onto that comfort pick of what we have been seeing, what we're used to, what we know, that Truck Stop Ogre.
I'm surprised, you know, we haven't seen Truckstop picked up the Terrace yet. Because I know he has a Terrace.
Let's keep that away. Let's keep that banished. Let's keep that banished in the realms. Okay.
Are you tired of seeing grand finals with Terrace? Me too.
No Terra. No more Terras. Yeah. No more.
No more heroes. No more Terras.
No, I can see it though. It just seems like the Ogrim like is just like his back pedal. Like it's just his absolute comfort pick. You know, especially level 100. Like we talked about before, it's just like so much time. But I could see him whipping out the Terras. It's definitely possible.
Do you have any thoughts on how the Ogrim can develop in this game?
I mean, he's off the Caspian, so I feel like the Ogrim in general is gonna be a first time kind of used to seeing this in this set right here. I think mainly it really is going to come down to throwing out those Sares, right? Because it's like that's the main tool he's been using on the Lance. If Anime is able to punish these Sares, these Lance aerials a lot, then Truck is going to have a hard time. But as of right now, Truck might be able to use those in his favor and swing it towards the game.
Honestly, very nice reads that I'm seeing from the Gauntlets here from Anime Fan. We haven't seen him really touch on the Gauntlets against Truckstop Burrito, but right now, especially that he's playing the Rocket Lancer, that he knows he really struggles in like close quarters, he just decided to start shining with them.
And that is the close quarters weapons. Like you think of gauntlets, you think of guitars, maybe sword, maybe orb. It's like right up close and personal. And Anime's looking pretty good on that. Central servers holding it down towards that east coast. It feels like you can see almost a little bit of that ping diff. Beautiful wake up coming up from Truckstop with that GC silent, but that's not going to be enough. If you have a little bit of damage on and you're a whole stock behind, that's going to not be enough. You got to really lock in and start showing your skills, because as of right now, Truck is swindling behind, getting rid of that axe, throwing it right over the head. He says, I don't need that. I want the Lance. Anime keeping him off that. The dodge up, the weapon throw. That's a 2-stock lead. Anime is on his dominance right now.
Like, just like I said earlier, I thought it was just a hunch of mine, but like he's literally just priming the gauntlets this match. Like it's like he's almost like prepared to play against this Ogrim. And let me remind everybody in chat, like this is PR12 against PR7. We're talking about like the top 15 players in the country right now. So this is a high quality match right now, and I'm just surprised by the dominance that Anime Fans is being able to output, considering that, you know, there's that difference in PR.
For sure. I think you might be right. Like coming into a certain legend or a certain weapon, you might have a game plan when it, when it comes to, I'm going to play more gauntlets or I'm going to play more cannon. But as of right now, it seems like any weapon that Anime is picking up, he is having quite the run with. And I mentioned a bit ago that ping is going to be a diff with Truckstop coming from New York on that very east side of the country. Anime's in that central service. He's got a very equal playing grounds to both the servers, and Truck is not really feeling that high ping because they don't practice on that, right? It's not like we have West tournaments very often, hardly at all. So it's like they don't practice on West tournaments, counting for that input lag, and Anime is showing that quite well. But either way, Truckstop being on the other side of the country is still holding it down, even though he's on one stock, he's a stock behind, still definitely a possibility to win the set. We'll see.
Yeah, honestly, just like you said, like that ping difference, you can really tell, especially with the Rocket Lance right now. But that also makes me ask myself, like, are they playing West? Like, are they actively choosing to like set the server on West and just go the full mile? Because if that's the case, hey, I'm gonna give both props to both of them.
I would hope so. It is a West tournament after all, but I guess we'll see. Yeah.
It'd be funny if like the West tournament they're playing on East.
There might be like some sort of gentleman's agreement, but I don't know. It is the West Coast Brawl here. Like, you gotta represent it. This sidelight Sarah takes the stock. We'll see right now. Yeah, no, they're 100% repping that US West. You gotta do it in this Western. We're seeing Truck Stop swap to the level 43 Orion.
What is this? Like,
still got the Lance.
I got a phone call from Stingray and they're saying get off that shit.
From Stingray himself, the Black Knight King himself. We're gonna see though. I mean, Truck has a Lance. It's not something to be downplayed or disrespected. He's brought this out before, and he's off the Ogrim. Little bit of a different stats, you know, off that axe, on the spear. You know, it's definitely possible for the win condition. I can see it. I'm not gonna lie.
Honestly, like, I don't really see how the Orion can come up to help him, because I mean, yeah, the spear is a pretty safe weapon and it creates a good amount of spacing, but the problem about that weapon coming up to this matchup is that both Gauntlets and Cannon, especially on Onyx, can just output a lot of damage with a really decent like speed. They don't really have to be stuck in the same frame to just switch around, throw away some attacks. Like, it really just comes down on what he decides to use to optimize his gameplay, and surprisingly, he decides to go for Lin Fei.
That's a whole different legend that we were just talking about. Whole different legend. Lin Fei, Truck Stop Burrito on the Western Air Temple as well. Just an absolute mix-up of every single thing we were talking about. I don't know what to say here. All I know to say is that I have seen him play Zol before, so I know he has a cannon, Truck Stop, but the guitars, I don't know. You know, he's reaching for something. He's down on the back pedal. He's in the elimination side of the bracket. He's looking for something.
Honestly, I was expecting this match to be like more energetic to like Oblivion's match, but I don't know what's going on with Trusta. Like, he's just not locked in my opinion. Either that or just anime is really locked in.
I definitely think anime is locked in. I mean, we're coming down to a $500 tournament, so that is a lot of bread. And at the other side, like we said, Truck Stop in that East Coast, New York is going to be on a lot of ping, so maybe looking for a counter pick. The GC sidelights there, evens up the stocks, still has a bit of damage. That was a really nice read, though. I'm not going to lie. That was a fresh read. Still going to be down a bit in the damage, but could be looking for some sort of counter pick to get back into the set.
Honestly, I'm surprised, you know, just like you mentioned at the beginning of the match, he is playing mainly Cannon. Like, usually a Lin Fei is a character that anybody puts on for, like... Oh, no. Oh, no. And that's Cannon for you guys.
As he's taking the cannon, no, it gets snared. But yeah, definitely did see he was, like, leaning a bit towards that cannon over the guitars. Might not be working out too much in his favor as he gets an early gimp onto him with those columns onto cannon. And that's how it is, like Eldstar said. I mean, catches those at GC sidelights, but he's down a whole stock. So what can he really do at this point to keep him in this tournament, in this set?
With 3 damage as well. Like, I feel like Soul would have become like a better choice right now if he was gonna focus on purely playing Cannon, but he's gonna really have to output something crazy if he wants to put this on his favor back.
It's possible. I'm not counting him out quite yet. Definitely gonna have to make something happen. Absolutely looking for that side signature. Not able to find it. The GC D-Light is gonna get hard punished as of right now. Definitely looking like Anime's game to win, to move on to this bracket on this Onyx E-Gauntlet. And that's still gonna be a solid 3rd place for Truck if he's out, but not quite yet. The D-Light not connecting. The sidelight from Truck unarmed. The neutral light recovery evens up the stocks. Does he have a chance to win this Eldstar? Is it possible?
You want the completely like...
I want the honest answer. Yeah, the honest answer.
Man, this is over. like he's already dead. Like, you're beating on a dead man's body right now. Give it a break. That neutral light coming in, almost taking on the stock. Thankfully, this is Western 9 Temple. And let me tell you, how interesting that the last game of the 2 non-West players is on the Western Air Temple, you know?
I didn't even think about that. And the neutral light takes the stock. Truck Stop Burrito out of the tournament. And that is going to be our top 2 right there. Still in the money, I believe. Truck Stop making that bread. But now we're going to see Jeff versus Anime Grand Finals once again. And I mean, Jeff 3-0'd Anime earlier. So we could be seeing a very solid dub coming out from Grand Finals for Jeff if it turns out that way. What are you thinking, man? You got 3-0 earlier.
Honestly, he might have gotten 3-0 earlier, but I feel like this is a different person.
He's got to be warmed up now, right? Like, he's played like 2-3 sets back to back to back. So like,
exactly, like he has that momentum, and especially like after that Oblivion game, he just evolved the way he was playing. He just decided to like, okay, let me adaptation to the max, and it's been working out amazingly. Like we just saw against Truckstop Burrito, he had to like go against 3 different legends, and he did it perfectly against those 3. So
that is true, huh? Truck did swap like every time. I didn't even realize that.
I feel like Anime must really feel confident about what he's going to face against right now, and I feel like Jeff is, Jeff is Jeff. I can't really talk bad about Jeff.
Jeff is Jeff. You are spitting facts on that comment. No, actually though. And it's like, it's such a thing to come against because that's not something you fight against often. I talked about this earlier. It's like Thor in general, not a legend we see too much, but it's like, on the other hand, a 2700 Thor that's hit it on US East here. West Coast on their own servers, Grand Finals winner's side, 3-0'd to get here before, back in Grand Finals to get that run back. So not only would Anime have to win an entire set, he'd have to win 2 sets to take home the dub for the entire tournament.
Yep, and I don't know, I mean, it's really, in a way you could say it's a matter of stamina, because although
for sure.
Anime Fan comes warmed up and stuff, he also must be a lot more tired than Jeff.
That's true. That's a good point. That's a really good point.
That's the thing about doing the underdog round, the coming from losers into winners. You are a lot more exhausted.
And that's the thing, we've seen Jeff in this game chat, like, let's get this going. We're Anime. Like, he's trying to get this going, man. He's trying to get these Grand Finals.
He's trying to go home. He said it himself.
He's trying to take this #1 bread all the way home, and he's looking pretty good coming out with this Sidelight, D-Light, Sair. Already racking up this damage on this orb, but we were kind of talking about that earlier. Like, orb is kind of not a weapon you see it too often, especially coming out from like a full-on main, right? Like a full orb main is very, not something we see very often in Brawlhalla, if at all.
I feel like orb is a really good matchup against Kennen just because,
for sure,
the space that Kennen covers in most of his moves is especially, it's actually the same space that orb is able to cover.
That dead zone. No, I agree. I do agree.
The fact that they have that dead zone, and oh my god, that delayed Sair putting out Anime Fan in a really tough position right now. What are your feelings?
I mean, as for this set, Jeff got the 3-0 earlier, and he's looking pretty good right now. He's getting the Stomp Sair. Matchup-wise, I'd say it's fairly even. I'd say, like, Gauntlets, Cannon shouldn't struggle too much into, like, Orb, Hammer. I think the niche bit of not too many Orb mains, and Jeff being one of those, like, hardcore Orb mains, could be in his favor. But I think the really main thing is that Jeff is locked in on his own servers and he's ready to get this dub. So if Anime can deny that from the loser's side on this pick, we'll have to see, man. It's hard for me to say.
He already got the reservation set up and everything. Like, he knows what he's gonna spend those $500. Like, he just came in to pick up the prize.
That's crazy.
Something that I really like to see that we also saw during the Truck Stop Burrito game is that that down C connect. It's the first time I've seen it connect in the entire night, now that I think. But like, as I was saying, like something that I saw with Truck Stop Burrito is that I really like that he's focusing a lot on the orb, especially with that downer coming in with those strings. It's just amazing.
Yeah, he'll like hit a dare and he'll catch a dodge, go right into the D-line, into the Sair, and the recovery, and it shows that orb expertise, absolutely. And he's, like I said, right there, the same string I just talked about just a second ago. And that's so much damage. I mean, Jeff is also on higher defense on Thor. And look at this damage lead he has. He's looking unfazed. He's looking like he's ready to bring home this reservation bread like you were talking about right now, coming into this Grand Finals first game of the set.
And that side, let's say, almost taking over the stock. I think he only survived because of, Onyx and the high defense, but 2 clean stocks, almost there. Ooh, that nice string from Anime Fan actually putting Jeff in a really tough position. That NSYNC will send him back to the stage, but oof, Anime Fan just wants us stuck. Dodging that.
Yeah, you saw that, right? No, it was like giving him a haircut. It was like right on the breeze of him. D-Light Sarah true combo.
I didn't know Anime Fan had waves like that.
Got the waves on lockdown. Jeff says, doesn't matter what you rockin'. 2 stock, not even down to my lost stock. Stomp Sarah taking game 1. And mind you, this is winner's side. So all Jeff needs at this point is 2 points to take home to his name, to take home the dub. The West Coast Brawl number 2 dub.
Oh, what were we just talking about earlier about the change of the skin?
That's the drip swap, the mental change, man.
Uh-huh.
Is that default? Wait, that actually it might be kind of gas. Wait, hold up. Is he cooking?
I think he's cooking. That's just default.
but with the gold cannon and like the gold like waves we were just talking about, kind of cooking, right? Or am I tripping?
I think we can agree that that's the best cannon skin.
Definitely
like,
no.
It's just
the gold cannon, but with the default too, I feel like that's not something you see like default skins.
It actually like messes up, like it fits into the wings, you know. They actually have to fix those wings one day.
No, Anime thought this out, bro. He was looking at his screen after losing the game, like
he heard me. He was like, reservation, pardon.
The reservation, how to hold it down, looking for the map ends, but yeah, W drip. I must admit, that's the thing about Anime. I've mentioned this before. It's like he hasn't picked up Onyx fairly recently, probably a year and a half ago. He hopped on Onyx and then played nothing but Onyx and got level 100. Like, he used to play all sorts of other, you know, Gauntlet Legends, and then he hopped on that Onyx, got level 100, and here he is, Grand Finals, going crazy. Still down a game from the loser side too, rocking that infamous Onyx pick with some new drip that I haven't seen that I actually like a lot. I might steal that. Read that.
I kind of want to see what the gauntlets are.
For sure. Oh, the default. No, it's clean. It's clean.
It's clean.
It's still clean. It's still clean. It works. It works.
Honestly, those are gauntlets that I run with almost all my skins. I really like those gauntlets, so I fuck with it. I fuck with it. Ooh, that Nair connecting finally. I feel like the same strat that he used against Oblivion is coming out now.
In central stage, looking for something, getting yelled at by production. My apologies, production. We love you guys. Jeff looking for the neutral light, not able to find it. A huge punish coming out from Anime. The sidelight recovery dashes off that platform, catches that down signature, taking that stock, and nice and early was the skin swap. It might have been nice and light orange, taking that first stock. Anime looking pretty good, man.
Yeah, honestly, Anime complete comeback compared to the last game.
Absolutely.
Especially those raids with the gauntlets and such. Did you see the dodge raid into the downer? Oof.
No, right away. That was like, he's on that. The combos are there, the strings are there. Jeff down a stock, and this is like quite literally a 180 from what we saw last game.
I wonder if we're gonna see any type of like D-Light NSYNC from Jeff. We haven't seen those a lot, and we also haven't seen the particular like gravity cancel side sig, so I really want to see those cards come out at least a few times before the end of the tournament.
Oh, for real? Texas stock there. It is going to be even, but it's like, man, Jeff is still one option away from taking down to his last stock here coming in this next game. And that's okay. He's got the orb. He's got the higher defense. Still can make some do here, potentially. But Onyx! Not Onyx. Anime driving that Onyx on the other hand. The neutral light middle stage. Chase dodge off recovery. Really nice maneuver on that cannon. Center stage is going to be an entire stock up onto Jeff at this point.
Yeah, I feel like Anime right now is just playing the spacing game, and look at those strings. That Nair into the gravity, chase touch down air. Like, we haven't seen these gauntlets the entire night, and I feel like this was the wake up call for him. The change on the skin I told you about.
Right? Something happened.
Also, those Nairs coming out from Jess, what was that? I liked it.
He's kind of just throwing them out. He says, I got this frame data. We can throw out these Nairs. The sidelight Sarah connects. Still some more Nairs. Still full stock behind. Not looking too good for Jeff here. The GC side signature, the classic. There it is. Surprisingly getting his dodge back. I thought Anime would have had that free confirmed there with that punish off that whiff of the GC. Jeff trying to make his way back into this Sarah. The double Sarah is going to take the stock, but he's quite a bit to climb if he wants to take this game.
I really like that bait with the throw into the Sair. That was pretty neat, but honestly, I see it kind of tight if he actually wants to like make the comeback, because just look at the damage difference, and especially considering how much defense Onyx has. Like, do you see this is doable?
It's definitely doable. It's absolutely doable. I mean, at the same time, it's like Onyx pretty explosive. Jeff, on the other hand, not too much of an explosive playstyle, so it's like he's got to win more neutral engagements over and over again. But if anyone could do it, it would be Jeff. On his own West servers, we'll have to see, is a very bit away from death, but the satellite Sair connects for Jeff's favor. The neutral light is going to be on stage, not going to do it unless it's sent off stage, and Anime with the gauntlets, getting rid of those cannon, is going to be looking out for a knockout at this point on anything possible. The neutral light is going to do it, evening up that set.
Honestly, the fact that that neutral light kills has always been crazy in my opinion. And let me tell you, my thoughts about the game mainly reside on the fact that Anime Fan has this thing. I've been kind of seeing it the last few games, but this is probably the most notable one. He switches his playstyle into like more distancing spacing, and I think that's what really messes up the other players. They have to adapt mid gameplay into the amount of distance that they're putting between each other, and I'm surprised even Jeff is struggling to like find a good way to go into that like area of his.
No, that's a good point. I think that's true, and it's a struggle sometimes, man. It's like very back and forth. It's all about the mix-ups, right? Because these two have already fought each other within this tournament alone, not only multiple times throughout the career of their Brawlhalla, you know, gameplay, but within this tournament alone. So it's like gotta be some mix-ups, gotta be some different options, some different approaches, and different ways to play the set out. So now that they are in grand finals, it's just one of these two players that could win this tournament, right? Nobody else. So I could understand some different approaches, some different ways to go about things to try and get that W.
I also like to see that in the stats from last game, these two players are the only ones that actually have like the one main focus on weapon, you know? Anime Fan with 464 damage with the gauntlets, and then Jeff with almost the same amount of damage with the orb. It's pretty crazy.
It's definitely like the orb rep for sure. I feel like Anime is pretty solid on both weapons, but if I were to say like Jeff's kind of like leaning a bit towards orb more, might be, you know, just from what I'm witnessing, I could be wrong, but either way, having those stats on hand is clutch, and it's nice to look at those and see kind of where those numbers are looking at with these players, what they like to pertain to, what they like to play in, and we're going to be going to this next game, Small Fortress of Lions, definitely seeming like a more of a popular pick between these two specifically.
Honestly, I feel like this is the map that we've seen the most tonight, right?
Yeah, I think so too. I agree with that. Yeah.
Now, Anime pulling out those gauntlets, starting off with the same strategy as earlier, with those nair into downers out of the stage, trying to look for that gimp option probably.
Anime has been doing work with those dares, I must say. When he hits those gauntlet dares, he's almost always converting off of it if it's on stage, and if it's off stage, he might be lurking a bit, right? Like a vulture, and then he'll come in with that ground pound, take that stock. As of right now, playing some solid neutral center stage, Jeff throwing out these orb attacks, and it's like even if he misses, they're so hard to punish, man. Like he just has that orb down to a science.
Man, I feel like calling him a vulture is a little bit too much. I'm just
Maybe a bit much.
But honestly, I do agree with everything you're saying about the orb. He's just like kind of chilling in a way, you know? He's throwing these attacks, he's kind of whiffing out, and sometimes he misses, but it's so hard to actually be able to punish that or just converting into something worth it.
Exactly. Like he's throwing them out, and then when he needs to knock out, boom, swaps over to that hammer, gets that true combo, stomps Sair. Like, that's true as all day. That is bread and butter right here. You know, you go on YouTube, type in Brawlhalla true combos. That one's coming up right there. That hammer stomp Sair. Anime, look for that sidelight there. It's not going to take this stock, but another one. He's going to get GC Sig. Knows that's coming.
Oh,
ground pound says, level 100 Thor, you got no options. I know the gravity cancel neutral sig is coming. Comes in, cleans it up with a ground pound, even stocks.
Honestly, now that you mentioned the D-Live Sair, true combo, and hammer, that reminds me back when they decided to make that untrue for a little while. Do you remember that?
Was it? No, I don't remember that.
That was like back in 2018, 2019. Man, those were some
Hammer
hard
players
times.
down bad. Hammer players down bad.
But right now, Stuck's even right now between and Hammer playstyles. Honestly, they're pretty much respecting each other, not trying to approach too much. Anime Fan perhaps trying to get back those gauntlets by taking the prime on the cannon. And Jeff is just really having a hard time to make his way into Anime Fan's space.
Definitely slower pace. Like, you can see them visibly slowing the game down a bit. And I don't blame them. I mean, grand finals, this is for all the money. This is for the dub of the tournament. Anime looking for the D-Light, not able to find a beautiful punish by Jeff, kind of overextending, looking for that early kill with that Sair, not able to find that beautiful punish. Anime with that Nair, and that is something Anime has used so well, is those cannon Nairs. Cannon Nairs, Anime is like the king of. Like, he just hits those so consistently all the time. When he's on this gauntlets, he's getting a lot of strings, but Jeff denies that. The stomp Sair, yeah, D-Light Sair, perfect, evening up the stomp.
Man, I'm kind of upset I haven't seen any D-Light N6. That could have been a D-Light N6.
Real. Let him know.
Like, well, what's you promised me a show. No, but I will say, Anime Fan, pretty crazy the way he's playing right now, especially considering that, you know, he knows for a fact that even though if he gets the win right now, he's gonna have to go to reset. He knows it's a long way before it can. Never mind. He's aware.
He's aware. He's fully aware. Hits that D-Light Sair recovery, which might be a true combo. Those that don't know, D-Light Sair recovery can be a true combo on Orb. So that the last 3-piece that Anime just hit onto Jeff, I believe was completely true and inescapable from Jeff. And he's now swapping over to the orange Battle Pass Thor, man. I don't know how I feel about this. Go back to the Undertaker, bro. What's going on?
Man, like, I'm just shocked. I was not expecting that.
No, I was you were commentating, talking about that, and he just like pulled it. He just like whipped that out right as you were talking. The D-Light, I swear that was a 3-piece true combo coming from a cannon player myself. Anime got that on lockdown. That was.
It's like it's hilarious because I'm talking about awareness and like does he know that he has to go into the reset and such, and suddenly that just happened.
No, he's definitely fully aware, man. He's in grand finals, and I believe winner of this entire tournament makes 300 bones. So it's like they're trying to get this bread. They're trying to make a name for themselves. So yeah, they're fully aware, trying to get this dub, and that's gonna even that up. Jeff here, completely different drip of the Thor. Is that gonna be a little bit of a boost for him off the Undertaker? Do you think?
I mean, I don't know if I really like the whole orange vibe. That kind of reminds me of T360 a little bit, but like,
I respect it. Yeah, a little questionable.
I personally really like the Undertaker, but if that's his pick, if that's like his lucky charm, then so be it.
It might be. We'll see.
Right now, Stucks are pretty even. Orb against Cannon, again, just like you said earlier, they're just like slowing down the pace, trying to find each other's openings and such. But so far, Anime Fan seems to be the most comfortable.
He's definitely looking pretty comfortable, I agree. Like, he's a lot more focused up, he's tuned in. Jeff hitting these recoveries, trying to even his way back into this. And that's the thing with Orbit, like, it looks like such little minor attacks when it connects, which it is, but it evens it up so fast. And then you throw in a signature like that, a big projectile, probably the biggest projectile in the entire game would be Thor down signature coming out from that hammer. You got, a few different projectile signatures, but the hammer on Thor's got to be huge, taking it home. But Anime answering right back, hitting that true combo, and evening up those dogs pretty well.
Ooh, trying to prevent him from getting back the gauntlets. Now has the hammer. Oh, well, never mind. Probably prefers to stick with the orb. I think he noticed after last game, he needs something really fast-paced that can put up damage as fast as gauntlets. So I feel like the orb is the right call for this situation. I just wish we saw a little gravity cancel side sig.
Right, yeah, where are the GC side sigs at, Jeff? He left that back, man, in his like 2600 rank days. I don't know. He's really locked into this tournament. He doesn't want to throw out anything that's punishable, and I respect that. Especially going against top 10 PRNA. I hit him up in his Discord DMs, and he's like, yo, I'll hop on, you know, fine, like rolling out of the bed with like crust on his eyes and stuff. But he's here in Grand Finals winner's side trying to make this money, and he's popping up. Anime not having enough options to make it back to the wall. You know, Jeff is just like so simple. He's just like a simple man. He hits these Sares and these sidelight Sares on orb, and he just does it over and over until your stock is gone.
Just with the coffee mug, you know, he decided to wake up finally, and I guess the skin was actually the choice, because I mean, look at him cook.
The skin is something. I'll say that, it's something.
Ooh, but anime fan deciding to give him a little reminder of who he is, you know, with those cannon strings. They need to nerf this weapon, man. I'm gonna stop the propaganda. They need to. They need to.
Hey,
chill.
chill. All right. Anyways. No nerfing cannon around here.
No nerfing cannon, yeah.
No bias here. Picks it back up. Hits the sideline. Still at a stock deficit here. Jeff picking up that orb and throwing that away immediately. And I wonder if that was like a little bit of a misinput, or if he does want to pick up the hammer. Maybe he does. Full stock lead. Stomps there into the side signature with the end sig. I love how he uses that as like a taunt at the very end. He like throws out the end sig like, I am the GOAT. I am the god. Throws his hammer up in the air. And I believe at this point it's going to be Anime's, you know, game to lose for Jeff to take this entire set. So gotta be careful here.
Yeah, like either Jeff takes a win right now, or we gotta reset. This is like the final countdown.
This is it. That is some orange fugly drip. I will completely agree. He's got the Battle Pass orange drip on, and that is the back measures, man. It might be working, but man, that is horrendous. I won't lie with you. The map bands are coming out. The small fortress is going down. So is the Mashima. Might be seeing the APOC run back. It seems like the two main okay, yeah, APOC run back. What is it, game 5?
Yeah, game 5.
Game 5, man. So it comes down to this. Anime for the reset, or Jeff for the dub of this Bearded Brawls West Coast #2. Althazar, what are you thinking here? This game 5.
2.
Man, I mean, the comment about the drip, yeah, completely horrid, I guess. But besides that, it's just, you know, we're back in APOC. Honestly, one of my favorite maps, probably. Sure. And I have trust issues now, because after what I saw what happened in the Oblivion match in the last game, I don't trust Anime Fan, especially with those gauntlets. Look at that! Look at that!
You say that, he's kind of cooking, man. He's kind of cooking.
Like, he really knows how to use the maximum output of those nair into downers and just quick and repeat.
No, actually though, Anime definitely seems like a big expertise on that. He's hitting that combo so much throughout these games, and he's capitalized on that too. Like whether it's damage or a knockout off stage, whether he's able to kind of push them over to that edge, he's been utilizing that really well. As of right now, Jeff in the deep red once again on that orb, on that comfort pick, dodging behind that neutral light. Anime dashing out with that D-light nair, taking the first stock. Solid knockout, true combo on that cannon back onto these gauntlets.
This could be very easily a reset, you know, and it'd be kind of crazy. I don't know where was the last time I got to cast a reset like this, but oof, Jeff is kind of having a hard time just to make an opening, just to get that cool kick confirm. That side stick almost connect, that goes for a down stick and also fails. It's just, he needs that kill.
Absolutely, he's looking for it too. He's like holding that center stage or middle. Jeff is not one to go off. Oh no, this big damage. Catches the dodge and read. Sidelights air recovery. Still racking up more damage. Oh no, the stomp there is going to be dropped by Jeff. Might not have been the knockout, but either way, still not taking that. The GC side signature, the classic. We talked about it, Eldazar getting punished, unfortunately. Not working out in Jeff's favor this time. Anime feeling himself full stock above. Looking to take this last one, and he's got Jeff down to 1 stock, 2 stock lead for Anime. Trying to make this reset. Definitely at this pace, looking like that's going to happen.
Like, honestly, just like I said at the beginning, I don't trust Anime Fan. Because he can just wake up and suddenly the game turntables just it's incredible. But also, something I wanted to point out, this is very similar, you know, how last match it was just Jeff dominating with the orb, and now we're seeing the complete opposite with Anime Fan just showing off all his skills. And look at that strength with the gown that's coming back again.
Oh my
Honestly,
gosh.
I think Anime Fan is
He's
just a
trying to
really
end it.
well-rounded player.
He is a really well-rounded player. I agree, and he's just like on top of it. You can tell right now. This reset is it. The ground pound connects. Jeff is out of there. Full reset, 2-stock lead. And I mean, we were kind of talking about the beginning of this, you know, set how Anime's warm, right? Like he's been playing sets on sets, whereas Jeff has been kind of chilling, you know, hanging out, kind of strolling on Twitter in Grand Finals winner side, waiting for his set. So could that be a play? Oh, he's back. He's back to the Undertaker.
He's back.
Reset. He's off the orange rip. Battle pass. He's back on the Undertaker. Is that going to be the change we need?
Maybe, honestly. And perhaps, you know, having an orange character in an orange map wasn't the best idea. Let's run it back. Let's see what they can do. I feel like, you know, we've had a lot of situations where we have a reset and then suddenly it's just a trio. I don't think it's going to happen. I feel like, you know, Anime has a really good momentum, but what do you think?
He does. He definitely does have some good momentum coming into this reset. It's hard to say, man. It's like, I have no thoughts. I have zero bias. I would think Jeff coming into this would win this, especially having that ping advantage, but that was like a 2-stock lead in like white. Like he was like untouched, and that was for the reset too. So I know Anime is feeling pretty good coming into this reset. Game 1, full reset. This is the final set of this Bearded Brawls West Coast Brawl number 2. Like this is it right here, right now. No matter who takes it, someone's bringing this bread home tonight.
I mean, like, I'm just gonna say second place is still really impressive, but
Absolutely.
there's something that's on a bigger scale right now, and that is that Jeff is basically the representation of the West players. Are we going to allow somebody that's not from the West win the tournament? Really?
Let him know, yeah. Let him cook. We gotta get some West represent. But Anime's locked. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm a West player myself, so obviously I've got some West bias going on behind that. But I'm not gonna lie. Like Anime is looking pretty good. Jeff throwing out these orb attacks, and I absolutely 100% believe in him. But both these players are playing really good today. It's extremely hard to say who's gonna take this entire tournament with this brand new set after the reset. Game 1. Anime hits the recovery, and it is still so even. 3 stocks red to red.
Man, like, tell me about it. That D-Light Nair getting the first stock for Anime Fan, putting him on top. And honestly, not with a lot of damage. Like, he's still on red, but he can survive a few little hits from Jeff. And I just feel like he's not as confident as before, you know, especially with the Orf trying to come out with that side stick. Anime Fan just locking in with that cannon streak. My god, the damage buildup is just amazing.
I think that's a good point about confidence, because that's really going to come into play too, is like confidence. And
Ooh.
Anime is looking on top of it. He's catching these dodge in reads consistently. Catches the dares, still full stock up, trying to put Jeff into this 1 stock while Anime is still on 3, and Jeff is struggling to get this knockout himself.
Man, he's just styling on him right now. Like, those strings, the gravity cancel delights to go into for the down airs and the sayers is just... I am not a cannon player. I really cannot tell you with expertise what they're able to pull off from those strings, but the damage output is something that I definitely can see.
It's a lot. You can definitely put a lot, but like right now, Anime is just not really able to find that as of right now. He's still full stock lead, and he's pumping out damage onto Jeff, but he doesn't need these extended long strings. He's just winning these neutral engagements 1 by 1. Like he'll hit that neutral and he'll backdash and he'll wait for something. Still a full stock up, not only using these gauntlets to his advantage as he picks those up. Jeff onto the hammer, 1 stock on the board. Really struggling to find anything substantial.
Honestly, like, he's just having a hard time to find any type of kill confirm.
He is.
There's a lot of damage in between him and like putting these on an equal stage. And yeah. It doesn't seem like Anime Fan has any kind of worry into losing this match.
Right.
Ooh, side C coming out, down C coming out. D-Light This could be it. Oh, and doesn't make it back to the wall.
That's a 2-stock, man. On to Jeff post reset 2 off the D-Light confirm with the cannon. That's got to be feeling pretty good coming into this post reset. And Jeff still locking into this Thor with that speed stance. Taken away from that Dex, not needing that too much. Both these players rocking the same amount of Dex and speed. 3 Dex, both sides, taken away from it. Putting that into speed, both 6 speed, but Jeff 1 more strength. Having that 7 defense versus 8 defense. So it's like 2 defense Titan legends coming out in 1v1. And both these players will rock it in both game modes too, which is something I like a lot. Like you'll see top players use 1 legend in kind of 1s and then another legend in 2v2s. But both Jeff and Anime both use these legends in both 1v1s and 2v2s. Made it here grand finals of this West Coast tournament. Anime with that 2-stock last time. Expertise legends coming out for the show.
3,
Honestly,
2,
like
1.
I really don't know what to tell you anymore. I feel like Anime Fan is just on a streak right now.
He's on fire.
Like he's just pretty confident. I really see him enjoying himself with those cannon strings, especially off the stage. And it's just crazy to me because we gotta remember the fact that, you know, this is West. There's definitely a ping difference, and still he's just playing so fluidly and fast. It doesn't make it seem like he's suffering at all.
Yeah, I do think Anime Central, he's in Texas, so he's got a solid ping to both. Doesn't play on the West very often. Because it's like, why would you need to, right? You're not playing on West tournaments. You don't have these, but it's like, it comes around and he's popping off. He's here in grand finals. Satellite Downer is still going crazy with these cannon strings. The Nair into the Dare. The GCD like chase dodge Nair for his very last option. He's pressing every button that's possible and they are working, man. He is feeling himself.
Honestly, like this is a whole different thing that from what we saw in the entire tournament. Especially like off the stage and going for those edge options and kill confirms. It's just, man, I love seeing this.
That's what I'm saying, right? No, absolutely. Anime's going crazy. Jev's still trying to look down on the 2-stocks. Anime on 3. And the Orbis Sair is still not going to be enough. Maybe even another one might not be enough. But the Dare off the bottom, absolutely. Those smaller bottoms. And that is going to be a tool that Jeff has been utilizing quite a bit. Connecting finally to even up the stocks. Still a little bit of a damage deficit, though.
I feel like something that is really determining the result of this match is the speed. I feel like Cannon has overall just the advantage in regards to who can outdo the other, who can hit first without a clash, and that's just really noticeable by the amount of damage that Anime Fan is just putting out there.
It is a bit, no, absolutely, and it's like now at this point it's still a full stock lead, so I don't know when the gears turn, when they change for Anime, but he is looking aloft, and Jeff,
he's adapting.
Absolutely, no, the adaptation is like crazy because it really is night and day. Jeff, a whole stock down, Anime eating all these orb hits, but it doesn't even matter because still full stock up on this Gold Forge cannon, looking pretty clean. Hits the neutral light, trying to find a big string, doesn't really need all that because still is pretty comfortable with this health lead.
At this point, it's not that he needs it, it's that he wants it. Like, he's trying to show off. He's trying to put on a message of, hey, I'm still a PR10, I'm still from the East, I'm here to prove a point.
Absolutely. He's doing just that, too. It's like, when did the gears change? That's what I'm wondering. It seems like a whole different man's.
Like, I'm telling you, I feel like Oblivion changed the way he was seeing the game. He has PTSD from that match because that was probably the most impressive game of 5 that we've had.
No, absolutely. That was a good one. That could be it. Jeff coming in with the double Sair, evening up those stocks, but still down in this damage deficit in this grand finals. A post reset 2 on that orb, on that comfort pick. Anime with these gauntlets in hand.
Man, he's wasting so many opportunities to like actually fun. No way, that Grand Pound by accident, not touching the wall, finishing off this game, putting Anime Fan on the top, 2-0 on the leaderboard. Man.
That's it, man. He needs one more game to win the entire tournament. That's actually crazy.
How do you feel? Like, I understand, you know, this is Team Jeff, official Team Jeff, but like, damn, this is really not what I was expecting.
I mean, it's hard to say. Like we said, we talked about PR earlier. So Jeff is like what, PR 34 or something around, like somewhere in the 30s, right? And he's like top 10, and he's central. He's not even fully west, so like he's got a solid ping to both servers. So to see this grand finals reset, I can't say I'm too surprised for sure, but with how well Jeff like dominantly came into grand finals winner's side with that 3 onto anime specifically, like the player he's fighting right now as we speak, is a bit surprising. Like the turnaround is a complete 180, and I genuinely do believe it just comes with that warm-up, like playing those sets on sets on sets, and then coming into the grand finals being anime, having that mentality ready to win is going to really do a lot for you, like honestly.
Also, last game of the West tournament on the Western Air Temple again. Man,
we're bringing it back? Oh yeah, no, the Western Air Temple on the West Coast bringing it back after these wins on these different maps too. It's surprising to me that the 2 soft platforms are just like not something people like. I've noticed that like within the Brawl community, like people don't mess with the soft platforms, man. They really don't.
Honestly, I feel like we all have just like this dislike for them. But when they come in clutch, they come in clutch, you know? They're like, it's a 1.5 situation.
That's fair. I think it really depends on like what you play and like what weapons, you know, what maps you like playing on. But overall, I definitely get that. Western Air Temple coming in, and I mean Jeff is like down on the very last game at this point. So, is there a turnaround possibility? What do you think?
Honestly, it really just depends on Jeff mental. I feel like he feels pretty down. He's definitely upset. We've seen some comments, but man, it's just, I feel like it's too early to give up, you know? You still have a whole game ahead of yourself. You should just try until the end.
Absolutely. And it's a whole set too. I mean, not only is the whole game, if Jeff manages to take this game, like he's still in this grand finals. He made it in winner's side of. You're gonna want to take that dub. If you're making it winner's side, you're gonna want to take that dub. So Western Air Temple holding it down. Jeff still with that orb. I just think you kind of mentioned earlier, like anime is looking kind of on top of it. Connects that recovery, takes that first stock onto Jeff, only in the light orange, up 2 games into this grand finals post reset. At the moment, it's looking like anime's tournament to win.
Yeah, honestly, like especially in this map, this just completely benefits anime fan in regards to like getting the kill confirms and such, especially because of those strings that he can just pull off with cannon.
And he's been making it work too, like we've been seeing that time and time again. So those sidelights connects, he'll kind of wait, he'll jump back and look for something. Jeff answering back with that hammer stare. Anime would have been devious with that ground pound, not quite there. The dares are going to do a lot of damage. It doesn't seem like Anime's doing too much, but if you look at Jeff's health, it's kind of just back and forth. Like he's already almost, heading towards the red on his last stock.
That sidelights there finally connecting. We haven't seen a lot of those.
Oh no, what was that?
Oh, I want to think that was a misinput, please. Another silence there seals the deal, but like, oh, we got a whole stock to try and turn around.
Jeff whole stock trying to turn around. Maybe misinput on the basketball taunt. Not too sure what that was about, but beginning the stock, throwing out a lot of these attacks on this orb. Whether it whiffs or not, usually able to play it quite safe, not getting punished. But the recovery, nice, close, and personal. Anime hitting that, and now Jeff is going to be on his West Coast tournament stock, bearded Brawls, and this is not looking too good for Jeff. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll be honest with you, I think that town was just the wrong orb. And oh my god, that side Sayer into downer into Grampon of the stage that sends him upwards. What is going on?
Anime locked in. Anime locked in. The dares are connecting. The orb is not working quite there. He's dodging through it. The stairs are quite there, but the
cannon is cannoning.
Yeah, cannon is doing cannon things. Absolutely. And that's the neutralite. That's going to be the edge guard. That's stock. 2 stocks. Light orange. Anime is going to be your Bearded Brawls West Coast #2 champion, man. Taking it home for the dub. $300 in pricing. Sponsored by BMG. So, shout out Slow Motion. Shout out BMG. Anime Fan, of course, taking home the dub. Jeff with the close second. Coming in from winners side grand finals. What do you got to say, Alpha?
Man, I mean, you kind of covered everything, honestly. Anime Fan ended up being the real underdog here, coming up from the bottom tier, having to fight so many good players, having to confront the surprise of the night, which was Oblivion, and still, after all that, just made it all the way to winner's side, took that reset with his hands, and just decided to make this tournament his. A little bit of a soft blow, honestly, for West players, you know, to lose their tournament, but there's always another edition, you know? We can always get the revenge.
That's fair, you know. At least, like I said, anime, I believe in Texas Central, so not fully East, right? You know, at least we got
Central. I guess it's Central.
We got a little bit of a middle grounds here, but yeah. Shout out anime, taking home that W, taking home that first from the loser's side, getting that reset after getting 3-0'd by Jeff. Jeff, of course, coming out at second, so that's gonna be, you know, close for the West Coast dub. But that was a very beautiful tournament. I appreciate Slow-Mo for allowing me to be here on the Castle Box. Shout out Slow-Mo. Shout out BMG. Those are my last words, you know. Anime taking home the dub. Loser's side, Central holding it down. That is going to be a big W for Anime.
Honestly, big W for Anime, big W for Jeff, and also Oblivion coming up and showing up. I know I keep mentioning him on every sentence, but I'm sorry. It was my favorite player of the night. Jeff made me want to play Orb. Anime made me want to play Cannon. Like, I definitely have a lot to study myself in those weapons, and I'm just really thankful for Slow Motion and thankful for Brawlhalla, you know, giving me the opportunity again to come here and give you guys a fun show. Again, Snipe Sucks, super fun casting with you, and
absolutely,
I really appreciate everything.
You too, man.
Well, hope to see you guys next time.
Now, we're the Orb Cannon legend at BMG. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, that's it for me. Snipe Socks on everywhere, Twitter, Twitch, all that good stuff. Eltzar, got the plugs.
You know, Eltesaro on Twitter, and that's about it.
All right. W gameplay today. West Coast Brawls, a Bearded Brawl, and #2 Anime taking that dub home from the loser side. Signing out here from me. Thank you guys for staying tuned, man.
What about chances? Not what we're searching for. Take it or leave it. What about dreaming? Places you've never been. What about feeling?